Book 1, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid, by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 1, A Fateful Haven, Part 1. Arms, and the man I sing, who, forced by fate and haughty Juno's unrelenting hate, expelled and exiled, left the Trojan shore. Long labours, both by sea and land, he bore, and in the doubtful war, before he won the Latian realm, and built the destined town, his banished gods restored to rights divine, and settled sure succession in his line, from whence the race of Alban fathers come, and the long glories of majestic Rome. O Muse, the causes and the crimes relate. What goddess was provoked, and whence her hate? For what offence the Queen of Heaven began to persecute so brave, so just a man? Involved his anxious life in endless cares, exposed to wants, and hurried into wars. Can heavenly minds such high resentment show, or exercise their spite in human woe? Against the Tiber's mouth, but far away, an ancient town was seated on the sea, a Tyrian colony, the people made stout for the war, and studious of their trade. Carthage the name, beloved by Juno more than her own Argos, or the Samian shore. Here stood her chariot, here, if heaven were kind, the seat of awful empire she designed. Yet she had heard an ancient rumour fly, long cited by the people of the sky, that times to come should see the Trojan race her Carthage ruin, and her towers deface. Nor, thus confined, the yoke of sovereign sway should on the necks of all the nations lay. She pondered this, and feared it was in fate, nor could forget the war she waged of late for conquering Greece against the Trojan state. Besides, long causes working in her mind, and secret seeds of envy lay behind. Deep graven in her heart, the doom remained of partial Paris, and her form disdained. The grace bestowed on ravish'd Ganymed, Electra's glories, and her injured bed. Each was a cause alone, and all combined to kindle vengeance in her haughty mind. For this, far distant from the Latian coast, she drove the remnants of the Trojan host, and 7 long years the unhappy wandering train were tossed by storms, and scattered through the main. Such time, such toil required the Roman name, such length of labour for so vast a frame. Now scarce the Trojan fleet with sails and oars had left behind the fair Sicilian shores, entering with cheerful shouts the watery Rhine, and ploughing frothy furrows in the main, when, labouring still with endless discontent, the Queen of Heaven did thus her fury vent. "Then am I vanquish'd? Must I yield?" said she, "and must the Trojans reign in Italy? So fate will have it, and Jove adds his force, nor can my power divert their happy course. Could angry Pallas, with revengeful spleen, the Grecian navy burn, and drown the men? She, for the fault of one offending foe, the bolts of Jove himself presumed to throw. With whirlwinds from beneath she tossed the ship, and bare exposed the bosom of the deep. Then, as an eagle gripes the trembling game, the wretch, yet hissing with her father's flame, she strongly seized, and with a burning wound transfixed, and naked on a rock she bound. But I, who walk in awful state above the majesty of heaven, the sister wife of Jove, for length of years my fruitless force employ against the thin remains of ruined Troy. what nations now to Juno's power will pray, or offerings on my slighted altars lay? Thus raged the goddess, and with fury fraught. The restless regions of the storms she sought, where, in a spacious cave of living stone, the tyrant Aeolus from his airy throne with power imperial curbs the struggling winds, and sounding tempests in dark prisons binds. This way and that the impatient captives tend, and, pressing for release, the mountains rend. High in his hall the undaunted monarch stands, and shakes his sceptre, and their rage commands, which, did he not, their unresisted sway would sweep the world before them in their way. Earth, air, and seas through empty space would roll, and heaven would fly before the driving soul. In fear of this, the father of the gods confined their fury to those dark abodes, and locked them safe within, oppressed with mountain loads, imposed a king with arbitrary sway to loose their fetters or their force allay, to whom the suppliant queen her prayers addressed, and thus the tenor of her suit expressed: O Aeolus, for to thee the King of heaven the power of tempests and of winds has given. Thy force alone their fury can restrain, and smooth the waves, or swell the troubled main. A race of wandering slaves, abhorred by me, with prosperous passage cut the Tuscan sea, to fruitful Italy their course they steer, and for their vanquished gods design new temples there. Raise all thy winds, with night involve the skies, sink or disperse my fatal enemies. Twice 7 the charming daughters of the main around my person wait, and bear my train. Succeed my wish, and second my design, the fairest Deiopeia shall be thine, and make thee father of a happy line. To this the god: 'Tis yours, O queen, to will the work which duty binds me to fulfil. These airy kingdoms and this wide command are all the presents of your bounteous hand. Yours is my sovereign's grace, and, as your guest, I sit with gods at their celestial feast. Raise tempests at your pleasure, or subdue, dispose of empire, which I hold from you. He said, and hurled against the mountain's side his quivering spear, and all the god applied. The raging winds rush through the hollow wound, and dance aloft in air, skim along the ground, then, settling on the sea, the surges sweep, raise liquid mountains, and disclose the deep. South, east, and west with mixed confusion roar, and roll the foaming billows to the shore. The cables crack, the sailors' fearful cries ascend, and sable night involves the skies, and heaven itself is ravished from their eyes. Loud peals of thunder from the poles ensue, then flashing fires the transient light renew. The face of things a frightful image bears, and present death in various forms appears. Struck with unusual fright, the Trojan chief with lifted hands and eyes invokes relief, and thrice and 4 times happy those, he cried, that under Ilian walls before their parents died. Tydides, bravest of the Grecian train, why could not I by that strong arm be slain, and lie by noble Hector on the plain? Or great Sarpedon, in those bloody fields where Simois rolls the bodies and the shields of heroes, whose dismembered hands yet bear the dart aloft, and clench the pointed spear. Thus, while the pious prince his fate bewails, fierce Boreas drove against his flying sails, and rent the sheets. The raging billows rise, and mount the tossing vessels to the skies, nor can the shivering oars sustain the blow. The galley gives her side, and turns her prow, while those astern, descending from the steep, through gaping waves behold the boiling deep. 3 ships were harried by the southern blast, and on the secret shelves with fury cast. Those hidden rocks the Ausonian sailors knew; they called them altars when they rose in view, and showed their spacious backs above the flood. 3 more, fierce Eurus in his angry mood dashed on the shallows of the moving sand, and in mid-ocean left them moored aland. Orontes' bark, that bore the Lycian crew, a horrid sight, even in the hero's view, from stem to stern by waves was overborne. The trembling pilot from his rudder torn was headlong hurled, thrice round the ship was tossed, then bulged at once, and in the deep was lost. And here and there above the waves were seen arms, pictures, precious goods, and floating men. The stoutest vessel to the storm gave way, and sucked through loosened planks the rushing sea. Aeneas was her chief. Alethes old, Achates faithful, Abas young and bold, endured not less. Their ships, with gaping seams, admit the deluge of the briny streams. Meantime, imperial Neptune heard the sound of raging billows breaking on the ground. Displeased, and fearing for his watery reign, he reared his awful head above the main, serene in majesty, then rolled his eyes around the space of earth and seas and skies. He saw the Trojan fleet dispersed, distressed by stormy winds and wintry heaven oppressed. Full well the god his sister's envy knew, and what her aims and what her arts pursue. He summoned Eurus and the western blast, and first an angry glance on both he cast, then thus rebuked: "Audacious winds, from whence this bold attempt, this rebel insolence? Is it for you to ravage seas and land, unauthorized by my supreme command? To raise such mountains on the troubled main? Whom I, at first, is fit the billows to restrain, and then you shall be taught obedience to my reign. Hence, to your lord my royal mandate bear. The realms of ocean and the fields of air are mine, not his. By fatal lot to me the liquid empire fell, and trident of the sea. His power to hollow caverns is confined. There let him reign, the jailer of the wind. With hoarse commands his breathing subjects call, and boast and bluster in his empty hall." He spoke, and while he spoke he smoothed the sea, dispelled the darkness, and restored the day. Cymothoe, Triton, and the sea-green train of beauteous nymphs, the daughters of the main, clear from the rocks the vessels with their hands. The god himself with ready trident stands, and opes the deep, and spreads the moving sands, then heaves them off the shoals. Where'er he guides his finny coursers, and in triumph rides, the waves unruffle, and the sea subsides. As when in tumults rise the ignoble crowd, mad are their notions, and their tongues are loud, and stones and brands in rattling volleys fly, and all the rustic arms that fury can supply. If then some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise, and lend a listening ear. He soothes with sober words their angry mood, and quenches their innate desire of blood. So, when the father of the flood appears, and o'er the seas his sovereign trident rears, their fury falls. He skims the liquid plains high on his chariot, and with loosened reins majestic moves along, and awful peace maintains. The weary Trojans ply their shattered oars to nearest land, and make the Libyan shores. Within a long recess there lies a bay. An island shades it from the rolling sea, and forms a port secure for ships to ride. Broke by the jutting land on either side, in double streams the briny waters glide. Betwixt 2 rows of rocks a sylvan scene appears above, and groves for ever green. A grot is formed beneath, with mossy seats, to rest the Nereids and exclude the heats. Down through the crannies of the living walls the crystal streams descend in murmuring falls. No hawsers need to bind the vessels here, nor bearded anchors, for no storms they fear. 7 ships within this happy harbour meet, the thin remainders of the scattered fleet. The Trojans, worn with toils and spent with woes, leap on the welcome land and seek their wish'd repose. First, good Achates, with repeated strokes of clashing flints, their hidden fire provokes. Short flame succeeds. A bed of withered leaves the dying sparkles in their fall receives. Caught into life, in fiery fumes they rise, and, fed with stronger food, invade the skies. The Trojans, dropping wet, or stand round the cheerful blaze, or lie along the ground. Some dry their corn, infected with the brine, then grind with marbles, and prepare to dine. Aeneas climbs the mountain's airy brow, and takes a prospect of the seas below. If Capys thence, or Antheus he could spy, or see the streamers of Caicus fly. No vessels were in view, but on the plain 3 beamy stags command a lordly train of branching heads. The more ignoble throng attend their stately steps, and slowly graze along. He stood, and while secure they fed below, he took the quiver and the trusty bow Achates used to bear. The leaders first he laid along, and then the vulgar pierced, nor ceased his arrows till the shady plain 7 mighty bodies with their blood distain. For the 7 ships he made an equal share, and to the port returned, triumphant from the war. The jars of generous wine, Acestes' gift, when his Trinacrian shores the navy left, he set abroach, and for the feast prepared, in equal portions with the venison shared. Thus, while he dealt it round, the pious chief with cheerful words allayed the common grief. Endure and conquer. Jove will soon dispose to future good our past and present woes. With me the rocks of Scylla you have tried, the inhuman Cyclops in his den defied. What greater ills hereafter can you bear? Resume your courage, and dismiss your care. An hour will come, with pleasure to relate your sorrows past, as benefits of fate. Through various hazards and events we move to Latium, and the realms foredoomed by Jove. Called to the seat, the promise of the skies, where Trojan kingdoms once again may rise. Endure the hardships of your present state, live, and reserve yourselves for better fate. These words he spoke, but spoke not from his heart. His outward smiles concealed his inward smart. The jolly crew, unmindful of the past, the quarry share, their plenteous dinner haste. Some strip the skin, some portion out the spoil, the limbs, yet trembling, in the cauldrons boil. Some on the fire the reeking entrails broil. Stretched on the grassy turf, at ease they dine, restore their strength with meat, and cheer their souls with wine. Their hunger thus appeased, their care attends the doubtful fortune of their absent friends. Alternate hopes and fears their minds possess, whether to deem them dead or in distress. Above the rest, Aeneas mourns the fate of brave Orontes, and the uncertain state of Gyas, Lycus, and of Amycus. The day, but not their sorrows, ended thus. When, from aloft, almighty Jove surveys earth, air, and shores, and navigable seas, at length on Libyan realms he fixed his eyes, whom, pondering thus on human miseries, when Venus saw, she with a lowly look, not free from tears, her heavenly sire bespoke. O King of gods and men, whose awful hand disperses thunder on the seas and land, disposing all with absolute command, how could my pious son thy power incense? Or what, alas, is vanish'd Troy's offence? our hope of Italy not only lost, on various seas by various tempests tossed, but shut from every shore, and barred from every coast. You promised once a progeny divine of Romans rising from the Trojan line, in after times should hold the world in awe, and to the land and ocean give the law. How is your doom reversed, which eased my care when Troy was ruined in that cruel war? Then fates to fates I could oppose, but now, when fortune still pursues her former blow, what can I hope? What worse can still succeed? What end of labours has your will decreed? Antenor from the midst of Grecian hosts could pass secure, and pierce the Illyrian coasts, where, rolling down the steep Timavus raves, and through 9 channels disembogues his waves. At length he founded Padua's happy seat, and gave his Trojans a secure retreat. There fixed their arms, and there renewed their name, and there in quiet rules, and crowned with fame. But we, descended from your sacred line, entitled to your heaven and rights divine, are banished earth, and, for the wrath of one, removed from Latium and the promised throne. Are these our sceptres? These our due rewards? And is it thus that Jove his plighted faith regards? To whom the father of the immortal race, smiling with that serene, indulgent face with which he drives the clouds and clears the skies, first gave a holy kiss, then thus replies: Daughter, dismiss thy fears. To thy desire the fates of thine are fixed, and stand entire. Thou shalt behold thy wished Lavinian walls, and, ripe for heaven, when fate Aeneas calls, then shalt thou bear him up sublime to me. No councils have reversed my firm decree. And, lest new fears disturb thy happy state, know, I have searched the mystic rolls of fate. Thy son, nor is the appointed season far, in Italy shall wage successful war, shall tame fierce nations in the bloody field, and sovereign laws impose, and cities build, till, after every foe subdued, the sun thrice through the signs his annual race shall run. This is his time prefixed. Ascanius then, now called Iulus, shall begin his reign. He 30 rolling years the crown shall wear, then from Lavinium shall the seat transfer, and, with hard labour, Alba Longa build. The throne, with his succession, shall be filled 300 circuits more. Then shall be seen Ilia the fair, a priestess and a queen, who, full of Mars in time, with kindly throes, shall at a birth 2 goodly boys disclose. The royal babes a tawny wolf shall drain. Then Romulus his grandsire's throne shall gain. Of martial towers the founder shall become. The people Romans call, the city Rome. To them no bounds of empire I assign, nor term of years to their immortal line. Even haughty Juno, who with endless broils earth, seas, and heaven, and Jove himself turmoils, at length atoned, her friendly power shall join to cherish and advance the Trojan line. The subject world shall Rome's dominion own, and prostrate shall adore the nation of the gown. An age is ripening in revolving fate, when Troy shall overturn the Grecian state, and sweet revenge her conquering sons shall call, to crush the people that conspired her fall. Then Caesar from the Julian stock shall rise, whose empire ocean, and whose fame the skies alone shall bound, whom, fraught with eastern spoils, our heaven, the just reward of human toils, securely shall repay with rites divine, and incense shall ascend before his sacred shrine. Then dire debate and impious war shall cease, and the stern age be softened into peace. Then banished faith shall once again return, and vestal fires in hallowed temples burn, and Remus with Quirinus shall sustain the righteous laws, and fraud and force restrain. Janus himself before his fane shall wait, and keep the dreadful issues of his gate with bolts and iron bars. Within remains imprisoned Fury, bound in brazen chains. High on a trophy raised of useless arms he sits, and threats the world with vain alarms. He said, and sent Calenius with command to free the ports, and ope the Punic land to Trojan guests, lest, ignorant of fate, the queen might force them from her town and state. Down from the steep of heaven Calenius flies, and cleaves with all his wings the yielding skies. Soon on the Libyan shore descends the god, performs his message, and displays his rod. The surly murmurs of the people cease, and, as the fates required, they give the peace. The queen herself suspends the rigid laws, the Trojans pities, and protects their cause. Meantime, in shades of night Aeneas lies. Care seized his soul, and sleep forsook his eyes. But when the sun restored the cheerful day, he rose, the coast and country to survey, anxious and eager to discover more. It looked a wild, uncultivated shore, but whether humankind or beasts alone possessed the new-found region was unknown. Beneath a ledge of rocks his fleet he hides. Tall trees surround the mountain's shady sides. The bending brow above a safe retreat provides. Armed with 2 pointed darts, he leaves his friends, and true Achates on his steps attends. Lo, in the deep recesses of the wood, before his eyes his goddess mother stood, a huntress in her habit and her mien, her dress a maid, her air confessed a queen. Bare were her knees, and knots her garments bind, loose was her hair, and wantoned in the wind. Her hand sustained a bow, her quiver hung behind. She seemed a virgin of the Spartan blood. With such array Harpalyce bestrode her Thracian courser, and outstripped the rapid flood. "Ho, strangers, have you lately seen," she said, "one of my sisters, like myself arrayed, who crossed the lawn or in the forest strayed? A painted quiver at her back she bore, varied with spots. A lynx's hide she wore, and at full cry pursued the tusky boar." End of Book 1, Part 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Early. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 1. A Fateful Haven. Part 2. Thus Venus. Thus her son replied again: "None of your sisters have we seen or heard, O virgin, or what other name you bear above that style. O more than mortal fair, your voice and mien celestial birth betray. If, as you seem, the daughter of the day, or one at least of chaste Diana's train, let not an humble suppliant sue in vain, but tell a stranger, long in tempest tossed, what earth we tread, and who commands the coast. Then on your name shall wretched mortals call, and offer'd victims at your altars fall." "I dare not," she replied, "assume the name of goddess, or celestial honours claim. For Tyrian virgins arms, bows and quivers bear, and purple buskins o'er their ankles wear. Know, gentle youth, in Libyan lands you are, a people rude in peace and rough in war. The rising city, which from far you see, is Carthage, an Tyrian colony. Phoenician Dido rules the growing state, who fled from Tyre to shun her brother's hate. Great were her wrongs, her story full of fate, which I will sum in short. Sichaeus, known for wealth, and brother to the Punic throne, possess'd fair Dido's bed, and either heart at once was wounded with an equal dart. Her father gave her, yet a spotless maid, Pygmalion, then the Tyrian scepter sway'd, one who condemn'd divine and human laws. Then strife ensued, and cursed gold the cause. The monarch, blinded by desire of wealth, with steel invades his brother's life by stealth. Before the sacred altar made him bleed, and long from her conceal'd the cruel deed. Some tale, some new pretence he daily coin'd, to soothe his sister and delude her mind. At last, in dead of night, the ghost appears of her unhappy lord. The spectre stared, and, with erected eyes, his bloody bosom bares. The cruel altars and his fate he tells, and the dire secret of his house reveals. Then warns the widow with her household gods to seek a refuge in remote abodes. Last, to support her in so long a way, he shows her where his hidden treasure lay. Admonish'd thus, and seiz'd with mortal fright, the queen provides companions of her flight. They meet, and all combine to leave the state who hate the tyrant, or who fear his hate. They seize a fleet, which ready rigg'd they find, nor is Pygmalion's treasure left behind. The vessels, heavy laden, put to sea. With prosperous winds a woman leads the way. I know not if by stress of weather driven, or was their fatal course disposed by heav'n. At last they landed, where from far your eyes may view the turrets of new Carthage rise. There bought a space of ground, which Brysa call'd from the bull's hide, they first enclos'd and wall'd. But whence are you? What country claims your birth? What seek you, strangers, on our Libyan earth? To whom, with sorrow streaming from his eyes, and deeply sighing, thus her son replies: Could you with patience hear, or I relate, O nymph, the tedious annals of our fate, thro' such a train of woes if I should run, the day would sooner than the tale be done. From ancient Troy, by force expell'd, we came, if you by chance have heard the Trojan name. On various seas, by various tempests toss'd, at length we landed on your Libyan coast. The good Aeneas I am call'd, a name, while fortune favour'd, not unknown to fame. My household gods, companions of my woes, with pious care I rescued from our foes. To fruitful Italy my course was bent, and from the King of Heav'n is my descent. With twice 10 sails I cross'd the Phrygian sea. Fate and my mother goddess led my way. Scarce 7 the thin remainders of my fate, from storms preserv'd, within your harbour meet. Myself distress'd, an exile and unknown, debarr'd from Europe and from Asia thrown, in Libyan deserts wander thus alone. His tender parent could no longer bear, but interposing, sought to soothe his care. Whoe'er you are, not unbelov'd by Heav'n, since on our friendly shore your ships are driven. Have courage, to the gods permit the rest, and to the queen expose your just request. Now take this earnest of success, for more. Your scatter'd fleet is join'd upon the shore. The winds are chang'd, your friends from danger free, or I renounce my skill in augury. 12 swans behold in beauteous order move, and stoop with closing pinions from above, whom late the bird of Jove had driv'n along. And though the clouds pursued the scattering throng, now, all united in a goodly team, they skim the ground and seek the quiet stream. As they, with joy returning, clap their wings, and ride the circuit of the skies in rings. Not otherwise your ships and every friend already hold the port, or with swift sails descend. No more advice is needful, but pursue the path before you, and the town in view. Thus having said, she turned, and made appear her neck refulgent, and dishevel'd hair, which flowing from her shoulders reach'd the ground, and widely spread ambrosial scents around. In length of train descends her sweeping gown, and by her graceful walk the Queen of Love is known. The prince pursued the parting deity with words like these: "Ah, whither do you fly, unkind and cruel, to deceive your son, in borrow'd shapes, and his embrace to shun? Never to bless my sight, but thus unknown, and still to speak in accents not your own." Against the goddess these complaints he made, but took the path, and her commands obeyed. They march obscure, for Venus kindly shrouds with mist their persons, and involves in clouds, that, thus unseen, their passage none might stay, or force to tell the causes of their way. This part perform'd, the goddess flies sublime, to visit Paphos and her native clime, where garlands evergreen and fair with vows are offer'd, and with solemn prayer. 100 altars in her temple smoke, 1,000 bleeding hearts her power invoke. They climb the next ascent, and looking down now at a nearer distance view the town. The prince with wonder sees the stately towers, which late were huts and shepherds' homely bowers, the gates and streets, and hears from every part the noise and busy concourse of the mart. The toiling Tyrians on each other call, to ply the labor. Some extend the wall, some build a citadel, the brawny throng, or dig or push unwieldy stones along. Some for their dwellings choose a spot of ground, which, first design'd, with ditches they surround. Some laws ordain, and some attend the choice of holy senates, and elect by voice. Here some design a mole, while others there lay deep foundations for a theatre. From marble quarries mighty columns hew, for ornaments of scene and future view. Such is their toil, and such their busy pains, as exercise the bees in flowery plains. When winter past, and summer scarce begun, invites them forth to labour in the sun. Some lead their youth abroad, while some condense their liquid store, and some in cells dispense. Some at the gate stand ready to receive the golden burden, and their friends relieve. All with united force combine to drive the lazy drones from the laborious hive. With envy stung, they view each other's deeds, the fragrant work with diligence proceeds. Thrice happy you, whose walls already rise, Aeneas said, and view'd with lifted eyes their lofty towers. Then, entering at the gate, conceal'd in clouds prodigious to relate, he mix'd unmark'd among the busy throng, borne by the tide, and pass'd unseen along. Full in the centre of the town there stood set with trees, a venerable wood. The Tyrians landed near this holy ground, and digging here a prosperous omen found. From under earth a courser's head they drew, their growth and fortune to foreshew. This fated sign their foundress Juno gave, of a soil fruitful and a people brave. Sidonian Dido here with solemn state did Juno's temple build and consecrate, enrich'd with gift, and with a golden shrine. But more the goddess made the place divine. On brazen steps the marble threshold rose, and brazen plates the cedar beams enclose. The rafters are with brazen coverings crown'd, the lofty doors on brazen hinges sound. When first Aeneas this place beheld, reviv'd his courage and his fear expell'd. For while, expecting there the queen, he rais'd his wond'ring eyes, and round the temple gazed, admir'd the fortune of the rising town, the striving artists and their arts renowned. He saw in order painted on the wall whatever did unhappy Troy befall. The wars that fame around the world had blown, all to the life and every leader known. There Agamemnon, Priam here he spies, and fierce Achilles, who both kings defies. He stopp'd, and weeping said, "O friend, ev'n here the monuments of Trojan woes appear. Our known disaster fill even foreign lands. See here, where old unhappy Priam stands, even the mute walls relate the warrior's fame. And Trojan griefs the Tyrians' pity claim." He said, his tears a ready passage find, devouring what he saw so well design'd, and with an empty picture fed his mind. For there he saw the fainting Grecians yield, and here the trembling Trojans quit the field, pursued by fierce Achilles through the plain, on his high chariot driving o'er the slain. The tents of Rhesus next his grief renew'd, by their white sails betray'd to nightly view, and wakeful Diomed, whose cruel sword the sentries slew, nor spared their slumbering lord, then took the fiery steeds, ere yet the food of Troy they taste or drink the Xanthian flood. Elsewhere he saw where Troilus defied Achilles, and unequal combat tried. Then, where boy disarm'd with loosen'd reins was by his horses hurried o'er the plains, hung by the neck and hair, and dragg'd around, with hostile spear yet sticking in his wound, with tracks of blood inscribed the dusty ground. Meantime the Trojan dames, oppress'd with woe, to Pallas fain in long procession go, in hopes to reconcile their heav'nly foe. They weep, they beat their breasts, they rend their hair, then rich embroider'd vests for presents bear. But the stern goddess stands unmoved with prayer. Thrice round the Trojan walls Achilles drew the corpse of Hector, whom in fight he slew. Here Priam sues, and there for sums of gold the lifeless body of his son is sold. So sad an object, and so well express'd, drew sighs and groans from the grieved hero's breast, to see the figure of his lifeless friend, and his old sire his helpless hand extend. Himself he saw among the Grecian train, mix'd in the bloody battle on the plain. And swarthy Memnon in his arms he knew, his pompous ensigns and his Indian crew. Penthesilea there with haughty grace leads to the wars an Amazonian race. In their right hands a pointed dart they wield, the left forward sustains the lunar shield. Athwart her breast a golden belt she throws, amid the press alone provokes 1,000 foe, dares her maiden arms to manly force oppose. Thus, while the Trojan prince employs his eyes fix'd on the walls with wonder and surprise. The beauteous Dido, with a numerous train and pomp of gods, descends the sacred fane. Such on Eurota's banks, or Cynthus' height, Diana seems, and so she charms the sight. When in the dance the graceful goddess leads the choir of nymphs, and o'ertops their heads. Known by her quiver and her lofty mien, she walks majestic, and she looks their queen. Latona sees her shine above the rest, and feeds with secret joy her silent breast. Such Dido was. With such becoming state amidst the crowd, she walks serenely great. Their labour to her future sway she speeds, and passing with a gracious glance proceeds. Then mounts the throne, high placed before the shrine. In crowds around the swarming people join. She takes petitions and dispenses laws, hears and determines every private cause. Their tasks in equal portions she divides, and where unequal, there by lot decides. Another way, by chance, Aeneas bends his eyes, and unexpected sees his friend Antheus, Sergestus grave, Cloanthus strong, and at their backs a mighty Trojan throng, whom late the tempest on the billows toss'd, and widely scatter'd on another coast. The prince, unseen, surprised, with wonder stands, and longs with joyful haste to join their hands. But, doubtful of the wish'd event, he stays, and from the hollow cloud his friends surveys. Impatient till they told their present state, and where they left their ships, and what their fate, why they came, and what was their request. For these were sent, commissioned by the rest, to sue for leave to land the sickly men, and gain admission to the gracious queen. Entering, with cries they filled the holy fane, and thus with lowly voice Ilioneus began. O queen, indulged by favour of the gods to found an empire in these new abodes, to build a town with statutes to restrain the wild inhabitants beneath thy reign, we, wretched Trojans, tossed on every shore from sea to sea, thy clemency implore. Forbid the fires our shipping to deface, receive th' unhappy fugitives to grace, and spare the remnant of a pious race. We come not with design of wasteful prey, to drive the country, force the swains away. Nor such our strength, nor such is our desire. The vanquish'd dare not to such thoughts aspire. A land there is, Hesperia nam'd of old. The soil is fruitful, and the men are bold. Th' Oenotrians held it once by common fame, now called Italia from the leader's name. To that sweet region was our voyage bent, when winds and every warring element disturb'd our course, and, far from sight of land, cast our torn vessels on the moving sand. The sea came on, the south with mighty roar dispers'd and dash'd the rest upon the rocky shore. These few you see escaped the storm, and fear, unless you interpose, a shipwreck here. What men, what monsters, what inhuman race, what laws, what barbarous customs of the place, shot up in a desert's shore to drowning men, and drive us to the cruel seas again. If our hard fortune no compassion draws, nor hospitable rites, nor human laws, the gods are just, and will revenge our cause. Aeneas was our prince. A juster lord or nobler warrior never drew a sword. Observant of the right, religious of his word, if yet he lives and draws this vital air, nor we, his friends, of safety shall despair. Nor you, great queen, these offices repent, which he will equal and perhaps augment. We want not cities, nor Sicilian coasts, where King Ancestor's Trojan lineage boasts. Permit our ships a shelter on your shores, refitted from your woods with planks and oars, that, If our prince be safe, we may renew our destined course, and Italy pursue. But if, O best of men, the fates ordain that you art swallow'd in the Libyan main, and if our young Iulus be no more, dismiss our navy from your friendly shore, that we to good ancestors may return, and with our friends our common losses mourn. Thus spoke Ilioneus. The Trojan crew, with cries and clamours, his request renew. The modest queen awhile, with downcast eyes, ponder'd the speech, then briefly thus replied: Trojans, dismiss your fears. My cruel fate, and doubts attending an unsettled state, force me to guard my coast from foreign foes. Who has not heard the story of your woes, the name and fortune of your native place, the fame and valour of the Phrygian race? We Tyrians are not so devoid of sense, nor so remote from Phoebus' influence. Whether to Latian shores your course is bent, or driven by tempests from your first intent, you seek the good Acestes' government. Your men shall be received, your fleet repaired, and sail with ships to convoy for your god? Or would you stay, and join your friendly powers to raise and to defend Tyrian towers? My wealth, my city, and myself are yours. And would to heav'n the storm you felt would bring on Carthaginian coasts your wandering king. My people shall, by my command, explore the ports and creeks of every winding shore, and towns and wilds and shady woods in quest of so renown'd and so desir'd a guest. Rais'd in his mind, the Trojan hero stood, and long'd to break out from his ambient cloud. Achates found it, and thus urg'd his way: From whence, O goddess born, this long delay? What more can you desire? Your welcome sure, your fleet in safety, and your friends secure. One only wants, and him we saw in vain oppose the storm, and swallow'd in the main. Orontes in his fate our forfeit paid. The rest agrees with what your mother said. Scarce had he spoken, when the cloud gave way, the mists flew upward, and dissolved in day. The Trojan chief appear'd in open sight, august in visage, and serenely bright. His mother goddess, with her hands divine, had form'd his curling locks, and made his temples shine, and giv'n his rolling eyes a sparkling grace, and breath'd a youthful vigour on his face, like polish'd ivory, beauteous to behold, of Parian marble when encased in gold. Thus radiant from the circling cloud he broke, and thus with manly modesty he spoke: He whom you seek am I, by tempest toss'd, and sav'd from shipwreck on your Libyan coast, presenting a gracious queen before your throne, a prince that owes his life to you alone. Fair majesty, the refuge and redress of those whom fate pursues and wants oppress. You, who our pious offices employ to save the relics of abandoned Troy, receive the shipwreck'd on your friendly shore, with hospitable rites relieve the poor. Associate in your town a wandering train, and strangers in your palace entertain. What thanks can wretched fugitives return, who scatter'd through the world in exile mourn? The gods, if gods to goodness are inclined, if acts of mercy touch their heav'nly mind, and more than all their gods your generous heart, conscious of worth, requite its own desert. In you this age is happy, and this earth, than parents more than mortal gave you birth. While rolling rivers into seas shall run, and round the space of heav'n the radiant sun, while trees the mountain tops with shade supply, your honour, name, and praise shall never die. Whate'er abode my fortune has assign'd, your image shall be present in my mind." Thus having said, he turn'd with pious haste, and joyful his expecting friends embrac'd. With his right hand Ilioneus was grac'd, Serestus with his left; then to his breast Cloanthus thus, and the noble Gyas press'd, and so by turns descended to the rest. The Tyrian queen stood fix'd upon his face, pleas'd with his motions, ravish'd with his grace; admir'd his fortunes, more admir'd the man; then recollected stood, and thus began: "What fate, O goddess born, what angry pow'rs have cast you shipwreck'd on our barren shores? Are you the great Aeneas, known to fame, who from celestial seed your lineage claim? The same Aeneas whom fair Venus bore to fam'd Anchises on the Idaean shore? It calls unto my mind, tho' then a child, when Teucer came, from Salamis exil'd, and sought my father's aid to be restor'd. My father Belus then, with fire and sword, invaded Cyprus, made the region bare, and conqu'ring, finish'd the successful war. From him the Trojan seas I understood, the Grecian chiefs, and your illustrious blood. Your foe himself the Dardan valour prais'd, and his own ancestry from Trojans rais'd. Enter, my noble guest, and you shall find, if not a costly welcome, yet a kind. I, for myself, like you, have been distress'd, till Heav'n afforded me this place of rest. Like you, an alien in a land unknown, I learn'd to pity woes so like my own." She said, and to the palace led her guest, Then offer'd incense, and proclaim'd a feast; Nor yet less careful for her absent friends, twice 10 fat oxen to the ship she sends, besides 100 boars and 100 lambs, with bleating cries attend their milky dams. And jars of gen'rous wine in spacious bowls she gives, cheer the sailors' drooping souls. Now purple hangings clothe the palace walls, and sumptuous feasts are made in splendid hall. On Tyrian carpets richly wrought they dine, with loads of massy plate the sideboards shine, and antique vases all of gold emboss'd, the gold itself inferior to the cost. Of curious work, where on the sides were seen the fights and figures of illustrious men, from their first founder to the present queen. The good Aeneas paternal care Iulius' absence could no longer bear, dispatch'd Achates to the ships in haste, to give a glad relation of the past, and, fraught with precious gifts, to bring the boy, snatch'd from the ruins of unhappy Troy, a robe of tissue stiff with golden wire, and upper vest, once Helen's rich attire, from Argos by the fam'd adulteress brought, with golden flowers and winding foliage wrought. Her mother Leda's present, when she came to ruin Troy and set the world on flame. The scepter Priam's eldest daughter bore, her orient necklace, and the crown she wore. Of double texture, glorious to behold, one order set with gems, and one with gold. Instructed this, the wise Achates goes, and in his diligence his duty show'd. But Venus, anxious for her son's affairs, new counsels tries, and new designs prepares, that Cupid should assume the shape and face of sweet Ascanius, and the sprightly Grace should bring presents in her nephew's stead, and in Eliza's veins the gentle poison shed. For much she fear'd the Tyrians' double tongue, and knew the town to Juno's care belong'd. These thoughts by night her golden slumbers broke, and thus alarm'd to winged love she spoke: "My son, my strength, whose mighty pow'r alone Controls the Thund'rer on his awful throne, To thee thy much afflicted mother flies, And on thy succour and thy faith relies. Thou know'st, my son, how Jove's revengeful wife By force and fraud attempts thy brother's life; And often hast thou mourn'd with me his pains. Him Dido now with blandishment detains, But I suspect the town where Juno reigns. For this 'tis needful to prevent her art, And fire with love the proud Phoenician's heart. A love so violent, so strong, so sure, As neither age can change, nor art can cure. How this may be perform'd, now take my mind. Ascanius by his father is design'd to come With presents laden from the port, To gratify the queen and gain the court. I mean to plunge the boy in pleasing sleep, And ravish in Idalian bow'rs to keep On high Cythera, that the sweet deceit May pass unseen, and none prevent the cheat. Take thou his form and shape, I beg the grace, But only for a night's revolving space. Thyself a boy, assume a boy's dissembled face, That when, amidst the fervour of the feast, The Tyrian hugs and fonds thee on her breast, And with sweet kisses in her arms constrain, Thou mayst infuse thy venom in her veins. The god of love obeys, and sets aside His bow and quiver, and his plumy pride. He walks Iulus in his mother's sight, And in the sweet resemblance takes delight. The goddess then to young Ascanius flies, And in a pleasing slumber seals his eyes. Lull'd in her lap amidst a train of loves, She gently bears him to her blissful groves. Then with a wreath of myrtle crowns his head, And softly lays him in a flowery bed. Cupid meantime assum'd his form and face, Following Achates with a shorter pace, And brought the gifts. The queen already sate Amid the Trojan lords in shining state. High on a golden bed her princely guest Was next her side, in order sate the rest. Then canisters with bread are heap'd on high, The attendants water for their hands supply, And, having wash'd, with silken towels dry. Next 50 handmaids in long order bore The censers, and with fumes the gods adore. Then youths, and virgins twice as many, join To place the dishes, and to serve the wine. The Tyrian train, admitted to the feast, Approach, and on the painted couches rest. All on the Trojans' gifts with wonder gaze, But view the beauteous boy with more amaze. His rosy colour'd cheeks, his radiant eyes, His motions, voice, and shape, and all the gods disguise. Nor pass unprais'd the vest and veil divine, Which wandering foliage and which flowers intertwine. Far above the rest, the royal dame, Already doom'd to love's disastrous flame, With eyes insatiate and tumultuous joy, Beholds the presents, and admires the boy. The guileful god about the hero long With children's play and false embraces hung. Then sought the queen. She took him to her arms with greedy pleasure, And devour'd his charms. Unhappy Dido little thought what guest, How dire a god she drew so near her breast. But he, not mindless of his mother's pray'r, Works in the pliant bosom of the fair, And moulds her heart anew, and blots her former care. And dead is to the living love resign'd, And all Aeneas enters in her mind. Now, when the rage of hunger was appeas'd, The meat remov'd, and every guest was pleas'd, The golden bowls with sparkling wine are crown'd, And thro' the palace cheerful cries resound. From gilded roofs depending lamps display nocturnal beams that emulate the day. A golden bowl that shone with gems divine, the queen commanded to be crown'd with wine. That bowl that Belus us'd in all the Tyrian line. Then silence thro' the hall proclaim'd, she spoke: "O hospitable Jove, we thus invoke With solemn rites thy sacred name and pow'r. Bless to both nations this auspicious hour. So may the Trojan and the Tyrian line In lasting concord from this day combine. Thou, Bacchus, god of joys and friendly cheer, And gracious Juno, both be present here. And you, my lords of Tyre, your vows address To heav'n with mine, to ratify the peace." The goblet then she took, with nectar crown'd, Sprinkling the first libations on the ground, Then rais'd it to her mouth with sober grace. Then sipping, offer'd to the next to place. 'Twas Bitias whom she call'd, a thirsty soul. He took the challenge, and embrac'd the bowl. With pleasure swill'd the gold, nor ceas'd to draw, Till he the bottom of the brimmer saw. The goblet goes around. Iopus brought his golden lyre, and sung what ancient Atlas taught. The various labours of the wandering moon, And whence proceeds th' eclipses of the sun. The original of man and beast, and whence the rain arise, And fires their warmth dispense, and fix'd and erring stars dispose their influence. What shakes the earth? What cause delays the summer night, and shortens winter days? With peals of shouts the Tyrians praise the song. Those peals are echoed by the Trojans. The unhappy queen with talk prolong'd the night, And drank large draughts of love with vast delight. Of Priam much enquir'd, of Hector more, Then ask'd what arms the swarthy Menon wore, What troops he landed on the Trojan shore. The steeds of Diomed varied the discourse, And fierce Achilles with his matchless force. At length, as fate and her ill stars requir'd, To hear the series of the war desir'd, "Relate at large, my godlike guest," she said, "The Grecian stratagems, the town betray'd, The fatal issue of so long a war. Your flight, your wanderings, and your woes declare. For, since on every sea, on every coast, Your men have been distress'd, your navy toss'd, 7 times the sun has either tropic view'd, The winter banish'd, and the spring renew'd." End of Book 1. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia.
Book 2, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 2, How They Took the City, Part 1. All were attentive to the godlike man, when from his lofty couch he thus began: "Great queen, what you command me to relate Renews the sad remembrance of our fate. An empire from its old foundations rent, And every woe the Trojans underwent. A peopled city made a desert place. All that I saw, and part of which I was, Not even the hardest of our foes could hear, Nor stern Ulysses tell without a tear. And now the latter watch of wasting night, And setting stars to kindly rest invite. But since you take such interest in our woe, And Troy's disastrous end desire to know, I will restrain my tears, and briefly tell What in our last and fatal night befell. By destiny compell'd, and in despair, The Greeks grew weary of the tedious war, And by Minerva's aid a fabric rear'd, Which like a steed of monstrous height appear'd. The sides were plank'd with pine; they feign'd it made For their return, and thus this vow they paid. Thus they pretend, but in the hollow side Selected numbers of their soldiers hide, With inward arms the dire machines they load, and iron bowels stuff the dark abode. In sight of Troy lies Tenedos, an isle, while fortune did on Priam's empire smile. Renown'd for wealth, but since a faithless bay, where ships expos'd to wind and weather lay. There was their fleet conceal'd, we thought, for Greece. Their sails were hoisted, and our fears release. The Trojans, coop'd within their walls so long, unbar their gates, and issue in a throng, like swarming bees, and with delight survey the camp deserted, where the Grecians lay. The quarters of the sev'ral chiefs they show'd. Here Phoenix, here Achilles, made abode. Here join'd the battles, here the navy rode. Part on the pile their wond'ring eyes employ, the pile by Pallas rais'd to ruin Troy. Thymoetes first, 'tis as doubtful whether hir'd, or so the Trojan destiny requir'd, mov'd that the ramparts might be broken down, to lodge the monster fabric in the town. But Capys and the rest of sounder mind the fatal present to the flames design'd, or to the watery deep, at least to bore the hollow sides, and hidden frauds explore. The giddy vulgar, as their fancies guide, with noise say nothing, and in parts divide. Laocoon, follow'd by a num'rous crowd, ran from the fort, and cried from afar aloud: "O wretched countrymen, what fury reigns? What more than madness has possess'd your brains? Think you the Grecians from your coasts are gone? And are Ulysses' arts no better known? This hollow fabric either must enclose within its blind recesses our secret foes, or 'tis an engine rais'd above the town, to o'erlook the walls, and then to batter down. Somewhat is sure design'd, by fraud or force. Trust not their presence, nor admit the horse." Thus having said, against the steed he threw his forceful spear, which, hissing as flew, pierc'd thro' the yielding planks of jointed wood, and trembling in the hollow body stood. The sides, transpierc'd, return'd a rattling sound, and groans of Greeks enclos'd come issuing thro' the wound. And, had not Heav'n the fall of Troy design'd, or had not men been fated to be blind, enough was said and done to inspire a better mind. Then had our lances pierc'd the treach'rous wood, and Ilian towers and Priam's empire stood. Meantime, with shouts, the Trojan shepherds bring a captive Greek, in bands, before the king, taken to take, who made himself their prey, to impose on their belief, and Troy betray. Fix'd on his arm, and obstinately bent to die undaunted, or to circumvent. About the captive tides of Trojans flow, all press to see, and some insult the foe. Now hear how well the Greeks their wiles disguis'd. Behold a nation in a man compris'd. Trembling, the miscreant stood, unarm'd and bound. He star'd and roll'd his haggard eyes around, then said: "Alas, what earth remains? What sea is open to receive unhappy me? What fate a wretched fugitive attends, scorn'd by my foes, abandon'd by my friends?" He said, and sigh'd, and cast a rueful eye. Our pity kindles, and our passions die. We cheer youth to make his own defence, and freely tell us what he was, and whence. What news he could impart we long to know, and what to credit from a captive foe. His fear at length dismiss'd, he said: "Whate'er my fate ordains, my words shall be sincere. I neither can nor dare my birth disclaim. Greece is my country, Sinon is my name. Tho' plung'd by fortune's pow'r in misery, 'tis not in fortune's pow'r to make me lie. If any chance has hither brought me the name Of Palamedes, not unknown to fame, Who suffer'd from the malice of the times, Accus'd and sentenc'd for pretended crimes, Because these fatal wars he would prevent, Whose death the wretched Greeks too late lament. Me then a boy, my father poor and bare, Of other means committed to his care, His kinsman and companion in the war. Well fortune favour'd, while his arms support The cause, and rul'd the councils of the court. I made some figure there, nor was my name obscure, nor I without my share of fame. But when Ulysses with fallacious arts had made impression in the people's hearts, and forged a treason in my patron's name, I speak of things too far divulged by fame, my kinsman fell; then I without support in private mourn'd his loss, and left the court. Mad as I was, I could not bear his fate with silent grief, but loudly blam'd the state, and curs'd the direful author of my woes. 'Twas told again, and hence my ruin rose. I threaten'd, if indulgent Heav'n once more would land me safely on my native shore, his death with double vengeance to restore. This mov'd the murderer's hate, and thus ensued th' effects of malice from a man so proud. Ambiguous rumours thro' the camp he spread, and sought by treason my devoted head. New crimes invented, left unturn'd no stone, to make my guilt appear, and hide his own, till Calchas was by force and threat'ning wrought. But why dwell I on that anxious thought? If on my nation just revenge you seek, And it is to appear a foe, to appear a Greek, already you my name and country know. Assuage your thirst of blood, and strike the blow. My death will both the kingly brothers please, And set insatiate Ithacus at ease. This fair unfinish'd tale, these broken starts, Rais'd expectations in our longing hearts, Unknowing as we were in Grecian arts. His former trembling once again renew'd, With acted fear the villain thus pursued. Long had the Grecians, tir'd with fruitless care, And wearied with an unsuccessful war, Resolv'd to raise the siege, and leave the town; And, had the gods permitted, they had gone. But oft the wintry seas and southern winds Withstood their passage home, and chang'd their minds. Portents and prodigies their souls amaz'd, But most, when this stupendous pile was rais'd. Then flaming meteors hung in air were seen, And thunders rattled thro' a sky serene. Dismay'd, and fearful of some dire event, Eurypylus to enquire their fate was sent. He from the gods this dreadful answer brought: "O Grecians, when the Trojan shores you sought, Your passage with a virgin's blood was bought. So must your safe return be bought again, And Grecian blood once more t' atone the main." The spreading rumour round the people ran; All fear'd, and each believ'd himself the man. Ulysses took th' advantage of their fright, Call'd Calchas, and produc'd in open sight. Then bade him name the wretch, ordain'd by fate, The public victim, to redeem the state. Already some presaged the dire event, And saw what sacrifice Ulysses meant. For twice 5 days th' old seer withstood Th' intended treason, and was dumb to blood, Till, tir'd with endless clamours and pursuit Of Ithacus, he stood no longer mute; But, as it was agreed, pronounc'd that I Was destin'd by the wrathful gods to die. All prais'd the sentence, pleas'd the storm should fall On one alone, whose fury threaten'd all. The dismal day was come; the priests prepare Their leaven'd cakes, and fillets for my hair. I follow'd nature's laws, and must avow I broke my bonds, and fled the fatal blow. Hid in a weedy lake all night I lay, Secure of safety when they sail'd away. But now what further hopes for me remain? To see my friends, or native soil again? My tender infants, or my careful sire, Whom they returning will to death require, Will perpetrate on them their first design, And take the forfeit of their heads for mine. Which I, if pity mortal minds could move, If there be faith below, or gods above, If innocence and truth can claim desert, Ye Trojans, from an injur'd wretch avert. False tears true pity move. The king commands To loose his fetters, and unbind his hands. Then adds these friendly words: "Dismiss thy fears; Forget the Greeks; be mine, as thou wert theirs. But truly tell, was it for force or guile, Or some religious end, you rais'd the pile?" Thus said the king. He, full of fraudful arts, This well-invented tale for truth imparts. "Ye lamps of heav'n!" he said, and lifted high His hands, "now free, thou venerable sky! Inviolable pow'rs, adorn'd with dread! Ye fatal fillets that once bound this head! Ye sacred altars, from whose flames I fled! Be of all adjur'd, and grant I may Without a crime th' ungrateful Greeks betray; Reveal the secrets of the guilty state, And justly punish whom I hate. But you, O king, preserve the faith you gave, If I, to save myself, your empire save. The Grecian hopes, and all th' attempts they made, Were only founded on Minerva's aid. But from the time when impious Diomed, And false Ulysses, that inventive head, Her fatal image from the temple drew, The sleeping guardians of the castle slew. Her virgin statue, with the bloody hands, Polluted and profan'd her holy bands. From thence the tide of fortune left their shore, And ebb'd much faster than it flow'd before. Their courage languish'd, as their hopes decay'd, And Pallas, now adverse, refus'd her aid. Nor did the goddess doubtfully declare Her alter'd mind and alienated care. When first her fatal image touch'd the ground, She sternly cast her glaring eyes around, That sparkled as they roll'd, and seem'd to threat. Her heav'nly limbs distill'd a briny sweat. Thrice from the ground she leapt, and was seen to wield Her brandish'd lance, and shake her horrid shield. Then Calchas bade our host for flight, And hope no conquest from the tedious war. Till first they sail'd for Greece, their pray'rs besought Her injur'd pow'r, and better omens brought. And now their navy plows the watery main, Yet soon expect it on your shores again. With Pallas pleas'd, as Calchas did ordain, But first to reconcile the blue-eyed maid, For her stolen statue and her tow'r betray'd. Warn'd by the steer to her offended name, We rais'd and dedicated this wondrous frame, So lofty, lest thro' your forbidden gates It pass, and intercept our better fates. For once admitted there, our hopes are lost, And Troy may then a new Palladium boast. For so religion and gods ordain, That, if you violate with hands profane Minerva's gift, your town in flames shall burn. Which omen, O ye gods, on Grecia turn! But, if it climb with your assisting hands The Trojan walls, and in the city stands, Then Troy shall Argos and Mycenae burn, And the reverse of fate on us return. With such deceits he gain'd their easy hearts, Too prone to credit his perfidious arts. What Diomede, nor Thetis' greater son, 1,000 ships, nor 10 years' siege had done. False tears and fawning words the city won. A greater omen, and of worse portent, Did our unwary minds with fear torment, Concurring to produce the dire event. Laocoon, Neptune's priest by lot that year, With solemn pomp then sacrific'd a steer. When, dreadful to behold, from the sea we spied 2 serpents, rank abreast, the seas divide, And smoothly seep along the swelling tide. Their flaming crests above the waves they show, Their bellies seem to burn the seas below. Their speckled tails advance to steer their course, And on the sounding shore the flying billows force. And now the strand, and now the plain they held. Their ardent eyes with bloody streaks were fill'd. Their nimble tongues they brandish'd as they came, And lick'd their hissing jaws that sputter'd flame. We fled amaz'd, their destined way to take, And to Laocoon and to his children make. At first round the tender boys they wind, Then with their sharpen'd fangs their limbs and bodies grind. The wretched father running to their aid, With pious haste, but vain, they next invade. Twice round his waist their winding volumes roll'd, And twice about his gasping throat they fold. The priest, thus doubly chok'd, their crests divide, And tow'ring o'er his head in triumph ride. With both his hands he labours at the knots, His holy fillets the blue venom blots. His roaring fills the flitting air around. Thus, when an ox receives a glancing wound, He breaks his bands, the fatal altar flies, And with loud bellowing breaks the yielding skies. Their tasks perform'd, the serpents quit their prey, And to the tow'r of Pallas make their way. Couch'd at her feet, they lie protected there By her large buckler and protended spear. Amazement seizes all. The general cry Proclaims Laocoon justly doom'd to die. whose hand the will of Pallas had withstood, and dared to violate the sacred wood. All vote to admit the steed, that vows be paid, and incense offer'd to th' offended maid. A spacious breach is made; the town lies bare; some hoisting levers, some the wheels prepare, and fasten to the horses' feet the rest, with cables haul along th' unwieldly beast. Each on his own fellow for assistance calls; at length the fatal fabric mounts the walls. Big with destruction, boys with chaplets crown'd, and choirs of virgins, sing and dance around. Thus rais'd aloft, and then descending down, it enters o'er our heads, and threats the town. O sacred city, built by hands divine! O valiant heroes of the Trojan line! 4 times he struck, as oft the clashing sound Of arms were heard, and inward groans rebound. Yet, mad with zeal, and blinded with our fate, We haul along the horse in solemn state. Then place the dire portent within the tow'r. Cassandra cried, and curs'd th' unhappy hour; Foretold our fate: but, by the gods' decree, All heard, but none believ'd the prophecy. With branches we the fanes adorn, and waste In jollity the day ordain'd to be the last. Meantime the rapid heav'ns roll'd down the light, And on the shaded ocean rush'd the night. Our men secure, nor guards nor sentries held, But easy sleep their weary limbs compell'd. The Grecians had embark'd their naval pow'rs From Tenedos, and sought our well known shores. Safe under covert of the silent night, And guided by th' imperial galley's light, When Sinon, favour'd by the partial gods, Unlock'd the horse, and oped his dark abodes, Restor'd to the vital air our hidden foes, Who joyful from their long confinement rose; Tysander bold, and Sthenelus their guide, And dire Ulysses down the cable slide. Then Thoas, Athamas, and Pyrrhus haste; Nor was the Podalirian hero last, Nor injur'd Menelaus, nor the fam'd Epeius, who the fatal engine fram'd. A nameless crowd succeed, their forces join'd, T' invade the town, oppress'd with sleep and wine. Those few they find awake first meet their fate; Then to their fellows they unbar the gate. 'Twas in the dead of the night, when sleep repairs, Our bodies worn with toils, our minds with cares, When Hector's ghost before my sight appears. A bloody shroud he seem'd, and bath'd in tears, Such as he was, when, by Pelides slain, Thessalian coursers dragg'd him o'er the plain. Swollen were his feet, as when the thongs were thrust Thro' the bor'd holes; his body black with dust, Unlike that Hector who return'd from toils Of war triumphant in Achaean spoils, Or him who made the fainting Greeks retire, And launch'd from their navy Phrygian fire. His hair and beard stood stiffen'd with his gore; All the wounds he for his country bore Now stream'd afresh, and with new purple ran. I wept to see the visionary man, And, while my trance continued, thus began: "O light of Trojans, and support of Troy, Thy father's champion, and thy country's joy! O long expected by thy friends! from whence Art thou so late return'd for our defence? Do we behold thee, wearied as we are With length of labours, and with toils of war? After so many funerals of our own, Art thou restor'd to thy declining town? But say, what wounds are these? What new disgrace Deforms the manly features of thy face?" To this the spectre no reply did frame, But answer'd to the cause for which he came, And, groaning from the bottom of his breast, This warning in these mournful words express'd: "O goddess born, escape by timely flight The flames and horrors of this fatal night. The foes already have possess'd the wall; Troy nods from high, and totters to her fall. Enough is paid to Priam's royal name, More than enough to duty and to fame. If by a mortal hand my father's throne Could be defended, 'twas by mine alone. Now Troy to thee commends her future state, And gives her gods companions of thy fate. From their assistance walls expect, Which, wand'ring long, at last thou shalt erect. He said, and brought to me, from their blest abodes, the venerable statues of the gods, with ancient Vesta from the sacred choir, the wreaths and relics of th' immortal fire. Now peals of shouts came thund'ring from afar, cries, threats, and loud laments, and mingled war. The noise approaches, tho' our palace stood Aloof from streets, encompass'd with a wood. Louder, and yet more loud, I hear th' alarms Of human cries distinct, and clashing arms. Fear broke my slumbers; I no longer stay, But mount the terrace, thence the town survey, And hearken what the frightful sounds convey. Thus, when a flood of fire by wind is borne, Crackling it rolls, and mows the standing corn; Or deluges, descending on the plains, Sweeping o'er the yellow year, destroy the pains Of lab'ring oxen, and peasants' gains; Unroot the forest oaks, and bear away Flocks, folds, and trees, and undistinguish'd prey. The shepherd climbs the cliff, and sees from afar The wasteful ravaging of the wat'ry war. Then Hector's faith was manifestly clear'd, And the Grecian frauds in open light appear'd. The palace of Deiphobus ascends In smoky flames, and catches on his friends. Ucalegon burns next. The seas are bright With splendor not their own, and shine with Trojan light. New clamors and new clangors now arise, The sound of trumpets mix'd with fighting cries. With frenzy seiz'd, I run to meet th' alarms, Resolv'd on death, resolv'd to die in arms. But first to gather friends, and with them to oppose, If fortune favour'd, and repel the foes. Spurr'd by my courage, and by my country fir'd With sense of honour, and revenge inspir'd. Pantheus, Apollo's priest, a sacred name, Had 'scaped the Grecian swords, and pass'd the flame. With relics loaded, to my doors he fled, And by the hand of his tender grandson led. What hope, O Pantheus? Whither can we run? Where make a stand? and what yet may be done? Scarce, said I, when Pantheus, with a groan: "Troy's no more, and Ilium was a town. The fatal day, th' appointed hour is come, When wrathful Jove's irrevocable doom Transfers the Trojan state to Grecian hands. The fire consumes the town; the foe commands, And arm'd hosts, an unexpected force, Break from the bows of the fatal horse. Within the gates proud Sinon throws about The flames, and foes for entrance press without, With thousand others, whom I fear to name, More than from Argos or Mycenae came. To sev'ral posts their parties they divide; Some block the narrow streets, some scour the wide. The bold they kill, th' unwary they surprise. Who fights finds death, and death finds him who flies. The warders of the gate but scarce maintain The unequal combat, and resist in vain. I heard; and Heav'n, that well-born soul inspires, Prompts me thro' lifted swords, and rising fires, To run where clashing arms and clamour calls, And rush undaunted to defend the walls. Ripheus and Iphitus by my side engage, For valour one renown'd, and one for age. Dymas and Hypanis by moonlight knew My motions, and my mien, and to my party drew. With young Corybus, who by love was led To win renown, and fair Cassandra's bed, And lately brought his troops to Priam's aid, Forewarn'd in vain by the prophetic maid. Whom when I saw, resolv'd in arms to fall, And that one spirit animated all. "Brave souls," said I, "but brave, alas, in vain! Come, finish what our cruel fates ordain. You see the desp'rate state of our affairs, And Heav'n's protecting pow'rs are deaf to pray'rs. The passive gods, behold, the Greeks defile Their temples, and abandon to the spoil Their own abodes. We, feeble few, conspire To save a sinking town, involv'd in fire. Then let us fall, but fall amidst our foes. Despair of life the means of living shows." So bold a speech encourag'd their desire Of death, and added fuel to their fire. As hungry wolves, with raging appetite, Scour thro' the fields, nor fear the stormy night. Their whelps at home expect the promis'd food, And long to temper their dry chaps in blood. So rush'd we forth at once, resolv'd to die, Resolv'd in death the last extremes to try. We leave the narrow lanes behind, and dare the unequal combat in the public square. Night was our friend, our leader was despair. What tongue can tell the slaughter of that night? What eyes can weep the sorrows and affright? An ancient and imperial city falls; the streets are filled with frequent funerals; houses and holy temples float in blood, and hostile nations make a common flood. Not only Trojans fall, but, in their turn, the vanquish'd triumph, and the victors mourn. Ours take courage from despair and night; confus'd the fortune is, confus'd the fight. All parts resound with tumults, plaints, and fears, and grisly death in sundry shapes appears. Androgeos fell among us, with his band, Who thought us Grecians newly come to land. "From whence," said he, "my friends, this long delay? You loiter, while the spoils are borne away. Our ships are laden with the Trojan store, And you, like truants, come too late ashore." He said, but soon corrected his mistake, Found by the doubtful answers which we make. Amaz'd, he would have shunn'd th' unequal fight; But we, more numerous, intercepted his flight. As when some peasant in a bushy brake Has with unwary footing press'd a snake, He starts aside, astonish'd, when he spies His rising crest, blue neck, and rolling eyes. So from our arms surpris'd Androgeos flies. In vain; for him and his we compass'd round, Possess'd with fear, unknowing of the ground, And of their lives an easy conquest found. Thus fortune on our first endeavour smil'd. Coroebus then, with youthful hopes beguil'd, Swoln with success and a daring mind, This new invention fatally design'd. "My friends," said he, "since fortune shows the way, 'Tis fit that we should th' auspicious guide obey. For what has she these Grecian arms bestow'd, But their destruction, and the Trojans' good? Then change we shields, and their devices bear; Let fraud supply the want of force in war. They find us arms." This said, himself he dress'd In dead Androgeos' spoils; his upper vest, His painted buckler, and his plumy crest. Thus Ripheus, Dymas, all the Trojan train, Lay down their own attire, and strip the slain. Mix'd with the Greeks, we go with ill presage, Flatter'd with hopes to glut our greedy rage. Unknown, assaulting whom we blindly met, And strew with Grecian carcasses the street. Thus, while their straggling parties we defeat, Some to the shore and safer ships retreat; And some, oppress'd with more ignoble fear, Remount the hollow horse, and pant in secret there. But ah! what use of valour can be made, When Heav'n's propitious pow'rs refuse their aid? Behold the royal prophetess, the fair Cassandra, dragg'd by her dishevel'd hair, Whom not Minerva's shrine, nor sacred bands, In safety could protect from sacrilegious hands. On heav'n she cast her eyes; she sigh'd, she cried; 'Twas all she could; her tender arms were tied. So sad a sight Coroebus could not bear, But, fir'd with rage, distracted with despair, Amid the barb'rous ravishers he flew. Our leader's rash example we pursue; But storms of stones from the proud temple's height Pour down, and on our batter'd helms alight. We from our friends receiv'd this fatal blow, Who thought us Grecians, as we seem'd in show. They aim at the mistaken crests, from high, And ours beneath the pond'rous ruins lie. Then, mov'd with anger, and disdain to see Their troops dispers'd, the royal virgins free, The Grecians rally, and their pow'rs unite; With fury charge us, and renew the fight. The brother kings, with Ajax, join their force, And the whole squadron of Thessalian horse. End of Book 2, Part 1. Book 2, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 2. How They Took the City. Part 2. Thus when the rival winds their quarrel try, Contending for the kingdom of the sky, South, east, and west on airy coursers borne, the whirlwind gathers, and the woods are torn. Then Nereus strikes the deep, the billows rise, and mix'd with ooze and sand pollute the skies. And troops we squander'd first again appear from several quarters, and enclose the rear. They first observe, and to the rest betray our different speech, and our borrow'd arms survey. Oppress'd with odds, we fall. Corybus first, at Pallas' altar, by Peneleus pierc'd. Then Ripheus follow'd in th' unequal fight, just of his word, observant of the right. Heav'n thought not so. Dymas their fate attends, with Hypanis, mistaken by their friends. Nor Pantheus thee, thy mitre, nor the bands of awful Phoebus, saved from impious hands. Ye Trojan flames, your testimony bear what I perform'd and what I suffer'd there. No sword avoiding, in the fateful strife, exposed to death, and prodigal of life. Witness, ye heavens, I live not by my fault. I strove to have deserved the death I sought. But, when I could not fight, and would have died, borne off to distance by the growing tide, old Iphitus and I were hurried thence, with Peleus wounded, and without defence. New clamors from the invested palace ring. We run to die, or disengage the king. So hot th' assault, so high the tumult rose, while ours defend, and while the Greeks oppose, as all that Dardan and Argolic race had been contracted in that narrow space; or as Ilium else were void of fear, and tumult, war, and slaughter only there. Their targets in a tortoise cast, the foes, securely advancing, to the turrets rose. Some mount the scaling ladders; some, more bold, swerve upwards, and by posts and pillars hold. Their left hand gripes their bucklers in the ascent, and with their right they seize the battlement. From their demolish'd towers the Trojans throw huge heaps of stones, that, falling, crush the foe, and heavy beams and rafters from the sides. Such arms their last necessity provides, and gilded roofs come tumbling from on high, the marks of state and of ancient royalty. The guards below, fix'd in the pass, attend the charge undaunted, and the gate defend. Renew'd in courage, and with recover'd breath, a second time we ran to tempt our death. To clear the palace from the foe, succeed the weary living, and revenge the dead. A postern door, yet unobserv'd and free, join'd by the length of a blind gallery, to the king's closet led, a way well known to Hector's wife, while Priam held the throne, thro' which she brought Astyanax unseen, to cheer his grandsire and his grandsire's queen. Thro' this we pass, and mount the tower, from whence with unavailing arms the Trojans make defence. From this the trembling king had oft descried the Grecian camp, and saw their navy ride. Beams from its lofty height with swords we hew, then, wrenching with our hands, the assault renew. And, where the rafters on the columns meet, we push them headlong with our arms and feet. The lightning flies not swifter than the fall, nor thunder louder than the ruin'd wall. Down goes the top at once; the Greeks beneath are piecemeal torn, or pounded into death. Yet more succeed, and more to death are sent. We cease not from above, nor they below relent. Before the gate stood Pyrrhus, threat'ning loud, with glittering arms, conspicuous in the crowd. So shines, renew'd in youth, the crested snake, who slept the winter in a thorny brake, and, casting off his slough when spring returns, now looks aloft, and with new glory burns. Restor'd with poisonous herbs, his ardent sides reflect the sun, and rais'd on spires he rides. High o'er the grass, hissing, he rolls along, and brandishes by fits his forky tongue. Proud Periphas and fierce Automedon, his father's charioteer, together run. To force the gate, the Scyrian infantry rush'd in on crowds, and the barr'd passage free. Ent'ring the court, with shouts the skies they rend, and flaming firebrands to the roofs ascend. Himself among the foremost deals the blows, and with his ax repeated strokes bestows. On the strong doors then all their shoulders ply, till from the posts the brazen hinges fly. He hews apace; the double bars at length yield to his ax and unresisted strength. A mighty breach is made; the rooms conceal'd, appear, and all the palace is reveal'd, the halls of audience and of public state, and where the lonely queen in secret sate. Arm'd soldiers now by trembling maids are seen, with not a door, and scarce a space between. The house is fill'd with loud laments and cries, and shrieks of women rend the vaulted skies. The fearful matrons run from place to place, and kiss the thresholds, and the posts embrace. The fatal work inhuman Pyrrhus plies, and all his father sparkles in his eyes. Nor bars, nor fighting guards his force sustain; the bars are broken, and the guards are slain. In rush the Greeks, and all th' apartments fill; those few defendants whom they find, they kill. Not with so fierce a rage the foaming flood roars when he finds his rapid course withstood; bears down the dams with unresisted sway, and sweeps the cattle and the cots away. These eyes beheld him when he march'd between the brother kings. I saw th' unhappy queen, the 100 wives, and where old Priam stood to stain his hallowed altar with his brood. The 50 nuptial beds; such hopes had he, so large a promise of a progeny. The posts of plated gold, and hung with spoils, fell the reward of the proud victor's toils. Wherever the raging fire had left a space, the Grecians enter and possess the place. Perhaps you may of Priam's fate enquire. He, when he saw his regal town on fire, his ruin'd palace, and his entering foes, on every side inevitable woes, in arms disus'd, invest his limbs decay'd, like them with age, a late and useless aid. His feeble shoulders scarce the weight sustain; loaded, not arm'd, he creeps along with pain, despairing of success, ambitious to be slain. Uncover'd, but by Heav'n there stood in view an altar; near the hearth a laurel grew, dotted with age, whose bough encompass round the household gods, and shade the holy ground. Here Hecuba, with her helpless train of dames, for shelter sought, but sought in vain. Driv'n like a flock of doves along the sky, their images they hug, and to their altars fly. The queen, when she beheld her trembling lord, and hanging by his side a heavy sword, "What rage," she cried, "has seiz'd my husband's mind? What arms are these, and to what use design'd? These times want other aids. Were Hector here, ev'n Hector now in vain, like Priam, would appear. With us one common shelter thou shalt find, or in one common fate with us be join'd." She said, and with a last salute embrac'd the poor old man, and by the laurel plac'd. Behold, Polites, one of Priam's sons, pursued by Pyrrhus, there for safety runs. Thro' swords and foes, amaz'd and hurt, he flies, thro' empty courts and open galleries. Him Pyrrhus, urging with his lance, pursues, and often reaches, and his thrusts renews. The youth, transfix'd with lamentable cries, expires before his wretched parents' eyes; whom, gasping at his feet, when Priam saw, the fear of death gave place to nature's law. And shaking more with anger than with age, "The gods," said he, "requite thy brutal rage. As sure they will, barbarian, sure they must, If there be gods in heav'n, and gods be just, Who takest in wrongs an insolent delight, With a son's death t' infect a father's sight. Nor he, whom thou in lying fame conspire To call thee his, not he, thy vaunted sire. Thy us'd my wretched age; the gods he fear'd, The laws of nature and of nations heard. He cheer'd my sorrows, and for sums of gold The bloody carcass of my Hector sold; Pitied the woes a parent underwent, And sent me back in safety from his tent." This said, his feeble hand a jav'lin threw, Which, flutt'ring, seem'd to loiter as it flew. Just, and but barely, to a mark it held, And faintly tinkled on the brazen shield. Then Pyrrhus said: "Go thou from me to fate, And to my father my foul deeds relate. Now die!" And with that he dragg'd the trembling sire, Sliddering thro' the clotter'd blood and holy mire. The mingled paste his murder'd son had made, Haul'd from beneath the violated shade, And on the sacred pile the royal victim laid. His right hand held his bloody falchion bare, His left he twisted in his hoary hair. Then, with a speeding thrust, his heart he found; The lukewarm blood came rushing thro' the wound; The sanguine streams distain'd the sacred ground. Thus Priam fell, and shared one common fate, And with Troy in ashes, and his ruin'd state. He, who the scepter of all Asia sway'd, Whom monarchs like domestic slaves obey'd. On the bleak shore now lies th' abandon'd king, A headless carcass, and a nameless thing. Then, not before, I felt my curdled blood Congeal with fear; my hair with horror stood. My father's image fill'd my pious mind, Lest equal years might equal fortune find. Again I thought of my forsaken wife, And trembled for my son's abandon'd life. I look'd about, but found myself alone. Deserted at my need, my friends were gone. Some spent with toil, some with despair oppress'd, Leap'd headlong from the heights; the flames consum'd the rest. Thus, wand'ring in my way, without a guide, The graceless Helen in the porch I spied Of Vesta's temple; there she lurk'd alone. Muffled she sate, and what she could, unknown. But, by the flames that cast their blaze around, That common bane of Greece and Troy I found. For Ilium burns; she dreads the Trojan sword, More dreads the vengeance of her injur'd lord. Ev'n by those gods who refug'd her aboard, Trembled with rage; the strumpet I regard, Resolv'd to give her guilt the due reward. Shall she triumphant sail before the wind, And leave in flames unhappy Troy behind? Shall she her kingdom and her friends review, In state attended with a captive crew, While unreveng'd the good old Priam falls, And Grecian fires consume the Trojan walls? For this the Phrygian fields and Xanthian flood Were swell'd with bodies, and were drunk with blood? 'Tis true, a soldier can small honour gain, And boast no conquest from a woman slain. Yet shall the fact not pass without applause, Of vengeance taken in so just a cause. The punish'd crime shall set my soul at ease, The murmuring manes of my friends appease. Thus while I rave, a gleam of pleasing light Spread over the palace, and shining heav'nly bright, My mother stood reveal'd before my sight. Never so radiant did her eyes appear; Not her own star confess'd a light so clear. Great in her charms, as, when on gods above She looks, and breathes herself into their love. She held my hand, the destin'd blow to break; Then from her rosy lips began to speak: "My son, from whence this madness, this neglect Of my commands, and those whom I protect? Why this unmanly rage? Recall to mind Whom you forsake, what pledges leave behind. Look if your helpless father yet survive, Or if Ascanius or Creusa live. Around your house the greedy Grecians err, And these had perish'd in the nightly war, But in my presence and protecting care. Not Helen's face, nor Paris was in fault, But by the gods was this destruction brought. Now cast thy eyes around, while I dissolve The mists and films that mortal eyes involve. Purge from your sight the dross, and make you see The shape of ev'ry avenging deity. Enlighten'd thus, my just commands fulfil, Nor fear obedience to thy mother's will. Where yon disorder'd heap of ruin lies, Stones rent from stones, where clouds of dust arise, Amid that smother Neptune holds his place; Below the wall's foundation drives his mace, And heaves the building from the solid base. Look where, in arms, imperial Juno stands, Full in the Scaean gate, with loud commands, Urging on shore the tardy Grecian bands. See, see! Pallas, on her snakely buckler proud, Bestrides the tow'r, refulgent thro' the crowd. See, Jove new courage to the foe supplies, And arms against the town the partial deities. Haste hence, my son; this fruitless labour end. Haste, where your trembling spouse and sire attend. Haste, and a mother's care your passage shall befriend." She said, and swiftly vanish'd from my sight, Obscur'd in clouds and gloomy shades of night. I look'd, I listen'd; dreadful sounds I hear, And the dire forms of hostile gods appear. Troy sunk in flames I saw, nor could prevent; And Ilium from its old foundations rent, Rent, like a mountain ash, which dar'd the winds, And stood the sturdy strokes of lab'ring hinds. About the roots the cruel ax resounds, And stumps are pierc'd with oft-repeated wounds. The war is felt on high; the nodding crown Now threats a fall, and throws the leafy honours down. To their united force it yields, tho' late. and mourns with mortal groans th' approaching fate. The roots no more their upper load sustain, but down she falls, and spreads a ruin thro' the plain. Descending thence, I scrape thro' foes and fire. Before the goddess foes and flames retire. Arriv'd at home, he, for whose only sake, or most for his, such toils I undertake, the good Ancestor, whom, by timely flight, I propos'd to secure on Ida's height, refus'd the journey, resolute to die, and added his funerals to the fate of Troy. Rather than exile and old age sustain, go you, whose blood runs warm in ev'ry vein. Had Heav'n decreed that I should life enjoy, Heav'n had decreed to save unhappy Troy. 'Tis sure enough, if not too much for one, twice to have seen our Ilium overthrown. Make haste to save the poor remaining crew, and give this useless corpse a long adieu. These weak old hands suffice to stop my breath; at least pitying the foes will aid my death. To take my spoils, and leave my body bare. As for my sepulcher, let Heav'n take care. 'Tis long since I, for my celestial wife, loathed by the gods, had dragg'd a ling'ring life. Since every hour and moment I expire, blasted from heav'n by Jove's avenging fire. This oft repeated, he stood fix'd to die. Myself, my wife, my son, my family, entreat, pray, beg, and raise a doleful cry. What! will he still persist, on death resolve, And in his ruin all his house involve? He still persists, his reason to maintain. Our prayers, our tears, our loud laments are vain. Urg'd by despair, again I go to try The fate of arms, resolv'd in fight to die. What hope remains, but what my death must give? Can I, without so dear a father, live? You term it prudence; what I baseness call. Could such a word from such a parent fall? If fortune please, and so the gods ordain, That nothing should of ruin'd Troy remain, And you conspire with fortune to be slain, The way to death is wide, th' approach is near; For soon relentless Pyrrhus will appear, Reeking with Priam's blood, the wretch who slew The son inhuman in the father's view. And then the sire himself to the dire altar drew. O goddess mother, give me back to fate! Your gift was undesir'd, and came too late. Did you, for this, unhappy me convey Thro' foes and fires, to see my house a prey? Shall I my father, wife, and son behold, Welt'ring in blood, each other's arms enfold? Haste, gird my sword, though spent and overcome; 'Tis the last summons to receive our doom. I hear thee, Fate, and I obey thy call. Not unreveng'd the foe shall see my fall. Restore me the yet unfinish'd fight; My death is wanting to conclude the night. Arm'd once again, my glitt'ring sword I wield, While the other hand sustains my weighty shield, And forth I rush to seek th' abandon'd field. I went, but sad Creusa stopp'd my way, And cross'd the threshold; in my passage lay, Embrac'd my knees, and, when I would have gone, Show'd me my feeble sire and tender son. "If death be your design at least," said she, "Take us along to share your destiny. If any farther hopes in arms remain, This place, these pledges of your love maintain. To whom do you expose your father's life? Your son's, and mine, your now forgotten wife." While thus she fills the house with clamouring cries, Our hearing is diverted by our eyes. For while I held my son, in the short space Betwixt our kisses and our last embrace, strange to relate, from young Iulus' head A lambent flame arose, which gently spread Around his brows, and on his temples fed. Amaz'd, with running water we prepare To quench the sacred fire, and slake his hair. But old Ancestor, vers'd in omens, rear'd His hands to heav'n, and this request preferr'd: "If any vows almighty Jove can bend, Thy will, if piety can pray'rs commend, Confirm the glad presage which thou art pleas'd to send." Scarce had he said, when on our left we hear A peal of rattling thunder roll in air. There shot a streaming lamp across the sky, Which on the winged lightning seem'd to fly. From o'er the roof the blaze began to move, And, trailing, vanish'd in the Idaean grove. It swept a path in heav'n, and shone a guide. then in a steaming stench of sulphur died. The good old man with suppliant hands implored the gods' protection, and their star adored. Now, now, said he, my son, no more delay. I yield, I follow where heav'n shows the way. Keep, O my country gods, our dwelling place, and guard this relic of the Trojan race, this tender child. These omens are your own, and you can yet restore the ruined town. At least accomplish what your signs foreshow. I stand resigned, and am prepar'd to go. He said. The crackling fires appear on high, and driving sparkles dance along the sky. With Vulcan's rage the rising winds conspire, and near our palace roll the flood of fire. Haste, my dear father, 'tis no time to wait, and load my shoulders with a willing freight. Whate'er befalls, your life shall be my care. One death or one deliv'rance we will share. My hand shall lead our little son, and you, my faithful consort, shall our steps pursue. Next, you, my servants, heed my strict commands. Without the walls a ruined temple stands. To Ceres, hallow'd once, a cypress nigh Shoots up her venerable head on high. By long religion kept, there bend thy feet, And in divided parties let us meet. Our country gods, the relics and the bands, Hold you, my father, in your guiltless hands. In me 'tis impious holy things to bear, Red as I am with slaughter, new from war, Till in some living stream I cleanse the guilt Of dire debate, and blood and battle spilt. Thus ordering all that prudence could provide, I clothe my shoulders with a lion's hide, And yellow spoils; then, on my bending back, The welcome load of my father take. When on my better hand Ascanius hung, And with unequal paces tripp'd along, Creusa kept behind; by choice we stray Thro' ev'ry dark and ev'ry devious way. I, who so bold and dauntless just before The Grecian darts and shocks of lances bore, At ev'ry shadow now am seiz'd with fear, Not for myself, but for the charges I bear. Till, near the ruin'd gate arriv'd at last, Secure, and deeming all the danger past, A frightful noise of trampling feet we hear. My father, looking thro' the shades with fear, Cried out: Haste, haste, my son, the foes are nigh; Their swords and shining armour I descry. Some hostile god, for some unknown offence, Had sure bereft my mind of better sense. For, while thro' winding ways I took my flight, And sought the shelter of the gloomy night, Alas! I lost Creusa: hard to tell If by her fatal destiny she fell, Or weary sate, or wandering with affright; But she was lost for ever to my sight. I knew not, nor reflected, till I meet My friends at Ceres' now deserted seat. We met; no one was wanting; only she Deceiv'd her friends, her son, and wretched me. What mad expressions did my tongue refuse! Whom did I not, of gods and men, accuse! This was the fatal blow, that pain'd me more Than all I felt from ruin'd Troy before. Stung with my loss, and raving with despair, Abandoning my now forgotten care, Of counsel, comfort, and of hope bereft, My sire, my son, my country gods I left. In shining armour once again I sheathe My limbs, not feeling wounds, nor fearing death. Then headlong to the burning walls I run, And seek the danger I was forc'd to shun. I tread my former tracks, thro' the night explore Ev'ry passage, ev'ry street I cross'd before. All things were full of horror and affright, And dreadful ev'n the silence of the night. Then to my father's house I make repair, With some small glimpses of hope to find her there. Instead of her, the cruel Greeks I met. The house was fill'd with foes, with flames beset. Driv'n on the wings of winds, whole sheets of fire Thro' air transported to the roofs aspire. From whence to Priam's palace I resort, And search the citadel and desert court. Then, unobserv'd, I pass'd by Juno's church. The guard of Grecians had possess'd the porch. There Phoenix and Ulysses watch prey, And thither all the wealth of Troy convey: The spoils which they from ransack'd houses brought, And golden bowls from burning altars caught; The tables of the gods, the purple vests, The people's treasure, and the pomp of priests; A rank of wretched youths with pinion'd hands, And captive matrons in long order stands. Then With ungovern'd madness I proclaim, thro' all the silent street, Creusa's name. Creusa still I call; at length she hears, And sudden thro' the shades of night appears. Appears, no more Creusa, nor my wife, But a pale spectre, larger than the life. Aghast, astonish'd, and struck dumb with fear, I stood; like bristles rose my stiffen'd hair. Then thus the ghost began to soothe my grief: "Nor tears nor cries can give the dead relief. Desist, my much lov'd lord, to indulge your pain: You bear no more than what the gods ordain. My fates permit me not from hence to fly, Nor he, the great controller of the sky. Long wand'ring ways for you the pow'rs decree; On land hard labours, and a length of sea. Then, after many painful years are past, On Latium's happy shore you shall be cast, Where gentle Tiber from his bed beholds The flow'ry meadows and the feeding folds. There end your toils, and there your fates provide A quiet kingdom, and a royal bride. There fortune shall the Trojan line restore, And for you, lost Creusa, weep no more. Fear not that I shall watch, with servile shame, Th' imperious looks of some proud Grecian dame; Or, stooping to the victor's lust, disgrace My goddess mother, or my royal race. And now farewell. The parent of the gods Restrains my fleeting soul in her abodes. I trust our common issue to your care," She said, and gliding pass'd, unseen in air. I strove to speak, but horror tied my tongue, And thrice about her neck my arms I flung, And thrice deceiv'd my vain embraces hung. Light as an empty dream at break of day, Or as a blast of wind, she rush'd away. Thus having pass'd the night in fruitless pain, I to my longing friends return again, Amaz'd th' augmented numbers to behold, Of men and matrons mix'd, of young and old, With arms appointed, and with treasure fraught, Resolv'd and willing under my command To run all the hazards both of sea and land. The morn began from Ida to display Her rosy cheeks, and Phosphor led the day. Before the gates the Grecians took their post, And all pretence of late relief was lost. I yield to fate, unwillingly retire, And, loaded, up the hill convey my sire. End of Book 2.
Book 3, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 3. Sea Wanderings and Strange Meetings. Part 1. When heav'n had overturn'd the Trojan state, And Priam's throne by too severe a fate; When ruin'd Troy became the Grecians' prey, And Ilium's lofty tow'rs in ashes lay; Warn'd by celestial omens, we retreat, To seek in foreign lands a happier seat. Near old Antandros, and at Ida's foot, The timber for the sacred groves we cut, And build our fleet, uncertain yet to find What place the gods for our repose assign'd. Friends daily flock, and scarce the kindly spring Began to clothe the ground, and birds to sing, When old Anchises summon'd all to see The crew my father and the fates obey. With sighs and tears I leave my native shore, And empty fields where Ilium stood before. My sire, my son, our less and greater gods, All sail at once, and cleave the briny floods. Against our coast appears a spacious land, Which once the fierce Lycurgus did command. Thracia the name, the people bold in war; Vast are their fields, and tillage is their care. A hospitable realm, while fate was kind, With Troy in friendship and religion join'd. I land, with luckless omens then adore Their gods, and draw a line along the shore. I lay the deep foundations of a wall, and Aeneas nam'd from me the city call. To Deionian Venus vows are paid, and all the powers that rising labours aid. A bull on Jove's imperial altar laid. Not far a rising hillock stood in view, sharp myrtles on the sides, and cornels grew. There, while I went to crop the sylvan scenes, and shade our altar with their leafy greens, I pull'd a plant, with horror I relate, a prodigy so strange and full of fate. The rooted fibres rose, and from the wound black bloody drops distill'd upon the ground. Mute and amaz'd my hair with terror stood, fear shrunk my sinews, and congeal'd my blood. Mann'd once again, another plant I try, that other gush'd with the same sanguine dye. Then, fearing guilt for some offence unknown, with pray'rs and vows the Dryads I atone. With all the sisters of the woods, and most the god of arms who rules the Thracian coast, that they or he these omens would avert, release our fears, and better signs impart. Clear'd as I thought, and fully fix'd at length, to learn the cause, I tugg'd with all my strength. I bent my knees against the ground once more. The violated myrtle ran with gore. Scarce dare I tell the sequel. From the womb of wounded earth, and caverns of the tomb, a groan, as of a troubled ghost, renew'd my fright, and then these dreadful words ensued: "Why dost thou thus my buried body rend? O spare the corpse of thy unhappy friend! Spare to pollute thy pious hands with blood, the tears distill'd not from the wounded wood. But every drop this living tree contains Is kindred blood, and ran in Trojan veins. O fly from this unhospitable shore, Warn'd by my fate, for I am Polydore. Here loads of lances, in my blood embrued, again shot upward, by my blood renew'd. My falt'ring tongue and shiv'ring limbs declare My horror, and in bristles rose my hair. When Troy with Grecian arms was closely pent, Old Priam, fearful of the war's event, This hapless Polydore to Thracia sent. Loaded with gold he sent his darling far, From noise and tumults and destructive war, committed to the faithless tyrant's care, Who, when he saw the pow'r of Troy decline, Forsook the weaker, with the strong to join, Broke every bond of nature and of truth, And murder'd for his wealth the royal youth. O sacred hunger of pernicious gold! What bands of faith can impious lucre hold? Now, when my soul had shaken off her fears, I call my father and the Trojan peers. Relate the prodigies of heav'n, require What he commands, and their advice desire. All vote to leave that execrable shore, Polluted with the blood of Polydore. But ere we sail, his funeral rites prepare, Then to his ghost a tomb and altars rear. In mournful pomp the matrons walk the round, With baleful cypress and blue fillets crown'd. With eyes dejected, and with hair unbound, The bowls of tepid milk and blood we pour, And thrice invoke the soul of Polydore. Now, when the raging storms no longer reign, But southern gales invite us to the main, We launch our vessels with a prosperous wind, And leave the cities and the shores behind. An island in the Aegean main appears; Neptune and the wat'ry Doris claim it theirs. It floated once, till Phoebus fix'd the sides To rooted earth, and now it braves the tides. Here, borne by friendly winds, we come ashore, With needful ease our weary limbs restore, And the sun's temple and his town adore. Anius, the priest and king, with laurel crown'd, His hoary locks with purple fillets bound, Who saw my sire the Delian shore ascend, Came forth with eager haste to meet his friend. Invites him to his palace, and in sign Of ancient love their plighted hands they join. Then to the temple of the god I went, and thus before the shrine my vows present. Give, O Tymbrius, give a resting place to the sad relics of the Trojan race, a seat secure, a region of their own, a lasting empire, and a happier town. Where shall we fix? Where shall our labours end? Whom shall we follow, and what fate attend? Let not my prayers doubtful answer find, but in clear auguries unveil thy mind. Scarce had I said, he shook the holy ground, the laurels and the lofty hills around, and from the tripos rush'd a bellowing sound. Prostrate we fell, confess'd the present God, who gave this answer from his dark abode. Undaunted youth, go seek that mother earth, from which your ancestors deriv'd their birth. The soil that sent you forth, her ancient race, in her old bosom shall again embrace. Thro' the wide world th' Aenean house shall reign, and children's children shall the crown sustain. Thus Phoebus did our future fates disclose; a mighty tumult mix'd with joy arose. All are concern'd to know what place the god assign'd, and where determin'd our abode. My father, long revolving in his mind the race and lineage of the Trojan kind, thus answer'd their demands: "Ye princes, hear Your pleasing fortune, and dispel your fear. The fruitful isle of Crete, well known to fame, Sacred of old to Jove's imperial name, In the mid ocean lies with large command, And on its plains 100 cities stand. Another Ida rises there, and we From thence derive our Trojan ancestry. From thence, as is divulg'd by certain fame, To the Rhoetean shores old Teucrus came. There fix'd, and there the seat of empire chose, Ere Ilium and the Trojan tow'rs arose. In humble vales they built their soft abodes, Till Cybele, the mother of the gods, With tinkling cymbals charm'd th' Idaean woods, The secret rites and ceremonies taught, And to the yoke the savage lions brought. Let us the land which Heav'n appoints explore, Appease the winds, and seek the Gnossian shore. If Jove assist the passage of our fleet, The third propitious dawn discovers Crete." Thus having said, the sacrifices laid On smoking altars to the gods he paid. A bull to Neptune an oblation due, Another bull to bright Apollo slew, A milk-white ewe the western winds to please, And one coal-black to calm the stormy seas. Ere this a flying rumour had been spread, That fierce Idomeneus from Crete was fled, Expell'd and exil'd, that the coast was free From foreign or domestic enemy. We leave the Delian ports, and put to sea, By Naxos, fam'd for vintage, make our way. Then green Donysa pass, and sail in sight Of Paros' isle, with marble quarries white. We pass the scatter'd isles of Cyclades, That scarce distinguish'd seem to stud the seas. The shouts of sailors double near the shores; They stretch their canvas, and they ply their oars. "All hands aloft! for Crete, they cry, And swiftly thro' the foamy billows fly. Full on the promis'd land at length we bore, With joy descending on the Cretan shore. With eager haste a rising town I frame, Which from the Trojan Pergamus I name. The name itself was grateful. I exhort To found their houses, and erect a fort. Our ships are haul'd upon the yellow strand, The youth begin to till the labour'd land, And I myself new marriages promote, Give laws and dwellings I divide by lot. When rising vapours choke the wholesome air, And blasts of noisome winds corrupt the year, The trees devouring caterpillars burn. Parch'd was the grass, and blighted was the corn. Nor 'scaped the beasts, for Sirius from on high With pestilential heat infects the sky. My men, some fall, the rest in fevers fry. Again my father bids me seek the shore Of sacred Delos, and the god implore, To learn what end of woes we might expect, And to what clime our weary course direct. 'Twas night, when every creature void of cares The common gift of balmy slumber shares. The statues of my gods, for such they seem'd, Those gods whom I from flaming Troy redeem'd, Before me stood, majestically bright, Full in the beams of Phoebus' ent'ring light. Then thus they spoke, and eas'd my troubled mind: "What from the Delian god thou goest to find, He tells thee here, and sends us to relate. Those pow'rs are we, companions of thy fate, Who from the burning town by thee were brought, Thy fortune follow'd, and thy safety wrought. Thro' seas and lands, as we thy steps attend, So shall our care thy glorious race befriend. An ample realm for thee thy fates ordain, A town that o'er the conquer'd world shall reign. Thou mighty walls for mighty nations build, Nor let thy weary mind to labours yield. But change thy seat, for not the Delian god, Nor we have given thee Crete for our abode. A land there is, Hesperia call'd of old; The soil is fruitful, and the natives bold. Th' Oenotrians held it once, by later fame Now call'd Italia, from the leader's name. Lasius there, and Dardanus were born. From thence we came, and thither must return. Rise, and thy sire with these glad tidings greet. Search Italy, for Jove denies thee Crete." Astonish'd at their voices and their sight, nor were they dreams, but visions of the night, I saw, I knew their faces, and descried In perfect view their hair with fillets tied. I started from my couch; a clammy sweat On all my limbs and shiv'ring body sate. To heav'n I lift my hands with pious haste, And sacred incense in the flames I cast. Thus to the gods their perfect honours done, More cheerful to my good old sire I run, And tell the pleasing news. In little space He found his error of the double race. Not as before he deem'd, deriv'd from Crete, No more deluded by the doubtful seat. Then said: "O son, turmoil'd in Trojan fate, Such things as these Cassandra did relate. This day revives within my mind what she Foretold of Troy renew'd in Italy, The Latian lands. But who could then have thought That Phrygian gods to Latium should be brought? Or who believ'd what mad Cassandra taught? Now let us go where Phoebus leads the way." He said, and we with glad consent obey, Forsake the seat, and leaving few behind, We spread our sails before the willing wind. Now from the sight of land our galleys move, With only seas around and skies above, When over our heads descends a burst of rain, And night with sable clouds involves the main. The ruffling winds the foamy billows raise, The scatter'd fleet is forc'd to sev'ral ways, The face of heav'n is ravish'd from our eyes, And in redoubled peals the roaring thunder flies. Cast from our course, we wander in the dark, No stars to guide, no point of land to mark. Ev'n Palinurus no distinction found; Betwixt the night and day such darkness reign'd around. 3 starless nights the doubtful navy strays Without distinction, and 3 sunless days. The 4th renews the light, and from our shrouds We view a rising land like distant clouds. The mountain tops confirm the pleasing sight, And curling smoke ascending from their height. The canvas falls, their oars the sailors ply, From the rude strokes the whirling waters fly. At length I land upon the Strophades, Safe from the dangers of the stormy seas. Those isles are compass'd by th' Ionian main, The dire abode where the foul Harpies reign. forced by the winged warriors to repair to their old homes and leave their costly fare. Monsters more fierce offended heav'n never sent from hell's abyss for human punishment, with virgin faces, but with wombs obscene, foul paunches, and with ordure still unclean, with claws for hands and looks for ever lean. We landed at the port, and soon beheld fat herds of oxen graze the flow'ry field, and wanton goats without a keeper stray'd. With weapons we the welcome prey invade, then call the gods for partners of our feast, and Jove himself the chief invited guest. We spread the tables on the greensward ground, we fed with hunger, and the bowls go round. When from the mountain tops with hideous cry and clattering wings the hungry Harpies fly, they snatch the meat, defiling all they find, and parting leave a loathsome stench behind. Close by a hollow rock again we sit, new dress the dinner, and the beds refit, secure from sight beneath a pleasing shade, where tufted trees a native arbour made. Again the holy fires on altars burn, and once again the rav'nous birds return, or from the dark recesses where they lie, or from another quarter of the sky. With filthy claws their odious meal repeat, and mix their loathsome ordures with their meat. I bid my friends for vengeance then prepare, and with the hellish nation wage the war. They, as commanded, for the fight provide, and in the grass their glitt'ring weapons hide. Then, when along the crooked shore we hear their clatt'ring wings, and saw the foes appear, Misenus sounds a charge; we take the alarm, and our strong hands with swords and bucklers arm. In this new kind of combat all employ their utmost force, the monsters to destroy. In vain the fated skin is proof to wounds, and from their plumes the shining sword rebounds. At length rebuff'd, they leave their mangled prey, and their stretch'd pinions to the skies display. Yet one remain'd, the messenger of fate, high on a craggy cliff Celaeno sate, and thus her dismal errand did relate: "What! not contented with our oxen slain, dare you with Heav'n an impious war maintain, and drive the Harpies from their native reign? Heed therefore what I say, and keep in mind What Jove decrees, what Phoebus has design'd. And I, the Furies' queen, from both relate: You seek th' Italian shores, foredoom'd by fate. Th' Italian shores are granted you to find, And a safe passage to the port assign'd. But know, that ere your promis'd walls you build, My curses shall severely be fulfill'd. Fierce famine is your lot for this misdeed, Reduced to grind the plates on which you feed." She said, and to the neighb'ring forest flew. Our courage fails us, and our fears renew. Hopeless to win by war, to pray'rs we fall, And on th' offended Harpies humbly call. And whether gods or birds obscene they were, Our vows for pardon and for peace prefer. But old Anchises off'ring sacrifice, And lifting up to heav'n his hands and eyes, Ador'd the greater gods. "Avert," said he, "these omens; render vain this prophecy, And from th' impending curse a pious people free." Thus having said, he bids us put to sea. We loose from shore our hawsers and obey, And soon with swelling sails pursue the wat'ry way. Amidst our course Zacyntian woods appear, And next by rocky Neritus we steer. We fly from Ithaca's detested shore, And curse the land which dire Ulysses bore. At length Leucata's cloudy top appears, And the sun's temple, which the sailor fears. Resolv'd to breathe a while from labour past, Our crooked anchors from the prow we cast, And joyful to the little city haste. Here, safe beyond our hopes, our vows we pay to Jove, the guide and patron of our way. The customs of our country we pursue, and Trojan games on Actian shores renew. Our youth their naked limbs besmear with oil, and exercise the rustler's noble toil. Pleas'd to have sail'd so long before the wind, and left so many Grecian towns behind. The sun had now fulfill'd his annual course, and Boreas on the seas display'd his force. I fix'd upon the temple's lofty door the brazen shield which vanquish'd Abas bore. The verse beneath my name and action speaks. These arms Aeneas took from conqu'ring Greeks. Then I command to weigh, the seamen ply their sweeping oars, the smoking billows fly. The sight of high Phaeacia soon we lost, and skimm'd along Epirus' rocky coast. Then to Chaonia's port our course we bend, and, landed, to Buthrotus' heights ascend. Here wondrous things were loudly blaz'd fame, how Helenus reviv'd the Trojan name, and reign'd in Greece, that Priam's captive son succeeded Pyrrhus in his bed and throne, and fair Andromache, restor'd by fate, once more was happy in a Trojan mate. I leave my galleys riding in the port, and long to see the new Dardanian court. By chance the mournful queen before the gate then solemniz'd her former husband's fate. Green altars rais'd on turf with gifts she crown'd, and sacred priests in order stand around, and thrice the name of hapless Hector sound. The grove itself resembles Ida's wood, and Simois seem'd the well dissembled flood. But when at nearer distance she beheld my shining armour and my Trojan shield, astonish'd at the sight, the vital heat forsakes her limbs, her veins no longer beat. She faints, she falls, and scarce recovering strength, thus with a faltering tongue she speaks at length. "Are you alive, O goddess born?" she said, "or if a ghost, then where is Hector's shade?" At this she cast a loud and frightful cry. With broken words I made this brief reply: "All of me that remains appears in sight. I live, if living, to below the light. No phantom, but I drag a wretched life, my fate resembling that of Hector's wife. What have you suffered since you lost your lord? By what strange blessing are you now restor'd? Still are you Hector's, or is Hector fled, and this remembrance lost in Pyrrhus' bed?" With eyes dejected, in a lowly tone, after the modest pause, she thus begun: "O only happy maid of Priam's race, whom death deliver'd from the foe's embrace, commanded on Achilles' tomb to die, not forc'd like us to hard captivity, or in a haughty master's arms to lie. In Grecian ships unhappy we were born, endur'd the victor's lust, sustain'd the scorn. Thus I submitted to the lawless pride of Pyrrhus, more a handmaid than a bride. Cloy'd with possession, he forsook my bed, and Helen's lovely daughter sought to wed. Then me to Trojan Helenus resign'd, and his two slaves in equal marriage join'd. Till young Orestes, pierc'd with deep despair, and longing to redeem the promis'd fair, before Apollo's altar slew the ravisher. By Pyrrhus' death the kingdom we regain'd, at least one half with Helenus remain'd. Our part from Chaon he Chaonia calls, and names from Pergamus his rising walls. But you, what fates have landed on our coast? What gods have sent you, or what storms have toss'd? Does young Ascanius life and health enjoy, sav'd from the ruins of unhappy Troy? O tell me how his mother's loss he bears, what hopes are promis'd from his blooming years? How much of Hector in his face appears?" She spoke, and mix'd her speech with mournful cries, and fruitless tears came trickling from her eyes. At length her lord descends upon the plain, in pomp attended with a num'rous train, receives his friends, and to the city leads, and tears of joy amidst his welcome sheds. Proceeding on, another Troy I see, or in less compass Troy's epitome. A rivulet by the name of Xanthus ran, and I embrace the Scaean gate again. My friends in porticos were entertain'd, and feasts and pleasures thro' the city reign'd. The tables fill'd the spacious hall around, and golden bowls with sparkling wine were crown'd. 2 days we pass'd in mirth, till friendly gales, blown from the supplied our swelling sails. Then to the royal seer I thus began: "O thou, who know'st beyond the reach of man The laws of heav'n, and what the stars decree; Whom Phoebus taught unerring prophecy From his own tripod and his holy tree, Skill'd in the winged inhabitants of air, What auspices their notes and flights declare. O say, for all religious rites portend A happy voyage and a prosperous end; And ev'ry pow'r and omen of the sky Direct my course for destin'd Italy." But only dire Celaeno from the gods A dismal famine fatally forebodes. O say, what dangers I am first to shun, What toils vanquish, and what course to run? The prophet first with sacrifice adores The greater gods, their pardon then implores, Unbinds the fillet from his holy head. To Phoebus next my trembling steps he led, Full of religious doubts and awful dread. Then, with his god possess'd before the shrine, These words proceeded from his mouth divine: "O goddess born, for heav'n's appointed will With greater auspices of good than ill Foreshows thy voyage, and thy course directs; Thy fate conspire, and Jove himself protects. Of many things some few I shall explain, Teach thee to shun the dangers of the main, And how at length the promis'd shore to gain. The rest the Fates from Helenus conceal, And Juno's angry pow'r forbids to tell. First then, that happy shore that seems so nigh Will far from you deluded wishes fly. Long tracts of seas divide your hopes from Italy, For you must cruise along Sicilian shores, And stem the currents with your struggling oars. Then round the Italian coast your navy steer, And after this to Circe's island wear; And last, before your new foundations rise, Must pass the Stygian lake, and view the nether skies. Now mark the signs of future ease and rest, And bear them safely treasur'd in thy breast. When, in the shady shelter of a wood, And near the margin of a gentle flood, Thou shalt behold a sow upon the ground, With 30 sucking young encompass'd round; The dam and offspring white as falling snow, These on thy city shall their name bestow. And there shall end thy labours and thy woe, Nor let the threaten'd famine fright thy mind, For Phoebus will assist, and fate the way will find. Let not thy course to that ill coast be bent, Which fronts from far th' Epirian continent. Those parts are all by Grecian foes possess'd; The salvage Locrians here the shores infest. The fierce Idomeneus his city builds, And guards with arms the Salentinian fields. And on the mountain's brow Petilia stands, Which Philocetes with his troops commands. Even when thy fleet is landed on the shore, And priests with holy vows the gods adore, Then with a purple veil involve your eyes, lest hostile faces blast the sacrifice. These rites and customs to the rest commend, that to your pious race they may descend. End of Book 3, Part 1 of the Aeneid. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 3. Sea Wanderings and Strange Meetings, Part 2. When parted hence, the wind that ready waits for Sicily shall bear you to the straits, where proud Pelorus opes a wider way. Tack to the larboard and stand off to sea. Veer starboard, sea and land, the Italian shore, and far Sicilia's coast were one before. An earthquake caused the flow, the roaring tides, the passage broke that land from land divides, and where the lands retir'd, the rushing ocean rides, distinguish'd by the straits on either hand. Now rising cities in long order stand, and fruitful fields, so much can time invade the mouldering work that beauteous nature made. Far on the right her dogs foul Scylla hides, Charybdis roaring on the left presides, and in her greedy whirlpool sucks the tides, then spouts them from below. With fury driven, the waves mount up and wash the face of heaven. But Scylla from her den, with open jaws, the sinking vessel in her eddy draws, then dashes on the rocks, and human face, a virgin bosom, hides her tail's disgrace. Her parts obscene below the waves descend, with dogs inclos'd, and in a dolphin end. 'Tis safer then to bear aloof to sea, and coast Pachynus, tho' with more delay, than once to view misshapen Scylla near, and the loud yell of wat'ry wolves to hear. Besides, if faith to Helenus be due, and if prophetic Phoebus tell me true, do not this precept of your friend forget, which therefore more than once I must repeat. Above the rest great Juno's name adore, pay vows to Juno, Juno's aid implore. Let gifts be to the mighty queen design'd, and mollify with pray'rs her haughty mind. Thus at the length your passage shall be free, and you shall safe descend on Italy. Arriv'd at Cyme, when you view the flood of black Avernus and the sounding wood, the mad prophetic Sibyl you shall find, dark in a cave, and on a rock reclin'd. She sings the fates, and in her frantic fits the notes and names inscrib'd to leaves commits. What she commits to leaves, in order laid, before the cavern's entrance are display'd. Unmov'd they lie; but if a blast of wind without, or vapors issue from behind, the leaves are borne aloft in liquid air, and she resumes no more her museful care, nor gathers from the rocks her scatter'd verse, nor sets in order what the winds disperse. Thus many not succeeding, most upbraid the madness of the visionary maid, and with the loud curses leave the mystic shade. Think it not loss of time a while to stay, Though thy companions chide thy long delay. Though summon'd to the seas, though pleasing gales Invite thy course, and stretch thy swelling sails; But beg the sacred priestess to relate With willing words, and not to write thy fate. The fierce Italian people she will show, And all thy wars, and all thy future woe; And what thou must avoid, and what must undergo. She shall direct thy course, instruct thy mind, And teach thee how the happy shores to find. This is what Heav'n allows me to relate. Now part in peace, pursue thy better fate, And raise by strength of arms the Trojan state. This when the priest with friendly voice declar'd, He gave me license, and rich gifts prepar'd. Bounteous of treasure, he supplied my want With heavy gold and polish'd elephant. Then Dodonean caldrons put on board, And ev'ry ship with sums of silver stored. A trusty coat of mail to me he sent, Thrice chain'd with gold, for use and ornament. The helm of Pyrrhus added to the rest, That flourish'd with the plume and waving crest. Nor was my sire forgotten, nor my friends; And large recruits he to my navy sends: Men, horses, captains, arms, and warlike stores; Supplies new pilots, and new sweeping oars. Meantime my sire commands to hoist our sails, Lest we should lose the first auspicious gales. The prophet bless'd the parting crew, and last With words like these his ancient friend embrac'd: "Old happy man, the care of gods above, Whom heav'nly Venus honour'd with her love, And twice preserv'd thy life when Troy was lost, Behold from far the wish'd Ausonian coast. There land; but take a larger compass round, For that before is all forbidden ground. The shore that Phoebus has design'd for you At farther distance lies, conceal'd from view. Go happy hence, and seek your new abodes, Bless'd in a son, and favour'd by the gods. For I with useless words prolong your stay, When southern gales have summon'd you away." Nor less the queen our parting thence deplor'd, Nor was less bounteous than her Trojan lord. A noble present to my son she brought, A robe with flowers on golden tissue wrought, A Phrygian vest, and loads with gifts beside, Of precious texture, and of Asian pride. "Accept," she said, "these monuments of love, Which in my youth with happier hands I wove. Regard these trifles, for the giver's sake; 'Tis the last present Hector's wife can make. Thou call'st my lost Astyanax to mind; In thee his features and his form I find. His eyes so sparkled with a lively flame, Such were his motions, such was all his frame. And ah! had Heav'n so pleas'd, his years had been the same." With tears I took my last adieu, and said: "Your fortune, happy pair, already made, Leaves you no farther wish. My diff'rent state, Avoiding one, incurs another fate. To you a quiet seat the gods allow; You have no shores to search, no seas to plow, Nor fields of flying Italy to chase, Deluding visions, and a vain embrace. You see another Simois, and enjoy The labour of your hands, another Troy, With better auspice than her ancient tow'rs, And less obnoxious to the Grecian pow'rs. If ever the gods, whom I with vows adore, conduct my steps to Tiber's happy shore; if ever I ascend the Latian throne, and build a city I may call my own, as both of us our birth from Troy derive, so let our kindred lines in concord live, and both in acts of equal friendship strive. Our fortunes, good or bad, shall be the same; the double Troy shall differ but in name, that what we now begin may never end, but long to late posterity descend. Near the Ceraunian rocks our course we bore, the shortest passage to th' Italian shore. Now had the sun withdrawn his radiant light, and hills were hid in dusky shades of night. We land, and on the bosom of the ground A safe retreat and a bare lodging found. Close by the shore we lay; the sailors keep Their watches, and the rest securely sleep. The night, proceeding on with silent pace, Stood in her noon, and view'd with equal face Her steepy rise and her declining race. Then wakeful Palinurus rose to spy The face of heav'n and the nocturnal sky, And listen'd ev'ry breath of air to try; Observes the stars, and notes their sliding course, The Pleiads, Hyads, and their wat'ry force; And both the Bears is careful to behold, And bright Orion arm'd with burnish'd gold. Then, when he saw no threat'ning tempest nigh, But a sure promise of a settled sky, He gave the sign to weigh: we break our sleep, Forsake the pleasing shore, and plow the deep. And now the rising morn with rosy light Adorns the skies, and puts the stars to flight; When we from far, like bluish mist, descry The hills, and then the plains of Italy. Achates first pronounc'd the joyful sound, Then Italy, the cheerful crew rebound. My sire Anchises crown'd a cup with wine, And, off'ring, thus implor'd the pow'rs divine: "Ye gods, presiding over lands and seas, And you who raging winds and waves appease, Breathe on our swelling sails a prosp'rous wind, And smooth our passage to the port assign'd." The gentle gales their flagging force renew, And now the happy harbour is in view. Minerva's temple then salutes our sight, Plac'd as a landmark on the mountain's height. We furl our sails, and turn the prows to shore; The curling waters round the galleys roar. The land lies open to the raging east; Then, bending like a bow, with rocks compress'd, Shuts out the storms; the winds and waves complain, And vent their malice on the cliffs in vain. The port lies hid within on either side; Two tow'ring rocks the narrow mouth divide. The temple, which aloft we view'd before, To distance flies, and seems to shun the shore. Scarce landed, the first omens I beheld Were 4 white steeds that cropp'd the flow'ry field. "War, war is threaten'd from this foreign ground," My father cried, "where warlike steeds are found." Yet, since reclaim'd to chariots they submit, And bend to stubborn yokes, and champ the bit, peace may succeed to war. Our way we bend, to Pallas and the sacred hill ascend. There prostrate to the fierce Virago pray, Whose temple was the landmark of our way. Each with a Phrygian mantle veil'd his head, And all commands of Helenus obey'd, And pious rites to Grecian Juno paid. These dues perform'd, we stretch our sails, and stand To sea, forsaking that suspected land. From hence Tarentum's base appears in view. for Hercules renown'd, if fame be true. Just opposite Lacinian Juno stands, Caulonian towers, and Scylacian strands. For shipwrecks fear'd, Mount Aetnas thence we spy, Known by the smoky flames which cloud the sky. Far off we hear the waves with surly sound Invade the rocks their groans rebound. The billows break upon the sounding strand, And roll the rising tide, impure with sand. Then thus Anchises, in experience old: "'Tis that Charybdis which the seer foretold, And those promis'd rocks. Bear off to sea." With haste the frighted mariners obey. First Palinurus to the larboard veer'd, Then all the fleet by his example steer'd. To heav'n aloft of ridgy waves we ride, Then down to hell descend, when they divide. And thrice our galleys knock'd the stony ground, And thrice the hollow rocks return'd the sound. And thrice we saw the stars, that stood with dews around. The flagging winds forsook us with the sun, And wearied on Cyclopian shores we run. The port capacious, and secure from wind, Is to the foot of thund'ring Aetna join'd. By turns a pitchy cloud she rolls on high, By turns hot embers from her entrails fly, And flakes of mounting flames, that lick the sky. Oft from her bowels massy rocks are thrown, And, shiver'd by the force, come piecemeal down. Oft liquid lakes of burning sulphur flow, Fed from the fiery springs that boil below. Enceladus, they say, transfix'd by Jove, With blasted limbs came tumbling from above, And where he fell, th' avenging Father drew This flaming hill, and on his body threw. As often as he turns his weary sides, He shakes the solid isle, and smoke the heavens hides. In shady woods we pass the tedious night, Where bellowing sounds and groans our souls affright, Of which no cause is offer'd to the sight. For not one star was kindled in the sky, Nor could the moon her borrow'd light supply. For misty clouds involv'd the firmament, The stars were muffled, and the moon was pent. Scarce had the rising sun the day reveal'd, Scarce had his heat the pearly dews dispell'd, When from the woods there bolts before our sight, Somewhat betwixt a mortal and a sprite. So thin, so ghastly meager, and so wan, So bare of flesh, he scarce resembled man. This thing, all tatter'd, seem'd from far t' implore Our pious aid, and pointed to the shore. We look behind, then view his shaggy beard. His clothes were tagg'd with thorns, and filth his limbs besmear'd. The rest is mean, in habit and in face, Appear'd a Greek, and such indeed he was. He cast on us from far a frightful view, Whom soon for Trojans and for foes he knew. Stood still and paus'd, then all at once began To stretch his limbs, and trembled as he ran. Soon as approach'd, upon his knees he falls, And thus with tears and sighs for pity calls: "Now, by the pow'rs above, and what we share From nature's common gift, this vital air, O Trojans, take me hence! I beg no more, But bear me far from this unhappy shore. 'Tis true, I am a Greek, and farther own Among your foes besieg'd imperial town. For such demerits, if my death be due, No more for this abandon'd life I sue. This only favour let my tears obtain, To throw me headlong in the rapid main. Since nothing more than death my crime demands, I die content, to die by human hands." He said, and on his knees my knees embrac'd. I bade him boldly tell his fortune past, his present state, his lineage, and his name, th' occasion of his fears, and whence he came. The good Anchises rais'd him with his hand, who thus encourag'd answer'd our demand: "From Ithaca, my native soil, I came To Troy, and Achaemenides my name. Me my poor father with Ulysses sent. O had I stay'd with poverty content! But, fearful for themselves, my countrymen Left me forsaken in the Cyclops' den. The cave, tho' large, was dark; the dismal floor Was pav'd with mangled limbs and putrid gore. Our monstrous host, of more than human size, Erects his head, and stares within the skies, Bellowing his voice, and horrid is his hue. Ye gods, remove this plague from mortal view! The joints of slaughter'd wretches are his food, And for his wine he quaffs the streaming blood. These eyes beheld, when with his spacious hand He seiz'd two captives of our Grecian band. Stretch'd on his back, he dash'd against the stones Their broken bodies and their crackling bones. With spouting blood the purple pavement swims, While the dire glutton grinds the trembling limbs. Not unreveng'd Ulysses bore their fate, Nor thoughtless of his own unhappy state. For, gorg'd with flesh, and drunk with human wine, While fast asleep the giant lay supine, Snoring aloud, and belching from his maw His indigested foam, and morsels raw. We pray, we cast the lots, and then surround The monstrous body stretch'd along the ground. Each, as he could approach him, lends a hand To bore his eyeball with the flaming brand. Beneath his frowning forehead lay his eye, For only one did the vast frame supply. But that, a globe so large, his front it fill'd, Like the sun's disk, or like a Grecian shield. The stroke succeeds, and down the pupil bends. This vengeance follow'd for our slaughter'd friends. But haste, unhappy wretches, haste to fly! Your cables cut, and on your oars rely." Such, and so vast as Polypheme appears, 100 more this hated island bears. Like him in caves they shut their woolly sheep, Like him their herds on tops of mountains keep, Like him with mighty strides they stalk from steep to steep. And now 3 moons their sharpen'd horns renew, Since thus in woods and wilds, obscure from view, I drag my loathsome days with mortal fright, And in deserted caverns lodge by night. Oft from the rocks a dreadful prospect see, Of the huge Cyclops, like a walking tree. From far I hear his thund'ring voice resound, And trampling feet that shake the solid ground. Cornels and salvage berries of the wood, And roots and herbs, have been my meager food. While all around my longing eyes I cast, I saw your happy ships appear at last. On those I fix'd my hopes, to these I run. 'Tis all I ask, this cruel race to shun. What other death you please, yourselves bestow." Scarce had he said, when on the mountain's brow We saw the giant shepherd stalk before His following flock, and leading to the shore. A monstrous bulk, deform'd, depriv'd of sight, His staff a trunk of pine, to guide his steps aright. His pond'rous whistle from his neck descends, His woolly care their pensive lord attends. This only solace his hard fortune sends. Soon as he reach'd the shore, and touch'd the waves, From his bor'd eye the gutt'ring blood he laves. He gnash'd his teeth, and groan'd thro' seas he strides, And scarce the topmost billows touch'd his sides. Seiz'd with a sudden fear, we run to see the cables cut, and silent haste away. The well-deserving stranger entertain; Then, buckling to the work, our oars divide the main. The giant hearken'd to the dashing sound; But, when our vessels out of reach he found, He strided onward, and in vain essay'd The Ionian deep, and durst no farther wade. With that he roar'd aloud the dreadful cry, Shakes earth and air, and seas the billows fly Before the bellowing noise to distant Italy. The neighb'ring Aetna trembling all around, The winding caverns echo to the sound. His brother Cyclops hear the yelling roar, And, rushing down the mountains, crowd the shore. We saw their stern, distorted looks from far, And one-eyed glance, that vainly threaten'd war. A dreadful council, with their heads on high, The mystic clouds about their foreheads fly, Not yielding to the tow'ring tree of Jove, Our tallest cypress of Diana's grove. New pangs of mortal fear our minds assail; We tug at ev'ry oar, and hoist up ev'ry sail, And take th' advantage of the friendly gale. Forewarn'd by Helenus, we strive to shun Charybdis gulf, nor dare to Scylla run. An equal fate on either side appears; We, tacking to the left, are free from fears. For from Pelorus' point the north arose, And drove us back where swift Pantagias flows. His rocky mouth we pass, and make our way By Thapsus and Megara's winding bay. This passage Achaemenides had shown, Tracing the course which he before had run. Right over against Plemmyrium's wat'ry strand There lies an isle, once call'd th' Ortygian land. Alpheus, as old fame reports, has found From Greece a secret passage underground. By love to beauteous Arethusa led, And mingling here, they roll'd in the same sacred bed. As Helenus enjoin'd, we next adore Diana's name, protectress of the shore. With prosp'rous gales we pass the quiet sounds Of still Elorus, and his fruitful bounds. Then, doubling Cape Pachynus, we survey The rocky shore extended to the sea. The town of Camarine from far we see, A fenny lake, undrain'd by fate's decree. In sight of the Geloan fields we pass, And the large walls where mighty Gela was. Then Agragas, with lofty summits crown'd, Long for the race of warlike steeds renown'd. We pass Selinus and the palmy land, And widely shun the Lilybaean strand, Unsafe for secret rocks and moving sand. At length on shore the weary fleet arriv'd, Which Drepanum's unhappy port receiv'd. Here, after endless labours, often toss'd By raging storms, and driv'n on ev'ry coast, My dear, dear father, spent with age, I lost. Ease of my cares, and solace of my pain, Sav'd thro' 1,000 toils, but sav'd in vain. The prophet, who my future woes reveal'd, Yet this, the greatest and the worst, conceal'd. And dire Celaeno, whose foreboding skill Denounc'd all else, was silent of the ill. This my last labour was: some friendly god From thence convey'd us to our blest abode. Thus to the list'ning queen the royal guest His wand'rings course, and all his toils express'd; And here, concluding, he retir'd to rest. End of Book 3 of the Aeneid. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 4, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 4, The Passion of the Queen, Part 1. But anxious cares already seized the queen. She fed within her veins a flame unseen. The hero's valour, acts, and birth inspire her soul with love, and fan the secret fire. His words, his looks, imprinted in her heart, improve the passion, and increase the smart. Now, when the purple morn had chased away the dewy shadows, and restor'd the day, her sister first with early care she sought, and thus in mournful accents eas'd her thought. My dearest Anna, what new dreams affright my labouring soul? What visions of the night disturb my quiet, and distract my breast with strange ideas of our Trojan guest? His worth, his actions, and majestic air, a man descended from the gods declare. Fear ever argues a degenerate kind; his birth is well asserted by his mind. Then what he suffer'd when by fate betray'd! What brave attempts for falling Troy he made! Such were his looks, so gracefully he spoke, that, were I not resolv'd against the yoke Of hapless marriage, never to be curst With second love, so fatal was my first, to this one error I might yield again. For, since Sichaeus was untimely slain, this only man is able to subvert the fix'd foundations of my stubborn heart. And, to confess my frailty, to my shame, somewhat I find within, if not the same, too like the sparkles of my former flame. But first let yawning earth a passage rend, And let me thro' the dark abyss descend. First let avenging Jove with flames from high Drive down this body to the nether sky, Condemn'd with ghosts in endless night to lie, Before I break the plighted faith I gave. No, he who had my vows shall ever have; For whom I lov'd on earth, I worship in the grave. She said. The tears ran gushing from her eyes, And stopp'd her speech. Her sister thus replies: O, dearer than the vital air I breathe, will you to grief your blooming years bequeath, Condemn'd to waste in woes your lonely life, Without the joys of mother or of wife? Think you these tears, this pompous train of woe, Are known or valued by the ghosts below? I grant that, while your sorrows yet were green, It well became a woman, and a queen, The vows of Tyrian princes to neglect, To scorn Hyarbas, and his love reject, With all the Libyan lords of mighty name. But will you fight against a pleasing flame? This little spot of land which Heav'n bestows, On every side is hemm'd with warlike foes. Gaetulian cities here are spread around, And fierce Numidians there your frontiers bound. Here lies a barren waste of thirsty land, And there the Syrtes raise the moving sand. Barcaean troops besiege the narrow shore, And from the sea Pygmalion threatens more. Propitious Heav'n and gracious Juno, lead this wand'ring navy to your needful aid. How will your empire spread, your city rise, From such a union, and with such allies? Implore the favour of the pow'rs above, And leave the conduct of the rest to love. Continue still your hospitable way, And still invent occasions of their stay, Till storms and winter winds shall cease to threat, And planks and oars repair their shatter'd fleet. These words, which from a friend and sister came, With ease resolv'd the scruples of her fame, And added fury to the kindled flame. Inspir'd with hope, the project they pursue, On ev'ry altar sacrifice renew. A chosen ewe of 2 years old they pay to Ceres, Bacchus, and the god of day, preferring Juno's pow'r; for Juno ties the nuptial knot, and makes the marriage joys. The beauteous queen before her altar stands, and holds the golden goblet in her hands. A milk-white heifer she with flowers adorns, and pours the ruddy wine betwixt her horns. And while the priests with pray'r the gods invoke, she feeds their altars with Sabaean smoke. With hourly care the sacrifice renews, and anxiously the panting entrails views. What priestly rites, alas, what pious art, what vows avail to cure a bleeding heart? A gentle fire she feeds within her veins, where the soft god secure in silence reigns. Sick with desire, and seeking him she loves, from street to street the raving Dido roves. So, when the watchful shepherd from the blind wounds with a random shaft the careless hind, distracted with her pain she flies the woods, bounds o'er the lawn, and seeks the silent floods, with fruitless care, for still the fatal dart sticks in her side, and rankles in her heart. And now she leads the Trojan chief along the lofty walls, amidst the busy throng, displays her Tyrian wealth and rising town, which love, without his labour, makes his own. This pomp she shows to tempt her wand'ring guest; her falt'ring tongue forbids to speak the rest. When day declines, and feasts renew the night, still on his face she feeds her famish'd sight. She longs again to hear the prince relate his own adventures, and the Trojan fate. He tells it o'er and o'er, but still in vain, for still she begs to hear it once again. The hearer on the speaker's mouth depends, and thus the tragic story never ends. Then, when they part, when Phoebe's paler light withdraws, and falling stars to sleep invite, she last remains. When every guest is gone, sits on the bed he press'd, and sighs alone. Absent, her absent hero sees and hears, or in her bosom young Ascanius bears, and seeks the father's image in the child, if love by likeness might be so beguil'd. Meantime the rising tow'rs are at a stand. No labours exercise the youthful band, nor use of arts, nor toils of arms they know. The mole is left unfinish'd to the foe. The mounds, the works, the walls neglected lie, short of their promis'd height, that seem'd to threat the sky. But when imperial Juno from above saw Dido fetter'd in the chains of love, hot with the venom which her veins inflam'd, and by no sense of shame to be reclaim'd, with soothing words to Venus she begun: "High praises, endless honours you have won, and mighty trophies with your worthy son. 2 gods a silly woman have undone. Nor am I ignorant, you both suspect this rising city, which my hands erect. But shall celestial discord never cease? 'Tis better ended in a lasting peace. You stand possess'd of all your soul desir'd. Poor Dido with consuming love is fir'd. Your Trojan with my Tyrian let us join. So Dido shall be yours, Aeneas mine. One common kingdom, one united line. Eliza shall a Dardan lord obey, And lofty Carthage for a dow'r convey." Then Venus, who her hidden fraud descried, Which would the scepter of the world misguide To Libyan shores, thus artfully replied: "Who but a fool would wars with Juno choose, And such alliance and such gifts refuse, If fortune with our joint desires comply? The doubt is all from Jove and destiny, Lest he forbid, with absolute command, To mix the people in one common land. Or will the Trojan and the Tyrian line In lasting leagues and sure succession join? But you, the partner of his bed and throne, May move his mind; my wishes are your own." "Mine," said imperial Juno, "be the care. Time urges now to perfect this affair. Attend my counsel, and the secret share. When next the sun his rising light displays, And gilds the world below with purple rays, the queen, Aeneas, and the Tyrian court Shall to the shady woods for sylvan game resort. There, while the huntsmen pitch their toils around, And cheerful horns from side to side resound, A pitchy cloud shall cover all the plain, With hail, and thunder, and tempestuous rain. The fearful train shall take their speedy flight, Dispers'd, and all involv'd in gloomy night. One cave a grateful shelter shall afford To the fair princess and the Trojan lord. I will myself the bridal bed prepare, If you, to bless the nuptials, will be there. So shall their loves be crown'd with due delights, And Hymen shall be present at the rites. The Queen of Love consents, and closely smiles At her vain project and discover'd wiles. The rosy morn was risen from the main, And horns and hounds awake the princely train. They issue early through the city gate, Where the more wakeful huntsmen ready wait, With nets, and toils, and darts, beside the force Of Spartan dogs, and swift Massilian horse. The Tyrian peers and officers of state For the slow queen in antechambers wait. Her lofty courser in the court below, Who his majestic rider seems to know, Proud of his purple trappings, paws the ground, And champs the golden bit, and spreads the foam around. The queen at length appears. On either hand the brawny guards in martial order stand. A flower'd simar with golden fringe she wore, And at her back a golden quiver bore. Her flowing hair a golden caul restrains, A golden clasp the Tyrian robe sustains. Then young Ascanius, with a sprightly grace, Leads on the Trojan youth to view the chase. But far above the rest in beauty shines the great Aeneas. The troop he joins, like fair Apollo, when he leaves the frost Of wintry Xanthus and the Lycian coast, When to his native Delos he resorts, Ordains the dances, and renews the sports, Where painted Scythians, mix'd with Cretan bands, Before the joyful altars join their hands. Himself, on Cynthus walking, sees below The merry madness of the sacred show. Green wreaths of bays his length of hair enclose, A golden fillet binds his awful brows. His quiver sounds; not less the prince is seen In manly presence, or in lofty mien. Now had they reach'd the hills, and storm'd the seat Of savage beasts, in dens, their last retreat. The cry pursues the mountain goats; they bound From rock to rock, and keep the craggy ground. Quite otherwise the stags, a trembling train, In herds unsingled scour the dusty plain, And a long chase in open view maintain. The glad Ascanius, as his courser guides, Spurs thro' the vale, and these and those outrides. His horse's flanks and sides are forc'd to feel The clanking lash and goring of the steel. Impatiently he views the feeble prey, Wishing some nobler beast to cross his way, And rather would the tusky boar attend, Or see the tawny lion downward bend. Meantime the gathering clouds obscure the skies; From pole to pole the forky lightning flies. The rattling thunders roll, and Juno pours A wintry deluge down, and sounding showers. The company disperse to coverts ride, And seek the homely cots, or mountain's hollow side. The rapid rains, descending from the hills, To rolling torrents raise the creeping rills. The queen and prince, as love or fortune guides, One common cavern in her bosom hides. Then first the trembling earth the signal gave, And flashing fires enlighten all the cave. Hell from below, and Juno from above, And howling nymphs were conscious of their love. From this ill-omen'd hour in time arose Debate and death, and all succeeding woes. The queen, whom sense of honour could not move, No longer made a secret of her love, But call'd it marriage, by that specious name To veil the crime, and sanctify the shame. The loud report thro' Libyan cities goes; Fame, the great ill, from small beginnings grows. swift from the first, and every moment brings new vigour to her flights, new pinions to her wings. Soon grows the pygmy to gigantic size, her feet on earth, her forehead in the skies. Enrag'd against the gods, revengeful earth produc'd her, last of the Titanian birth. Swift is her walk, more swift her winged haste, a monstrous phantom, horrible and vast. As many plumes as raise her lofty flight, so many piercing eyes enlarge her sight. Millions of opening mouths to fame belong, and every mouth is furnish'd with a tongue, and round with list'ning ears the flying plague is hung. She fills the peaceful universe with cries, no slumbers ever close her wakeful eyes. By day from lofty tow'rs her head she shows, and spreads thro' trembling crowds disastrous news, with court informers haunts, and royal spies. Things done relates, not done she feigns, and mingles truth with lies. Talk is her business, and her chief delight, to tell of prodigies and cause affright. She fills the people's ears with Dido's name, who, lost to honour and the sense of shame, admits into her throne and nuptial bed a wond'ring guest, who from his country fled. Whole days with him she passes in delights, and wastes in luxury long winter nights, forgetful of her fame and royal trust, dissolv'd in ease, abandon'd to her lust. The goddess widely spreads the loud report, and flies at length to King Hyarbas' court. When first possess'd with this unwelcome news, whom did he not of men and gods accuse? This prince, from ravish'd Garamantis born, 100 temples did with spoils adorn, in Ammon's honour, his celestial sire; 100 altars fed with wakeful fire; and thro' his vast dominions priests ordain'd, whose watchful care these holy rites maintain'd. The gates and columns were with garlands crown'd, and blood of victim beasts enrich'd the ground. He, when he heard a fugitive could move the Tyrian princess, who disdain'd his love, his breast with fury burn'd, his eyes with fire, mad with despair, impatient with desire. Then, on the sacred altars pouring wine, he thus with pray'rs implor'd his sire divine: "Great Jove, propitious to the Moorish race, who feast on painted beds, with off'rings grace thy temples, and adore thy pow'r divine with blood of victims, and with sparkling wine, seest thou not this? Or do we fear in vain thy boasted thunder, and thy thoughtless reign? Do thy broad hands the forky lightnings lance? Thine are the bolts, or the blind work of chance? A wand'ring woman builds within our state A little town, bought at an easy rate. She pays me homage, and my grants allow A narrow space of Libyan lands to plow; Yet, scorning me, by passion blindly led, Admits a banish'd Trojan to her bed. And now this other Paris, with his train Of conquer'd cowards, must in Afric reign; Whom, what they are, their looks and garbs confess, Their locks with oil perfum'd, their Lydian dress. He takes the spoil, enjoys the princely dame, And I, rejected I, adore an empty name." His vows in haughty terms he thus preferr'd, and held his altar's horns. The mighty Thund'rer heard, then cast his eyes on Carthage, where he found the lustful pair in lawless pleasure drown'd, lost in their loves, insensible of shame, and both forgetful of their better fame. He calls Cyllenius, and the god attends, by whom his menacing command he sends: "Go, mount the western winds, and cleave the sky; Then with a swift descent to Carthage fly. There find the Trojan chief, who wastes his days In slothful riot and inglorious ease, Nor minds the future city giv'n by fate. To him this message from my mouth relate: Not so fair Venus hop'd, when twice she won Thy life with pray'rs, nor promis'd such a son. Hers was a hero, destin'd to command A martial race, and rule the Latian land. Who should his ancient line from Teucer draw, And on the conquer'd world impose the law. If glory cannot move a mind so mean, Nor future praise from fading pleasure wean, Yet why should he defraud his son of fame, And grudge the Romans their immortal name? What are his vain designs? What hopes he more from his long ling'ring on a hostile shore, Regardless to redeem his honour lost, And for his race to gain the Ausonian coast? Bid him with speed the Tyrian court forsake; with this command the slumb'ring warrior wake. Hermes obeys. With golden pinions binds his flying feet, And mounts the western winds. And whether o'er the seas or earth he flies, With rapid force they bear him down the skies. But first he grasps within his awful hand That mark of sov'reign pow'r, his magic wand. With this he draws the ghosts from hollow graves, With this he drives them down the Stygian waves, With this he seals in sleep the wakeful sight, And eyes, tho' clos'd in death, restores to light. Thus arm'd, the god begins his airy race, And drives the racking clouds along the liquid space. Now sees the tops of Atlas as he flies, Whose brawny back supports the starry skies. Atlas, whose head with piny forests crown'd, Is beaten by the winds, with foggy vapours bound. Snows hide his shoulders. From beneath his chin the founts of rolling streams their race begin. A beard of ice on his large breast depends. Here, pois'd upon his wings, the god descends. Then, rested thus, he from the tow'ring height Plung'd downward with precipitated flight, Lights on the seas, and skims along the flood, As waterfowl who seek their fishy food, Less and yet less to distant prospect show. By turns they dance aloft and dive below. Like these, the steerage of his wings he plies, And near the surface of the water flies. Till, having pass'd the seas and cross'd the sands, He clos'd his wings, and stoop'd on Libyan lands. Where shepherds once were hous'd in homely sheds, Now tow'rs within the clouds advance their heads. Arriving there, he found the Trojan prince New ramparts raising for the town's defence. A purple scarf with gold embroider'd o'er, Queen Dido's gift, about his waist he wore. A sword, with glitt'ring gems diversified, For ornament, not use, hung idly by his side. Then thus, with winged words, the god began, Resuming his own shape: "Degenerate man! Thou woman's property, what mak'st thou here, These foreign walls and Tyrian tow'rs to rear, Forgetful of thy own? All-pow'rful Jove, who sways the world below And heav'n above, has sent me down with this severe command. What means thy ling'ring in the Libyan land? If glory cannot move a mind so mean, Nor future praise from flitting pleasure wean, Regard the fortunes of thy rising heir. The promis'd crown let young Ascanius wear, To whom th' Ausonian scepter and the state Of Rome's imperial name is owed by fate." So spoke the god, and speaking, took his flight, Involv'd in clouds, and vanish'd out of sight. The pious prince was seiz'd with sudden fear. Mute was his tongue, and upright stood his hair. Revolving in his mind the stern command, He longs to fly, and loathes the charming land. What should he say, or how should he begin? What course, alas, remains to steer between The offended lover and the pow'rful queen? This way and that he turns his anxious mind, And all expedients tries, and none can find. Fix'd on the deed, but doubtful of the means, After long thought, to this advice he leans. 3 chiefs he calls, commands them to repair the fleet, And ship their men with silent care. Some plausible pretence he bids them find, To colour what in secret he design'd. Himself, meantime, the softest hours would choose, Before the love-sick lady heard the news, And move her tender mind by slow degrees To suffer what the sov'reign pow'r decrees. Jove will inspire him when and what to say. they hear with pleasure, and with haste obey. But soon the queen perceives the thin disguise. What arts can blind a jealous woman's eyes? She was the first to find the secret fraud, before the fatal news was blaz'd abroad. Love the first motions of the lover hears, quick to presage, and ev'n in safety fears. Nor impious fame was wanting to report the ships repair'd, the Trojans' thick resort, and purpose to forsake the Tyrian court. Frantic with fear, impatient of the wound, and impotent of mind, she roves the city round. Less wild the Bacchanalian dames appear, when from afar their nightly god they hear, and howl about the hills, and shake the wreathy spear. At length she finds the dear perfidious man, prevents his form'd excuse, and thus began: "Base and ungrateful! Could you hope to fly, and undiscover'd 'scape a lover's eye? Nor could my kindness your compassion move, nor plighted vows, nor dearer bands of love? Or is the death of a despairing queen not worth preventing, tho' too well foreseen? Ev'n when the wintry winds command your stay, you dare the tempests, and defy the sea. False as you are, suppose you were not bound to lands unknown, and foreign coasts to sound. Were Troy restor'd, and Priam's happy reign, now durst you tempt for Troy the raging main? See whom you fly! Am I the foe you shun? Now, by those holy vows so late begun, by this right hand, since I have nothing more to challenge but the faith you gave before, I beg you, by these tears too truly shed, by the new pleasures of our nuptial bed, if ever Dido, when you most were kind, was pleasing in your eyes, or touch'd your mind, by these my prayers, if prayers may yet have place, pity the fortunes of a falling race. For you I have provok'd a tyrant's hate, incens'd the Libyan and the Tyrian state. For you alone I suffer in my fame, bereft of honour, and expos'd to shame. Whom have I now to trust, ungrateful guest? That only name remains of all the rest. What have I left, or whither can I fly? Must I attend Pygmalion's cruelty, or till Hyarbas shall in triumph lead a queen that proudly scorn'd his proffer'd bed? Had you deferr'd at least your hasty flight, and left behind some pledge of our delight, some babe to bless the mother's mournful sight, some young Aeneas to supply your place, whose features might express his father's face, I should not then complain to live bereft of all my husband, or be wholly left." End of Book 4, Part 1. Book 4, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 4, The Passion of the Queen, Part 2. Here paused the Queen. Unmoved he holds his eyes by Jove's command, nor suffer'd love to rise, though heaving in his heart, and thus at length replies: "Fair Queen, you never can enough repeat your boundless favours, or I own my debt, nor can my mind forget Eliza's name, while vital breath inspires this mortal frame. This only let me speak in my defence:
I never hoped a secret flight from hence, much less pretended to the lawful claim of sacred nuptials or a husband's name. For if indulgent heaven would leave me free, and not submit my life to fate's decree, my choice would lead me to the Trojan shore, those relics to review, their dust adore, and Priam's ruin'd palace to restore. But now the Delphian oracle commands, and fate invites me to the Latian lands. That is the promis'd place to which I steer, and all my vows are terminated there. If you, a Tyrian and a stranger born, with walls and towers a Libyan town adorn, why may not we, like you a foreign race, like you seek shelter in a foreign place? As often as the night obscures the skies with humid shades, or twinkling stars arise, Anchises' angry ghost in dreams appears, chides my delay, and fills my soul with fears. And young Ascanius justly may complain, defrauded of his fate and destin'd reign. Even now the herald of the gods appear'd; waking I saw him, and his message heard. From Jove he came, commission'd, heav'nly bright, with radiant beams, and manifest to sight. The sender and the sent I both attest. These walls he enter'd, and those words express'd: "Fair queen, oppose not what the gods command. Forc'd by my fate, I leave your happy land." Thus while he spoke, already she began with sparkling eyes to view the guilty man. From head to foot survey'd his person o'er, nor longer these outrageous threats forbore. "False as thou art, and more than false, forsworn! Not sprung from noble blood, nor goddess born, But hewn from harden'd entrails of a rock, And rough Hyrcanian tigers gave thee suck. Why should I fawn? What have I worse to fear? Did he once look, or lent a list'ning ear, Sigh'd when I sobb'd, or shed one kindly tear? All symptoms of a base ungrateful mind, So foul, that, which is worse, 'tis hard to find. Of man's injustice why should I complain? The gods, and Jove himself, behold in vain Triumphant treason; yet no thunder flies, Nor Juno views my wrongs with equal eyes. Faithless is earth, and faithless are the skies. Justice is fled, and truth is now no more. I sav'd the shipwrack'd exile on my shore, With needful food his hungry Trojans fed. I took the traitor to my throne and bed. Fool that I was! 'Tis little to repeat the rest. I stor'd and rigg'd his ruin'd fleet. I rave, I rave. A god's command he pleads, and makes heav'n accessary to his deeds. Now Lycian lots, and now the Delian god, Now Hermes is employ'd from Jove's abode to warn him hence, as if the peaceful state of heav'nly pow'rs were touch'd with human fate. But go, thy flight no longer I detain. Go, seek thy promis'd kingdom thro' the main. Yet, if the heav'ns will hear my pious vow, The faithless waves, not half so false as thou, Or secret sands, shall sepulchres afford To thy proud vessels, and their perjur'd lord. Then shalt thou call on injur'd Dido's name. Dido shall come in a black sulphury flame, When death has once dissolv'd her mortal frame; Shall smile to see the traitor vainly weep. Her angry ghost, arising from the deep, Shall haunt thee waking, and disturb thy sleep. At least my shade thy punishment shall know, And fame shall spread the pleasing news below." Abruptly here she stops, then turns away Her loathing eyes, and shuns the sight of day. Amaz'd he stood, revolving in his mind What speech to frame, and what excuse to find. Her fearful maids their fainting mistress led, And softly laid her on her ivory bed. But good Aeneas, tho' he much desir'd To give that pity which her grief requir'd, Tho' much he mourn'd and labour'd with his love, Resolv'd at length, obeys the will of Jove, Reviews his forces; they with early care Unmoor their vessels, and for sea prepare. The fleet is soon afloat in all its pride, And well-calk'd galleys in the harbour ride. Then oaks for oars they fell'd, or, as they stood, Of its green arms despoil'd the growing wood, Studious of flight. The beach is cover'd o'er with Trojan bands that blacken all the shore. On every side are seen, descending down, Thick swarms of soldiers loaden from the town. Thus in battalia march embodied ants, Fearful of winter and of future wants, To invade the corn, and to their cells convey The plunder'd forage of their yellow prey. The sable troops, along the narrow tracks, Scarce bear the weighty burthen on their backs. Some set their shoulders to the pond'rous grain, Some guard the spoil, some lash the lagging train. All ply their sev'ral tasks, and equal toil sustain. What pangs the tender breast of Dido bore, When from the tow'r she saw the cover'd shore, And heard the shouts of sailors from afar, Mix'd with the murmurs of the wat'ry war. All-pow'rful love, what changes canst thou cause In human hearts, subjected to thy laws! Once more her haughty soul the tyrant bends, To pray'rs and mean submission she descends. No female arts or aids she left untried, Nor counsels unexplor'd, before she died. Look, Anna, look, the Trojans crowd to sea! They spread their canvas, and their anchors weigh. The shouting crew their ships with garlands bind, Invoke the sea gods, and invite the wind. Could I have thought this threat'ning blow so near, My tender soul had been forewarn'd to bear. But do not you my last request deny; With yon perfidious man your interest try, And bring me news, if I must live or die. You are his favourite; you alone can find The dark recesses of his inmost mind. In all his trusted secrets you have part, And know the soft approaches to his heart. Haste then, and humbly seek my haughty foe. Tell him, I did not with the Grecians go, Nor did my fleet against his friends employ, Nor swore the ruin of unhappy Troy, Nor mov'd with hands profane his father's dust. Why should he then reject a suit so just? Whom does he shun? And whither would he fly? Can he this last, this only pray'r deny? Let him at least his dangerous flight delay, Wait better winds, and hope a calmer sea. The nuptials he disclaims I urge no more. Let him pursue the promis'd Latian shore. A short delay is all I ask him now, A pause of grief, an interval from woe, Till my soft soul be temper'd to sustain Accustom'd sorrows, and inur'd to pain. If you in pity grant this one request, My death shall glut the hatred of his breast. This mournful message pious Anna bears, And seconds with her own her sister's tears. But all her arts are still employ'd in vain. Again she comes, and is refus'd again. His harden'd heart nor pray'rs nor threat'nings move. Fate and the god had stopp'd his ears to love. As, when the winds their airy quarrel try, Justling from every quarter of the sky, This way and that the mountain oak they bend, His boughs they shatter, and his branches rend, With leaves and falling mast they spread the ground, The hollow valleys echo to the sound. Unmov'd, the royal plant their fury mocks, Or, shaken, clings more closely to the rocks. For as he shoots his tow'ring head on high, So deep in earth his fix'd foundations lie. No less a storm the Trojan hero bears. Thick messages and loud complaints he hears, And bandied words still beating on his ears. Sighs, groans, and tears proclaim his inward pains, But the firm purpose of his heart remains. The wretched queen, pursued by cruel fate, Begins at length the light of heav'n to hate, And loathes to live. Then dire portents she sees, To hasten on the death her soul decrees. Strange to relate! For when, before the shrine, She pours in sacrifice the purple wine, The purple wine is turn'd to putrid blood, And the white offer'd milk converts to mud. This dire presage to her alone reveal'd, from all, and ev'n her sister, she conceal'd. A marble temple stood within the grove, sacred to death and to her murder'd love. That honour'd chapel she had hung around with snowy fleeces, and with garlands crown'd. Oft, when she visited this lonely dome, strange voices issued from her husband's tomb. She thought she heard him summon her away, invite her to his grave, and chide her stay. Hourly 'tis heard, when with a boding note the solitary screech owl strains her throat, and on a chimney's top or turret's height with songs obscene disturbs the silence of the night. Besides, old prophecies augment her fears, and stern Aeneas in her dreams appears, disdainful as by day. She seems alone to wander in her sleep thro' ways unknown, guideless and dark, or in a desert plain to seek her subjects, and to seek in vain. Like Pentheus, when, distracted with his fear, he saw two suns and double Thebes appear; or mad Orestes, when his mother's ghost full in his face infernal torches toss'd, and shook her snaky locks. He shuns the sight, flies o'er the stage, surpris'd with mortal fright. The Furies guard the door, and intercept his flight. Now, sinking underneath a load of grief, from death alone she seeks her last relief. The time and means resolv'd within her breast, she to her mournful sister thus address'd. Dissembling hope, her cloudy front she clears, and a false vigour in her eyes appears. "Rejoice," she said, "instructed from above, my lover I shall gain, or lose my love. Nigh rising Atlas, next the falling sun, long tracts of Ethiopian climates run. There a Massilian priestess I have found, Honour'd for age, for magic arts renown'd. Th' Hesperian temple was her trusted care; 'Twas she supplied the wakeful dragon's fare. She poppy seeds in honey taught to steep, Reclaim'd his rage, and sooth'd him into sleep. She watch'd the golden fruit; her charms unbind The chains of love, or fix them on the mind. She stops the torrents, leaves the channel dry, Repels the stars, and backwards bears the sky. The yawning earth rebellows to her call; Pale ghosts ascend, and mountain ashes fall. Witness, ye gods, and thou, my better part, How loath I am to try this impious art. Within the secret court, with silent care, Erect a lofty pile, expos'd in air. Hang on the topmost part the Trojan vest, Spoils, arms, and presents of my faithless guest. Next, under those, the bridal bed be plac'd, Where I my ruin in his arms embrac'd. All relics of the wretch are doom'd to fire, For so the priestess and her charms require." Thus far she said, and farther speech forbears. A mortal paleness in her face appears. Yet the mistrustless Anna could not find The secret fun'ral in these rites design'd, Nor thought so dire a rage possess'd her mind. Unknowing of a train conceal'd so well, She fear'd no worse than when Sichaeus fell, Therefore obeys. The fatal pile they rear within the secret court, Expos'd in air. The cloven holms and pines are heap'd on high, And garlands on the hollow spaces lie. Sad cypress, vervain, yew compose the wreath, And every baleful green denoting death. The queen, determin'd to the fatal deed, The spoils and sword he left in order spread, And the man's image on the nuptial bed. And now, the sacred altars plac'd around, The priestess enters, with her hair unbound, And thrice invokes the pow'rs below the ground. Night, Erebus, and Chaos she proclaims, And threefold Hecate with her 100 names, And 3 Dianas. Next she sprinkles round With feign'd Avernian drops the hallow'd ground. Culls hoary simples, found by Phoebe's light, With brazen sickles reap'd at noon of night. Then mixes baleful juices in the bowl, And cuts the forehead of a new-born foal, Robbing the mother's love. The destin'd queen observes, assisting at the rites obscene. A leaven'd cake in her devoted hands she holds, and next the highest altar stands. One tender foot was shod, the other bare; girt was her gather'd gown, and loose her hair. Thus dress'd, she summon'd with her dying breath the heavens and planets conscious of her death, and ev'ry pow'r, if any rules above, who minds or who revenges injur'd love. 'Twas dead of night, when weary bodies close their eyes in balmy sleep and soft repose. The winds no longer whisper through the woods, nor murmuring tides disturb the gentle floods. The stars in silent order mov'd around, and peace with downy wings was brooding on the ground. The flocks and herds and party-colour'd fowl which haunt the woods or swim the weedy pool, stretch'd on the quiet earth securely lay, forgetting the past labours of the day. All else of nature's common gift partake. Unhappy Dido was alone awake. Nor sleep nor ease the furious queen can find. Sleep fled her eyes as quiet fled her mind. Despair and rage and love divide her heart. Despair and rage had some, but love the greater part. Then thus she said within her secret mind: What shall I do? What succour can I find? Become a suppliant to Iarba's pride, and take my turn to court and be denied? Shall I with this ungrateful Trojan go, forsake an empire and attend a foe? Himself I refuged, and his train reliev'd, 'tis true; but am I sure to be receiv'd? Can gratitude in Trojan souls have place? Laomedon still lives in all his race. Or shall I seek alone the churlish crew, or with my fleet their flying sails pursue? What force have I but those whom scarce before I drew reluctant from their native shore? Will they again embark at my desire, once more sustain the seas, and quit their second Tyre? Rather with steel thy guilty breast invade, and take the fortune thou thyself hast made. Your pity, sister, first seduc'd my mind, or seconded too well what I design'd. These dear-bought pleasures had I never known, had I continued free, and still my own, avoiding love, I had not found despair, but shar'd with savage beasts the common air. Like them, a lonely life I might have led, not mourn'd the living, nor disturb'd the dead. These thoughts she brooded in her anxious breast. On board the Trojan found more easy rest. Resolv'd to sail, in sleep he pass'd the night, and order'd all things for his early flight. To whom once more the winged god appears. His former youthful mien and shape he wears, and with this new alarm invades his ears. Sleep'st thou, O goddess born? And canst thou drown thy needful cares so near a hostile town, beset with foes? Nor hear'st the western gales invite thy passage, and inspire thy sails? She harbours in her heart a furious hate, and thou shalt find the dire effects too late. Fix'd on revenge, and obstinate to die, haste swiftly hence, whilst thou hast pow'r to fly. The sea with ships will soon be cover'd o'er, and blazing firebrands kindle all the shore. Prevent her rage while night obscures the skies, and sail before the purple morn arise. Who knows what hazards thy delay may bring? Woman's a various and a changeful thing. Thus Hermes in the dream, then took his flight aloft in air unseen, and mix'd with night. Twice warn'd by the celestial messenger, the pious prince arose with hasty fear, then rous'd his drowsy train without delay. Haste to your banks, your crooked anchors weigh, and spread your flying sails, and stand to sea. A god commands; he stood before my sight, and urg'd us once again to speedy flight. O sacred pow'r, what pow'r soe'er thou art, to thy blest orders I resign my heart. Lead thou the way, protect thy Trojan bands, and prosper the design thy will commands. He said, and, drawing forth his flaming sword, his thund'ring arm divides the many-twisted cord.
An emulating zeal inspires his train; They run, they snatch, they rush into the main. With headlong haste they leave the desert shores, And brush the liquid seas with lab'ring oars. Aurora now had left her saffron bed, And beams of early light the heavens o'erspread, When from a tow'r the queen, with wakeful eyes, Saw day point upward from the rosy skies. She look'd to seaward, but the sea was void, And scarce in ken the sailing ships descried. Stung with despite, and furious with despair, She struck her trembling breast, and tore her hair. "And shall th' ungrateful traitor go," she said, "My land forsaken, and my love betray'd? Shall we not arm, not rush from ev'ry street, To follow, sink, and burn his perjur'd fleet? Haste, haul my galleys out, pursue the foe, Bring flaming brands, set sail, and swiftly row. What have I said? Where am I? Fury turns my brain, and my distemper'd bosom burns. Then, when I gave my person and my throne, This hate, this rage had been more timely shown. See now the promis'd faith, the vaunted name, The pious man, who, rushing thro' the flame, Preserv'd his gods, and to the Phrygian shore The burthen of his feeble father bore. I should have torn him piecemeal, strow'd in floods His scatter'd limbs, or left expos'd in woods, Destroy'd his friends and son, and from the fire Have set the reeking boy before the sire. Events are doubtful which on battles wait, Yet where's the doubt to souls secure of fate? My Tyrians, at their injur'd queen's command, Had toss'd their fires amid the Trojan band, At once extinguish'd all the faithless name; And I myself, in vengeance of my shame, Had fall'n upon the pile, to mend the fun'ral flame. Thou sun, who view'st at once the world below, Thou Juno, guardian of the nuptial vow, Thou Hecate, hearken from thy dark abodes. Ye Furies, fiends, and violated gods, All pow'rs invok'd with Dido's dying breath, Attend her curses, and avenge her death. If so the fates ordain, and Jove commands, Th' ungrateful wretch should find the Latian lands, Yet let a race untam'd, and haughty foes, His peaceful entrance with dire arms oppose. Oppress'd with numbers in th' unequal field, His men discourag'd, and himself expell'd, Let him for succour sue from place to place, Torn from his subjects, and his son's embrace. First let him see his friends in battle slain, And their untimely fate lament in vain. And when at length the cruel war shall cease, On hard conditions may he buy his peace. Nor let them then enjoy supreme command, But fall untimely by some hostile hand, And lie unburied on the barren sand. These are my pray'rs, and this my dying will; And you, my Tyrians, ev'ry curse fulfil. Perpetual hate and mortal wars proclaim Against the prince, the people, and the name. These grateful off'rings on my grave bestow, Nor league nor love the hostile nations know. Now, and from hence, in ev'ry future age, When rage excites your arms, and strength supplies the rage, Rise some avenger of our Libyan blood, With fire and sword pursue the perjur'd brood. Our arms, our seas, our shores oppos'd to theirs, And the same hate descend on all our heirs. This said, within her anxious mind she weighs The means of cutting short her odious days. Then to Sichaeus' nurse she briefly said, For when she left her country, hers was dead: "Go, Barce, call my sister; let her care The solemn rites of sacrifice prepare, The sheep, and all th' atoning off'rings bring, Sprinkling her body from the crystal spring With living drops. Then let her come; and thou With sacred fillets bind thy hoary brow. Thus will I pay my vows to Stygian Jove, And end the cares of my disastrous love. Then cast the Trojan image on the fire, And, as that burns, my passions shall expire." The nurse moves onward, with officious care, And all the speed her aged limbs can bear.
But furious Dido, with dark thoughts involved, shook at the mighty mischief she resolved. With livid spots distinguish'd was her face, red were her rolling eyes, and discomposed her pace. Ghastly she gazed, with pain she drew her breath, and nature shiver'd at approaching death. Then swiftly to the fatal place she pass'd, and mounts the funeral pile with furious haste. Unsheath'd the sword the Trojan left behind, not for so dire an enterprise design'd. But when she view'd the garments loosely spread, which once he wore, and saw the conscious bed, she paus'd, and with a sigh the robes embrac'd. Then on the couch her trembling body cast, repress'd the ready tears, and spoke her last. Dear pledges of my love, while Heav'n so pleas'd, receive a soul of mortal anguish eas'd. My fatal course is finish'd, and I go, a glorious name, among the ghosts below. A lofty city by my hands is rais'd, Pygmalion punish'd, and my lord appeas'd. What could my fortune have afforded more, had the false Trojan never touch'd my shore? Then kiss'd the couch, and "Must I die," she said, "and unreveng'd? 'Tis doubly to be dead. Yet ev'n this death with pleasure I receive; on any terms 'tis better than to live. These flames from far may the false Trojan view, these boding omens his base flight pursue." She said, and struck. Deep enter'd in her side the piercing steel, with reeking purple dyed. Clogg'd in the wound the cruel weapon stands, the spouting blood came streaming on her hands. Her sad attendants saw the deadly stroke, and with loud cries the sounding palace shook. Distracted from the fatal sight, they fled, and thro' the town the dismal rumour spread. First from the frighted court the yell began, redoubled thence from house to house it ran. The groans of men, with shrieks, laments, and cries of mixing women, mount the vaulted skies. Not less the clamour, than if ancient Tyre, or the new Carthage, set by foes on fire. The rolling ruin, with their lov'd abodes, involv'd the blazing temples of their gods. Her sister hears, and, furious with despair, she beats her breast, and rends her yellow hair, and, calling on Eliza's name aloud, runs breathless to the place, and breaks the crowd. Was all that pomp of woe for this prepar'd? These fires, this funeral pile, these altars rear'd? Was all this train of plots contriv'd, said she, all only to deceive unhappy me? Which is the worst? Didst thou in death pretend to scorn thy sister, or delude thy friend? Thy summon'd sister and thy friend had come; one sword had serv'd us both, one common tomb. Was I to raise the pile the pow'rs invoke, not to be present at the fatal stroke? At once thou hast destroy'd thyself and me, thy town, thy senate, and thy colony. Bring water, bathe the wound, while I in death lay close my lips to hers, and catch the flying breath. This said, she mounts the pile with eager haste, and in her arms the gasping queen embrac'd. Her temples chaf'd, and her own garments tore, to staunch the streaming blood and cleanse the gore. Thrice Dido tried to raise her drooping head, and fainting thrice fell grov'ling on the bed. Thrice op'd her heavy eyes, and sought the light, but having found it, sicken'd at the sight, and clos'd her lids at last in endless night. Then Juno, grieving that she should sustain a death so ling'ring and so full of pain, sent Iris down to free her from the strife of lab'ring nature, and dissolve her life. For, since she died, not doom'd by Heav'n's decree, of her own crime, but human casualty and rage of love, that plung'd her in despair,
The sisters had not cut the topmost hair, Which Proserpine and they can only know, Nor made her sacred to the shades below. Downward the various goddess took her flight, And drew 1,000 colours from the light, Then stood above the dying lover's head, And said: I thus devote thee to the dead. This off'ring to th' infernal gods I bear. Thus while she spoke, she cut the fatal hair. The struggling soul was loosed, and life dissolved in air. End of Book 4.
Book 5, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia. The Aeneid, by Publius Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 5, Games and a Conflagration, Part 1. Meantime the Trojan cuts his wat'ry way, Fix'd on his voyage through the curling sea. Then, casting back his eyes with dire amaze, Sees on the Punic shore the mounting blaze. The cause unknown, yet his presaging mind the fate of Dido from the fire divin'd. He knew the stormy souls of womankind, what secret springs their eager passions move, how capable of death for injur'd love. Dire auguries from thence the Trojans draw, Till neither fires nor shining shores they saw. Now seas and skies their prospect only bound, An empty space above, a floating field around. But soon the heavens with shadows were o'erspread, A swelling cloud hung hov'ring o'er their head. Livid it look'd, the threat'ning of a storm. Then night and horror, ocean's face deform'd. The pilot, Palinurus, cried aloud: "What gusts of weather from that gath'ring cloud my thoughts presage? Ere yet the tempest roars, stand to your tackle, mates, and stretch your oars. Contract your swelling sails, and luff to wind." The frighted crew perform'd the task assign'd. Then to his fearless chief: "Not heav'n," said he, "Tho' Jove himself should promise Italy, Can stem the torrent of this raging sea. Mark how the shifting winds from west arise, And what collected night involves the skies. Nor can our shaken vessels live at sea, Much less against the tempest force their way. 'Tis fate diverts our course, and fate we must obey. Not far from hence, if I observ'd aright The southing of the stars and polar light, Sicilia lies, whose hospitable shores In safety we may reach with struggling oars." Aeneas then replied: "Too sure I find we strive in vain against the seas and wind. Now shift your sails. What place can please me more Than what you promise, the Sicilian shore, Whose hallow'd earth Anchises' bone contains, And where a prince of Trojan lineage reigns." The course resolv'd, before the western wind They scud amain, and make the port a sign. Meanwhile Acestes, from a lofty stand, Beheld the fleet descending on the land. and, not unmindful of his ancient race, down from the cliff he ran with eager pace, and held the hero in a strict embrace. Of a rough Libyan bear the spoils he wore, and either hand a pointed javelin bore. His mother was a dame of Dardan blood, his sire Crinisus, a Sicilian flood. He welcomes his returning friends ashore, with plenteous country cates and homely store. Now, when the following morn had chas'd away the flying stars, and light restor'd the day, Aeneas call'd the Trojan troops around, and thus bespoke them from a rising ground. Offspring of heav'n, divine Dardanian race, the sun revolving thro' th' ethereal space, the shining circle of the year has fill'd, since first this isle my father's ashes held. And now the rising day renews the year, a day for ever sad, for ever dear. This would I celebrate with annual games, with gifts on altars piled, and holy flames, tho' banish'd to gay Tulia's barren sands, caught on the Grecian seas, or hostile lands. But since this happy storm our fleet has driven, not, as I deem, without the will of Heav'n, upon these friendly shores and flow'ry plains, which hide Anchises and his blest remains, let us with joy perform his honours due, and pray for prosperous winds our voyage to renew. Pray that in towns and temples of our own the name of great Anchises may be known, and yearly games may spread the gods' renown. Our sports, Acestes, of the Trojan race, with royal gifts ordain'd is pleas'd to grace. 2 steers on ev'ry ship the king bestows; his gods and ours shall share your equal vows. Besides, if, 9 days hence, the rosy morn shall with unclouded light the skies adorn, that day with solemn sports I mean to grace. Light galleys on the seas shall run a wat'ry race. Some shall in swiftness for the gold contend, and others try the twanging bow to bend. The strong, with iron gauntlets arm'd, shall stand oppos'd in combat on the yellow sand. Let all be present at the games prepar'd, and joyful victors wait the just reward. But now assist the rites with garlands crown'd. He said, and first his brows with myrtle bound; then Helymus by his example led, and old Acestes each adorn'd his head. Thus young Ascanius with a sprightly grace his temples tied, and all the Trojan race. Aeneas then advanc'd amidst the train, by thousands follow'd thro' the fruitful plain, to great Anchises' tomb; which when he found, he pour'd to Bacchus on the hallow'd ground 2 bowls of sparkling wine, of milk 2 more, and 2 from offer'd bulls of purple gore. With roses then the sepulchre he strow'd, and thus his father's ghost spoke aloud: "Hail, O ye holy mourners, hail again! Paternal ashes, now review'd in vain. The gods permitted not that you with me should reach the promis'd shores of Italy, or Tiber's flood, what flood soe'er it be." Scarce had he finish'd, when, with speckled pride, a serpent from the tomb began to glide. His hugy bulk on 7 high volumes roll'd; blue was his breadth of back, but streak'd with gold. Thus, riding on his curls, he seem'd to pass a rolling fire along, and singe the grass. More various colours thro' his body run, than Iris with her bow imbibes the sun. Betwixt the rising altars and around, the sacred monster shot along the ground. with harmless play amidst the bowls he pass'd, and with his lolling tongue essay'd the taste. Thus, fed with holy food, the wondrous guest within the hollow tomb retir'd to rest. The pious prince, surpris'd at what he view'd, the funeral honours with more zeal renew'd, doubtful if this the place's genius were, or guardian of his father's sepulchre. 2 sheep, according to the rites he slew, as many swine and steers of sable hue. New generous wine he from the goblets pour'd, and call'd his father's ghost from hell restor'd. The glad attendants in long order come, off'ring their gifts at great Anchises' tomb. Some add more oxen, some divide the spoil, some place the chargers on the grassy soil, some blow the fire, and offer'd entrails broil. Now came the day desir'd. The skies were bright with rosy lustre of the rising light. The bord'ring people, rous'd by sounding fame of Trojan feasts and great Acestes' name, the crowded shore with acclamations fill, part to behold, and part to prove their skill. And first the gifts in public view they place, green laurel wreaths and palm, the victor's grace. Within the circle arms and tripods lie, ingots of gold and silver heap'd on high, and vests embroider'd of the Tyrian dye. The trumpet's clangor then the feast proclaims, and all prepare for their appointed games. 4 galleys first with equal rowers bear, advancing in the watery lists appear. The speedy dolphin that outstrips the wind bore Menesthus, author of the Mamaean kind. Gyas the vast Chimaera's bulk commands, which rising like a tow'ring city stands. 3 Trojans tug at every labouring oar, 3 banks in 3 degrees the sailors bore. Beneath their sturdy strokes the billows roar. Sergestus, who began the Sergian race, in the great Centaur took the leading place. Cloanthus on the sea-green Scylla stood, from whom Cluentius draws his Trojan blood. Far in the sea, against the foaming shore, there stands a rock. The raging billows roar above his head in storms. But when 'tis clear, uncurl their ridgy backs, and at his foot appear. In peace below the gentle waters run, the cormorants above lie basking in the sun. On this the hero fix'd an oak in sight, the mark to guide the mariners aright. To bear with this, the seamen stretch their oars, then round the rock they steer, and seek the former shores. The lots decide their place. Above the rest, each leader shining in his Tyrian vest, the common crew, with wreaths of poplar boughs, their temples crown and shade their sweaty brows. Besmear'd with oil, their naked shoulders shine. All take their seats, and wait the sounding sign. They grip their oars, and every panting breast Is rais'd by turns by hope, by turns with fear depress'd. The clangor of the trumpet gives the sign. At once they start, advancing in a line. With shouts the sailors rend the starry skies, lash'd with their oars the smoky billows rise. Sparkles the briny main, and the vexed ocean fries. Exact in time, with equal strokes they row. At once the brushing oars and brazen prow dash up the sandy waves, and ope the depths below. Not fiery coursers in a chariot race invade the field with half so swift a pace, nor the fierce driver with more fury lends the sounding lash, and ere the stroke descends, low to the wheels his pliant body bends. The partial crowd their hopes and fears divide, and aid with eager shouts the favour'd side. Cries, murmurs, clamours, with a mixing sound, from woods to woods, from hills to hills rebound. Amidst the loud applauses of the shore, Gyas outstripp'd the rest, and sprung before. Cloanthus, better mann'd, pursued him fast, but his o'ermasted galley check'd his haste. The Centaur and the Dolphin brush'd the brine with equal oars, advancing in a line. And now the mighty Centaur seems to lead, and now the speedy Dolphin gets ahead. Now board to board the rival vessels row, the billows lave the skies, and ocean groans below. They reach the mark. Proud Gyas and his train in triumph rode, the victors of the main. But, steering round, he charg'd his pilots stand more close to shore, and skim along the sand. Let others bear to sea. Menoetes heard, but secret shelves too cautiously he fear'd, and fearing sought the deep, and still aloof he steer'd. With louder cries the captain call'd again, "Bear to the rocky shore, and shun the main." He spoke, and speaking, at his stern he saw the bold Cloanthus near the shelvings draw. Betwixt the mark and him the Scylla stood, and in a closer compass plow'd the flood. He pass'd the mark, and wheeling got before. Gyas blasphem'd the gods, devoutly swore, cried out for anger, and his hair he tore. Mindless of others' lives, so high was grown his rising rage, and careless of his own, the trembling dotard to the deck he drew, then hoisted up, and overboard he threw. This done, he seiz'd the helm, his fellows cheer'd, turn'd short upon the shelves, and madly steer'd. Hardly his head the plunging pilot rears, clogg'd with his clothes, and cumber'd with his years. Now, dripping wet, he climbs the cliff with pain. The crowd, that saw him fall and float again, shout from the distant shore, and loudly laugh to see his heaving breast disgorge the briny draught. The following Centaur and the Dolphin's crew their vanish'd hopes of victory renew. While Gyas lags, they kindle in the race. To reach the mark, Sergesthus takes the place. Mnestheus pursues, and while around they wind, comes up, not half his galley's length behind. Then on the deck amidst his mates appear'd, and thus their drooping courage he cheer'd: "My friends, and Hector's followers heretofore, exert your vigour, tug the lab'ring oar. Stretch to your strokes my still unconquer'd crew, whom from the flaming walls of Troy I drew. In this our common interest let me find that strength of hand, that courage of the mind, as when you stemm'd the strong Malean flood, and o'er the Syrtes' broken billows row'd. I seek not now the foremost palm to gain, But that haughty wish is vain. Let those enjoy it whom the gods ordain. But, to be last, the lags of all the race, redeem yourselves and me from that disgrace." Now, one and all, they lug amain, they row at the full stretch, and shake the brazen prow. The sea beneath them sinks, their lab'ring sides are swell'd, and sweat runs guttering down in tides. Chance aids their daring with unhop'd success. Sergesthus, eager with his beak to press betwixt the rival galley and the rock, shuts up the unwieldy Centaur in the lock. The vessel struck, and with the dreadful shock her oars she shiver'd, and her head she broke. The trembling rowers from their banks arise, and anxious for themselves renounce the prize. With iron poles they heave her off the shores, and gather from the sea their floating oars. The crew of Mnestheus with elated minds urge their success, and call the willing winds. then ply their oars, and cut their liquid way in large compass on the roomy sea. As, when the dove her rocky hole forsakes, rous'd in affright, her sounding rings she shakes, the cavern rings with clattering, out she flies, and leaves her callow care, and cleaves the skies. At first she flutters, but at length she springs to smoother flight, and shoots upon her wings. So Mnestheus in the dolphin cuts the sea, and flying with a force, that force assists his way. Sergestus in the Centaur soon he pass'd, wedged in the rocky shoals, and sticking fast. In vain the victor he with cries implores, and practices to row with shatter'd oars. Then Mnestheus bears with Gyas, and outflies. The ship, without a pilot, yields the prize. Unvanquish'd Scylla now alone remains; her he pursues, and all his vigour strains. Shouts from the fav'ring multitude arise; applauding Echo to the shouts replies. Shouts, wishes, and applause run rattling thro' the skies. These clamours with disdain the Scylla heard, much grudg'd the praise, but more the robb'd reward. Resolv'd to hold their own, they mend their pace, all obstinate to die, or gain the race. Rais'd with success, the Dolphin swiftly ran, for they can conquer who believe they can. Both urge their oars, and fortune both supplies, and both perhaps had shar'd an equal prize, when to the seas Cloanthus holds his hands, and succour from the watery powers demands. Gods of the liquid realms on which I row, if, given by you, the laurel bind my brow, assist to make me guilty of my vow. A snow-white bull shall on your shore be slain, his offer'd entrails cast into the main, and ruddy wine from golden goblets thrown your grateful gift and my return shall own. The choir of nymphs, and Phorcus from below, with virgin Panopia heard this vow; and old Portunus, with his breadth of hand, push'd on, and sped the galley to the land. Swift as a shaft, o winged wing, she flies, and darting to the port, obtains the prize. The herald summons all, and then proclaims Cloanthus conqueror of the naval games. The prince with laurel crowns the victor's head, and 3 fat steers are to his vessel led, the ship's reward, with generous wine beside, and sums of silver which the crew divide. The leaders are distinguish'd from the rest, the victor honour'd with a nobler vest, where gold and purple strive in equal rows, and needlework its happy cost bestows. There Ganymede is wrought with living art, chasing thro' Ida's groves the trembling hart. Breathless he seems, yet eager to pursue, when from aloft descends in open view the bird of Jove, and, sousing on his prey, with crooked talons bears the boy away. In vain, with lifted hands and gazing eyes, his guards behold him soaring thro' the skies, and dogs pursue his flight with imitated cry. Mnestheus the second victor was declar'd, and summon'd there the second prize he shar'd. A coat of mail, which brave Demoleus bore, more brave Aeneas from his shoulders tore, in single combat on the Trojan shore. This was ordained for Mnestheus to possess, in war for his defence, for ornament in peace. Rich was the gift, and glorious to behold, but yet so ponderous with its plates of gold, that scarce 2 servants could the weight sustain. Yet, loaded thus, Demoleus o'er the plain pursued, and lightly seized the Trojan train. The third, succeeding to the last reward, 2 goodly bowls of massy silver shar'd, with figures prominent and richly wrought, and 2 brass caldrons from Dodona brought. thus all, rewarded by the hero's hands, their conquering temples bound with purple bands. And now Sergestus, clearing from the rock, brought back his galley shatter'd with the shock. Forlorn she look'd without an aiding oar, and hooted by the vulgar made to shore. As when a snake, surpris'd upon the road, is crush'd athwart her body by the load of heavy wheels, or with a mortal wound her belly bruis'd and trodden to the ground, in vain with loosen'd curls she crawls along, yet fierce above she brandishes her tongue, glares with her eyes, and bristles with her scales, but, grovelling in the dust, her parts unsound she trails. So, slowly to the port the Centaur tends, but what she wants in oars with sails amends. Yet, for his galley sav'd, the grateful prince is pleas'd the unhappy chief to recompense. Pholoe, the Cretan slave, rewards his care, beauteous herself, with lovely twins as fair. From thence his way the Trojan hero bent into the neighb'ring plain, with mountains pent, whose sides were shaded with surrounding wood. Full in the midst of this fair valley stood a native theatre, which, rising slow by just degrees, o'erlook'd the ground below. High on a sylvan throne the leader sate, a numerous train attend in solemn state. Here those that in the rapid course delight, desire of honour, and the prize invite. The rival runners without order stand, the Trojans mix'd with the Sicilian band. First Nisus with Euryalus appears, Euryalus a boy of blooming years, with sprightly grace and equal beauty crown'd. Nisus, for friendship to the youth renown'd. Diores next, of Priam's royal race. Then Salius join'd with Patron took their place. But Patron in Arcadia had his birth, and Salius his from Acarnanian earth. When two Sicilian youths, the names of those swift Helymus and lovely Panopes, both jolly huntsmen, both in forest bred, and owning all Acestes for the head, and several others of ignobler name, whom time has not deliver'd o'er to fame. To these the hero thus his thoughts explain'd, in words which general approbation gain'd. One common largess is for all design'd, the vanquish'd and the victor shall be join'd. 2 darts of polish'd steel and Gnosian wood, a silver-studded axe alike bestow'd. The foremost 3 have olive wreaths decreed. The first of these obtains a stately steed, adorned with trappings, and the next in fame the quiver of an Amazonian dame, with feather'd Thracian arrows well supplied. A golden belt shall gird his manly side, which with a sparkling diamond shall be tied. The third this Grecian helmet shall content, he said. To their appointed base they went, with beating hearts the expected sign receiv'd, and starting all at once, the barrier leave. Spread out as on the winged winds they flew, and seiz'd the distant goal with greedy view. Shot from the crowd, swift Nisus all o'erpass'd, nor storms nor thunder equal half his haste. The next, but though the next yet far disjoin'd, came Salius, and Euryalus behind. Then Helymus, who young Diores plied, step after step, and almost side by side, his shoulders pressing, and in longer space had won, or left at least a dubious race. Now spent, the goal they almost reach at last, when eager Nisus, hapless in his haste, slipped first, and slipping fell upon the plain, soaked with the blood of oxen newly slain. The careless victor had not mark'd his way, but treading where the treach'rous puddle lay, his heels flew up, and on the grassy floor he fell, besmear'd with filth and holy gore. Not mindless then, Euryalus, of thee, nor of the sacred bonds of amity, he strove th' immediate rival's hope to cross, and caught the foot of Salius as he rose. So Salius lay extended on the plain. Euryalus springs out the prize to gain, and leaves the crowd. Applauding peals attend the victor to his goal, who vanquish'd by his friend. Next Helymus, then Diores came, by two misfortunes made the third in fame. But Salius enters, and exclaiming loud for justice, deafens and disturbs the crowd, urges his cause may in the court be heard, and pleads the prize is wrongfully conferr'd. But favour for Euryalus appears; his blooming beauty with his tender years had bribed the judges for the promis'd prize. Besides, Diores fills the court with cries, who vainly reaches at the last reward, if the first palm on Salius be conferr'd. And thus the prince: let no disputes arise, where fortune plac'd it, I award the prize. But fortune's errors give me leave to mend, at least to pity my deserving friend, he said. And from among the spoils he draws, ponderous with shaggy mane and golden paws, a lion's hide. To Salius this he gives. Nisus with envy sees the gift and grieves. If such rewards to vanquish'd men are due, he said, and falling is to rise by you, what prize may Nisus from your bounty claim, who merited first rewards and fame? In falling both an equal fortune tried, would fortune for my fall so well provide. With this he pointed to his face, and show'd his hand, and all his habit smear'd with blood. The indulgent father of the people smiled, and caused to be produced an ample shield of wondrous art, by Didymaon wrought, long since from Neptune's bars in triumph brought. This, given to Nisus, he divides the rest, and equal justice in his gifts express'd. The race thus ended, and rewards bestow'd, once more the prince bespeaks th' attentive crowd. If there be here whose dauntless courage dare in gauntlet fight with limbs and body bare, his opposite sustain in open view, stand forth the champion, and the games renew. Two prizes I propose, and thus divide: a bull with gilded horns and fillets tied shall be the portion of the conqu'ring chief. A sword and helm shall cheer the loser's grief. Then haughty Dares in the lists appears. Stalking he strides, his head erected bears. His nervous arms the weighty gauntlet wield, and loud applauses echo through the field. Dares alone in combat used to stand, the match of mighty Paris, hand to hand. The same at Hector's funerals undertook gigantic Butes of th' Amycian stock, and by the stroke of his resistless hand stretch'd the vast bulk upon the yellow sand. Such Dares was, and such he strode along, and drew the wonder of the gazing throng. His brawny back and ample breast he shows, his lifted arms around his head he throws, and deals in whistling air his empty blows. His match is sought, but thro' the trembling band not one dares answer to the proud demand. Presuming of his force with sparkling eyes, already he devours the promis'd prize. He claims the bull with aweless insolence, and having seiz'd his horns, accosts the prince. If none my matchless valour dares oppose, how long shall Dares wait his dastard foes? Permit me, chief, permit without delay, to lead this uncontested gift away. The crowd assents, and with redoubled cries, for the proud challenger demands the prize. End of Book 5, Part 1. Book 5, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia. The Aeneid by Publius Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 5, Games and a Conflagration. Part 2. Acestes, fired with just disdain, to see the palm usurped without a victory, reproach'd Entellus thus, who sate beside, and heard and saw unmoved the Trojans' pride. Once, but in vain, a champion of renown, so tamely can you bear the ravish'd crown. A prize in triumph borne before your sight, and shun for fear the danger of the fight? Where is our Eryx now, the boasted name, the god who taught your thundering arm the game? Where now your baffled honour? Where the spoil that fill'd your house, and fame that fill'd our isle? And tell us thus: my soul is still the same, unmov'd with fear, and mov'd with martial fame. But my chill blood is curdled in my veins, and scarce the shadow of a man remains. Oh, could I turn to that fair prime again, that prime of which this boaster is so vain! The brave, who this decrepit age defies, should feel my force without the promis'd prize. He said, and rising at the word, he threw 2 ponderous gauntlets down in open view; gauntlets which Eryx, wont in fight to wield, and sheath'd his hand with in the listed field. With fear and wonder seiz'd, the crowd beholds the gloves of death, with 7 distinguish'd folds of tough bull hides. The space within is spread with iron, or with loads of heavy lead. Dares himself was daunted at the sight, renounc'd his challenge, and refus'd to fight. Astonish'd at their weight, the hero stands, and pois'd the pond'rous engines in his hands. What had your wonder, said Entellus, been, had you the gauntlets of Alcides seen, or view'd the stern debate on this unhappy green? These which I bear your brother Eryx bore, still mark'd with batter'd brains and mingled gore. With these he long sustain'd the Herculean arm, and these I wielded while my blood was warm. This languag'd frame, while better spirits fed, ere age unstrung my nerves, or time o'ersnow'd my head. But if the challenger these arms refuse, and cannot wield their weight, or dare not use; if great Aeneas and Acestes join in his request, these gauntlets I resign. Let us with equal arms perform the fight, and let him leave to fare, since I resign my right. This said, Entellus for the strife prepares. Stripp'd of his quilted coat, his body bears. Composed of mighty bones and brawn he stands, a goodly tow'ring object on the sands. Then just Aeneas equal arms supplied, which round their shoulders to their wrists they tied. Both on the tiptoe stand at full extent, their arms aloft, their bodies inly bent. Their heads from aiming blows they bear afar, with clashing gauntlets then provoke the war. One on his youth and pliant limbs relies, one on his sinews and his giant size. The last is still with age, his motion slow. He heaves for breath, he staggers to and fro, and clouds of issuing smoke his nostrils loudly blow. Yet, equal in success, they ward, they strike. Their ways are different, but their art alike. Before, behind, the blows are dealt. Around their hollow sides the rattling thumps resound. A storm of strokes, well meant, with fury flies, and errs about their temples, ears, and eyes. Nor always errs, for oft the gauntlet draws a sweeping stroke along the crackling jaws, heavy with age. Entellus stands his ground, but with his warping body wards the wound. His hand and watchful eye keep even pace, while Dares traverses and shifts his place. And, like a captain who beleaguers round some strong-built castle on a rising ground, views all th' approaches with observing eyes, this and that other part in vain he tries, and more on industry than force relies. With hands on high, Entellus threats the foe, but Dares watch'd the motion from below, and slipp'd aside, and shunn'd the long descending blow. Entellus wastes his forces on the wind, and thus deluded of the stroke design'd, headlong and heavy fell. His ample breast and weighty limbs his ancient mother press'd. So falls a hollow pine that long had stood on Ida's height, or Erymanthus' wood. Torn from the roots, the diff'ring nations rise, and shouts and mingled murmurs rend the skies. Acestus runs with eager haste to raise the fallen companion of his youthful days. Dauntless he rose, and to the fight return'd. With shame his glowing cheeks, his eyes with fury burn'd. Disdain and conscious virtue fir'd his breast, and with redoubled force his foe he press'd. He lays on load with either hand amain, and headlong drives the Trojan o'er the plain, nor stops, nor stays, nor rest, nor breath allows, but storm of stroke descend about his brows. A rattling tempest and a hail of blows. But now the prince, who saw the wild increase of wounds, commands the combatants to cease, and bounds Entellus' wrath, and bids the peace. First to the Trojans, spent with toil, he came, and soothed his sorrow for the suffer'd shame. "What fury seiz'd my friend?" "The gods," said he, "to him propitious, and averse to thee, have giv'n his arms superior force to thine. 'Tis madness to contend with strength divine." The gauntlet fight thus ended, from the shore His faithful friends unhappy Dares bore. His mouth and nostrils pour'd a purple flood, And pounded teeth came rushing with his blood. Faintly he stagger'd thro' the hissing throng, And hung his head, and trail'd his legs along. The sword and casque are carried by his train, But with his foe the palm and ox remain. The champion then before Aeneas came, Proud of his prize, but prouder of his fame. "O goddess born, and you, Dardanian host, Mark with attention, and forgive my boast. Learn what I was, by what remains, and know from what impending fate you sav'd my foe." Sternly he spoke, and then confronts the bull, And, on his ample forehead aiming full, The deadly stroke descending pierc'd the skull. Down drops the beast, nor needs a second wound, But sprawls in pangs of death, and spurns the ground. Then thus: "In Dares' stead I offer this: Eryx, accept a noble sacrifice. Take the last gift my weather'd arms can yield. Thy gauntlets I resign, and here renounce the the field. This done, Aeneas orders for the close the strife of archers with contending bows. The mast Sergestus' shatter'd galley bore, with his own hands he raises on the shore. A fluttering dove upon the top they tie, the living mark at which their arrows fly. The rival archers in a line advance, their turn of shooting to receive from chance. A helmet holds their names, the lots are drawn. On the first scroll was read Hippocoon. The people shout; upon the next was found young Mnestheus, late with naval honours crown'd. The third contain'd Eurytion's noble name, thy brother Pandarus, and next in fame. Whom Pallas urg'd the treaty to confound, and send among the gifts a feather'd wound. Acestes in the bottom last remain'd, whom not his age from youthful sports restrain'd. Soon all with vigour bend their trusty bows, and from the quiver each his arrow chose. Hippocoon's was the first; with forceful sway It flew, and whizzing cut the liquid way. Fix'd in the mast the feather'd weapon stands. The fearful pigeon flutters in her bands, and the tree trembled, and the shouting cries of the pleas'd people rend the vaulted skies. Then Mnestheus to the head his arrow drove, with lifted eyes, and took his aim above, but made a glancing shot, and miss'd the dove, yet miss'd so narrow that he cut the cord which fasten'd by the foot the flitting bird. The captive thus releas'd, away she flies, and beats with clapping wings the yielding skies. His bow already bent, Eurytion stood, and having first invok'd his brother god, his winged shaft with eager haste he sped. The fatal message reach'd her as she fled. She leaves her life aloft, she strikes the ground, and renders back the weapon in the wound. Acestes, grudging at his lot, remains without a prize to gratify his pains, yet shooting upward sends his shaft, to show an archer's art, and boast his twanging bow. The feather'd arrow gave a dire portent, and later augurs judge from this event. Chaf'd by the speed, it fir'd, and as it flew, a trail of following flames ascending drew. Kindling they mount, and mark the shiny way across the skies, as falling meteors play, and vanish into wind, or in a blaze decay. The Trojans and Sicilians wildly stare, and trembling turn their wonder into pray'r. The Dardan prince put on a smiling face, and strain'd Acestes with a close embrace. Then, honouring him with gifts above the rest, turn'd the bad omen, nor his fears confess'd. "The gods," said he, "this miracle have wrought, and order'd you the prize without the lot. Accept this goblet, rough with figur'd gold, which Thracian Cisseus gave my sire of old. This pledge of ancient amity receive, which to my second sire I justly give." He said, and, with the trumpet's cheerful sound, proclaim'd him victor, and with laurel crown'd. Nor good Eurytion envied him the prize, though he transfix'd the pigeon in the sky. Who cut the line with second gifts was grac'd, the third was his whose arrow pierc'd the mast. The chief, before the games were wholly done, call'd Periphantes tutor to his son, and whisper'd thus: "With speed Ascanius find, and if his childish troop be ready join'd, on horseback let him grace his grandsire's day, and lead his equals arm'd in just array." He said, and calling out, the cirque he clears. The crowd withdrawn, an open plain appears. And now the noble youths of form divine Advance before their fathers in a line. The riders grace the steeds with glory shine. Thus, marching on in military pride, shouts of applause resound from side to side. Their casques adorn'd with laurel wreaths they wear, each brandishing aloft a cornel spear. Some at their backs their gilded quivers bore, their chains of burnish'd gold hung down before. 3 graceful troops they form'd upon the green, 3 graceful leaders at their head were seen. 12 follow'd every chief, and left a space between. The first young Priam led, a lovely boy, whose grandsire was th' unhappy king of Troy. His race in after times was known to fame, new honours adding to the Latian name. And well the royal boy his Thracian steed became. White were the fetlocks of his feet before, and on his front a snowy star he bore. Then beauteous Attis, with Iulus bred, of equal age, the second squadron led. The last in order, but the first in place, first in the lovely features of his face, rode fair Ascanius on a fiery steed, Queen Dido's gift, and of the Tyrian breed. Sure coursers for the rest the king ordains, with golden bits adorn'd and purple reins. The pleas'd spectators peals of shouts renew, and all the parents in the children view them, make their motions, and their sprightly grace. And hopes and fears alternate in their face. The unfledged commanders and their martial train first make the circuit of the sandy plain around their sires, and at the appointed sign, drawn up in beauteous order, form a line. The second signal sounds, the troop divides in 3 distinguish'd parts, with 3 distinguish'd guides. Again they close, and once again disjoin. In troop to troop opposed, and line to line, they meet, they wheel, they throw their darts afar, with harmless rage and well-dissembled war. Then in a round the mingled bodies run, flying they follow, and pursuing shun. Broken they break, and rallying they renew in other forms the military shew. At last in order undisturb'd they join, and march together in a friendly line. And, as the Cretan labyrinth of old, with wandering ways and many a winding fold, involved the weary feet without redress in a round error which denied recess. So fought the Trojan boys in warlike play, turn'd and return'd, and still a different way. Thus dolphins in the deep each other chase in circles, when they swim around the watery race. This game, these carousels, Ascanius taught, and building Alba to the Latins brought. Shew'd what he learn'd, the Latin sires impart to their succeeding sons the graceful art. From these imperial Rome receiv'd the game, which Troy, the youths, the Trojan troop, they name. Thus far the sacred sports they celebrate, but Fortune soon resum'd her ancient hate. For while they pay their dead his annual dues, those envied rites Saturnian Juno views, and sends the goddess of the various bow to try new methods of revenge below. Supplies the winds to wing her airy way, where in the port secure the navy lay. Swiftly fair Iris down her arch descends, and undiscern'd her fatal voyage ends. She saw the gathering crowd, and gliding thence, the desert shore and fleet without defence. The Trojan matrons on the sands alone, with sighs and tears Anchises' death bemoan. Then turning to the sea their weeping eyes, their pity to themselves renews their cries. Alas, said one, What oceans yet remain for us to sail, what labours to sustain? All take the word, and, with a gen'ral groan, Implore the gods for peace and places of their own. The goddess, great in mischief, views their pains, And in a woman's form her heav'nly limbs restrains. In face and shape old Beroe she becomes, Doryclus' wife, a venerable dame, Once blest with riches and a mother's name. Thus chang'd, amidst the crying crowd she ran, Mix'd with the matrons, and these words began: "O wretched we, whom not the Grecian pow'r Nor flames destroy'd in Troy's unhappy hour! O wretched we, reserv'd by cruel fate Beyond the ruins of the sinking state! Now 7 revolving years are wholly run Since this improsp'rous voyage we begun; Since, toss'd from shores to shores, from lands to lands, Inhospitable rocks and barren sands, Wand'ring in exile thro' the stormy sea, We search in vain for flying Italy. Now, cast by fortune on this kindred land, What should our rest and rising walls withstand, Or hinder here to fix our banish'd band? O country lost, and gods redeem'd in vain, If still in endless exile we remain! Shall we no more the Trojan walls renew, Or streams of some dissembled Simois view? Haste, join with me, th' unhappy fleet consume! Cassandra bids, and I declare her doom. In sleep I saw her; she supplied my hands For this I more than dreamt with flaming brands. With these, said she, these wand'ring ships destroy; These are your fatal seats, and this your Troy. Time calls you now; the precious hour employ. Slack not the good presage, while Heav'n inspires Our minds to dare, and gives the ready fires. See, Neptune's altars minister their brands; The god is pleas'd, the god supplies our hands." And from the pile a flaming fire she drew, And, toss'd in air, amidst the galleys threw. Wrapp'd in amaze, the matrons wildly stare; Then Pyrgo reverenc'd for her hoary hair, Pyrgo, the nurse of Priam's num'rous race. No Beroe this, tho' she belies her face. What terrors from her frowning front arise! Behold a goddess in her ardent eyes! What rays around her heav'nly face are seen! Mark her majestic voice, and more than mortal mien. Beroe but now I left, whom pin'd with pain Her age and anguish from these rites detain." She said. The matrons, seiz'd with new amaze, Roll their malignant eyes, and on the navy gaze. They fear and hope, and neither part obey. They hope the fated land, but fear the fatal way. The goddess, having done her task below, Mounts up on equal wings, and bends the painted bow. Struck with the sight, and seiz'd with rage divine, The matrons prosecute their mad design. They shriek aloud; they snatch with impious hands The food of altars, fires, and flaming brands. Green boughs and saplings mingled in their haste, And smoking torches on the ships they cast. The flame, unstopp'd at first, more fury gains, And Vulcan rides at large with loosen'd reins. Triumphant to the painted sterns he soars, And seizes in this way the banks and crackling oars. Eumelus was the first the news to bear, While yet they crowd the rural theatre. Then what they hear is witness'd by their eyes: A storm of sparkles and of flames arise. Ascanius took th' alarm, while yet he led His early warriors on his prancing steed. And, spurring on, his equal soon o'erpass'd, nor could his frighted friends reclaim his haste. Soon as the royal youth appear'd in view, he sent his voice before him as he flew. "What madness moves you, matrons, to destroy the last remainders of unhappy Troy? Not hostile fleets, but your own hopes you burn, and on your friends your fatal fury turn. Behold your own Ascanius!" While he said, he drew his glitt'ring helmet from his head, in which the youths to sportful arms he led. By this Aeneas and his train appear; and now the women, seiz'd with shame and fear, dispers'd, to woods and cavern take their flight, abhor their actions, and avoid the light. Their friends acknowledge, and their error find, and shake the goddess from their alter'd mind. Not so the raging fires their fury cease, but, lurking in the seams, with seeming peace, work on their way amidst the smouldering tow, sure in destruction, but in motion slow. The silent plague thro' the green timber eats, and vomits out a tardy flame by fits. Down to the keels and upward to the sails the fire descends, or mounts, but still prevails. Nor buckets pour'd, nor strength of human hand, can the victorious element withstand. The pious hero rends his robe, and throws to heav'ns his hand, and with his friends his vows. "O Jove," he cried, "if pray'rs can yet have place, if thou abhorrest not all the Dardan race, if any spark of pity still remain, if gods are gods, and not invok'd in vain, yet spare the relics of the Trojan train, yet from the flames our burning vessels free, or let thy fury fall alone on me. At this devoted head thy thunder throw, and send the willing sacrifice below." Scarce had he said, when southern storms arise; from pole to pole the forky lightning flies. Loud rattling shakes the mountains and the plain; Heav'n bellies downward, and descends in rain. Whole sheets of water from the clouds are sent, Which, hissing thro' the planks, the flames prevent, And stop the fiery pest. 4 ships alone burnt to the waist, and for the fleet atone. But doubtful thoughts the hero's heart divide, If he should still in Sicily reside, Forgetful of his fates, or tempt the main, In hope the promis'd Italy to gain. Then Notes, old and wise, to whom alone The will of Heav'n by Pallas was foreshown, Vers'd in portents, experienc'd, and inspir'd To tell events, and what the fates requir'd. Thus, while he stood, to neither part inclin'd, With cheerful words reliev'd his lab'ring mind. "O goddess born, resign'd in ev'ry state, With patience bear, with prudence push your fate. By suff'ring well our fortune we subdue; Fly when she frowns, and, when she calls, pursue. Your friend Acestes is of Trojan kind; To him disclose the secrets of your mind. Trust in his hands your old and useless train, Too numerous for the ships which yet remain. The feeble, old, indulgent of their ease, The dames who dread the dangers of the seas, With all the dastard crew who dare not stand The shock of battle with your foes by land. Here you may build a common town for all, And, from Acestes' name, Acesta call." The reasons, with his friend's experience join'd, Encourag'd much, but more disturb'd his mind. 'Twas dead of night, when to his slumb'ring eyes His father's shade descended from the skies, And thus he spoke: "O more than vital breath, Lov'd while I liv'd, and dear ev'n after death! O son, in various toils and troubles toss'd, The King of Heav'n employs my careful ghost On his command; the god, who sav'd from fire Your flaming fleet, and heard your just desire. The wholesome counsel of your friend receive, And here the coward train and women leave. The chosen youth, and those who nobly dare, Transport, to tempt the dangers of the war. The stern Italians will their courage try; Rough are their manners, and their minds are high. But first to Pluto's palace you shall go, And seek my shade among the blest below. For not with impious ghosts my soul remains, Nor suffer'd with the damn'd perpetual pains, But breathes the living air of soft Elysian plains. The chaste Sibylla shall your steps convey, And blood of offer'd victims free the way. There shall you know what realms the gods assign, And learn the fates and fortunes of your line. But now, farewell! I vanish with the night, And feel the blast of heav'n's approaching light." He said, and mix'd with shades, and took his airy flight. "Whither so fast?" the filial duty cried. "And why, ah why, the wish'd embrace denied?" He said, and rose, as holy zeal inspires; He rakes hot embers, and renews the fires. His country gods and Vesta then adores, With cakes and incense, and their aid implores. Next for his friends and royal host he sent, Reveal'd his vision, and the gods' intent, With his own purpose. All, without delay, The will of Jove and his desires obey. They list with women each degenerate name, Who dares not hazard life for future fame. These they cashier; the brave remaining few, Oars, banks, and cables half consum'd, renew. The prince designs a city with the plow; The lots their sev'ral tenements allow. This part is nam'd from Ilium, that from Troy, And the new king ascends the throne with joy. A chosen senate from the people draws, Appoints the judges, and ordains the laws. Then on the top of Eryx they begin A rising temple to the Paphian queen. Anchises last is honour'd as a god. A priest is added, annual gifts bestow'd, And groves are planted round his blest abode. 9 days they pass in feasts, their temples crown'd, And fumes of incense in the fanes abound. Then from the south arose a gentle breeze, That curl'd the smoothness of the glassy sea. The rising winds a ruffling gale afford, And call the merry mariners aboard. Now loud laments along the shores resound, Of parting friends in close embraces bound. The trembling women, the degenerate train, Who shun the frightful dangers of the main, Even those desire to sail and take their share Of the rough passage and the promis'd war; Whom good Aeneas cheers, and recommends To their new master's care his fearful friends. On Eryx's altar 3 fat calves he lays, A lamb new fallen to the stormy seas. Then slips his hawsers, and his anchors weighs. High on the deck the godlike hero stands, With olive crown'd, a charger in his hands. Then cast the reeking entrails in the brine, And pour'd the sacrifice of purple wine. Fresh gales arise, with equal strokes they vie, And brush the buxom seas, and o'er the billows fly. Meantime the mother goddess, full of fears, To Neptune thus address'd with tender tears: "The pride of Jove's imperious queen, the rage, The malice which no suff'rings can assuage, Compel me to these pray'rs, since neither fate, Nor time, nor pity, can remove her hate. E'en Jove is thwarted by his haughty wife; Still vanquish'd, yet she renews the strife. As if 'twere little to consume the town Which awed the world, and wore th' imperial crown, She prosecutes the ghost of Troy with pains, And gnaws ev'n to the bones the last remains. Let her the causes of her hatred tell; But you can witness its effects too well. You saw the storm she rais'd on Libyan floods, That mix'd the mounting billows with the clouds; When, bribing Aeolus, she shook the main, And mov'd rebellion in your watery reign. With fury she possess'd the Dardan dames, To burn their fleet with execrable flames; And forc'd Aeneas, when his ships were lost, To leave his foll'wers on a foreign coast. For what remains, your godhead I implore, And trust my son to your protecting pow'r. If neither Jove nor fate's decree withstand, Secure this passage to the Latian land." Then thus the mighty ruler of the main: "What may not Venus hope from Neptune's reign? My kingdom claims your birth; my late defence Of your endanger'd fleet may claim your confidence. Nor less by land than sea my deeds declare; How much your lov'd Aeneas is my care. Thee, Xanthus, and thee, Simois, I attest, Your Trojan troops, when proud Achilles press'd, And drove before him headlong on the plain, And dash'd against the walls the trembling train; When floods were fill'd with bodies of the slain; When crimson Xanthus, doubtful of its way, Stood up on ridges to behold the sea; New heaps came tumbling in, and chok'd his way; When your Aeneas fought, but fought with odds Of force unequal, and unequal gods. I spread a cloud before the victor's sight, Sustain'd the vanquish'd, and secur'd his flight. Ev'n then secur'd him, when I sought with joy The vow'd destruction of ungrateful Troy. My will's the same, fair goddess, fear no more; Your fleet shall safely gain the Latian shore. Their lives are giv'n; one destin'd head alone Shall perish, and for the multitudes atone." Thus, having arm'd with hopes her anxious mind, His finny team Saturnian Neptune join'd; Then adds the foamy bridle to their jaws, And to the loosen'd reins permits the laws. High on the waves his azure car he guides; Its axles thunder, and the sea subsides, And the smooth ocean rolls her silent tides. The tempests fly before their father's face; Trains of inferior gods his triumph grace; And monster whales before their master play, And choirs of Tritons crowd the watery way. The marshal'd pow'rs in equal troops divide; To right and left the gods his better side enclose, And on the worse the nymphs and Nereids ride. Now smiling hope, with sweet vicissitude, Within the hero's mind his joys renew. He calls to raise the masts, the sheets display; The cheerful crew with diligence obey. They scud before the wind, and sail in open sea. Ahead of all the master pilot steers, And, as he leads, the following navy veers. The steeds of night had travell'd half the sky; The drowsy rowers on their benches lie; When the soft god of sleep with easy flight Descends, and draws behind a trail of light. Thou, Palinurus, art his destin'd prey; To thee alone he takes his fatal way. Dire dreams to thee and iron sleep he bears, And, lighting on the prow, the form of Phorbas wears." Then thus the traitor god began his tale: "The winds, my friend, inspire a pleasing gale; The ships, without thy care, securely sail. Now steal an hour of sweet repose, and I Will take the rudder, and thy room supply." To whom the yawning pilot, half asleep: Me dost thou bid to trust the treacherous deep, the harlot smiles of her dissembling faith, and to her faith commit the Trojan race? Shall I believe the Siren South again, and, oft betray'd, not know the monster main?" He said; his fasten'd hands the rudder keep, And, fix'd on heav'n, his eyes repel invading sleep. The god was wroth, and at his temples threw A branch in Lethe dipp'd, and drunk with Stygian dew. The pilot, vanquish'd by the pow'r divine, Soon clos'd his swimming eyes, and lay supine. Scarce were his limbs extended at their length, The god, insulting with superior strength, Fell heavy on him, plung'd him in the sea, And with the stern the rudder tore away. Headlong he fell, and, struggling in the main, Cried out for helping hands, but cried in vain. The victor daemon mounts obscure in air, While the ship sails without the pilot's care. On Neptune's faith the floating fleet relies, But what the man forsook, the god supplies. And o'er the dangerous deep secure the navy flies, Guides by the Sirens' cliffs a shelfy coast, Long infamous for ships and sailors lost, And white with bones. The impetuous ocean roars, And rocks rebellow from the sounding shores. The watchful hero felt the knocks, and found The tossing vessel sail'd on shoaly ground. Sure of his pilot's loss, he takes himself the helm, And steers aloof, and shuns the shelf. Inly he griev'd, and, groaning from the breast, Deplor'd his death, and thus his pain express'd: "For faith repos'd on seas, and on the flatt'ring sky, Thy naked corpse is doom'd on shores unknown to lie." End of Book 5.
Book 6, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Christensen. The Aeneid, by Publius Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 6, The World Below. Part 1. He said, and wept, then spread his sails before the winds, and reach'd at length the Cumaean shore. Their anchors dropp'd, his crew the vessels moor. They turn their heads to sea, their sterns to land, And greet with greedy joy th' Italian strand. Some strike from clashing flints their fiery seed, Some gather sticks the kindled flames to feed, Or search for hollow trees, and fell the woods, Or trace thro' valleys the discover'd floods. Thus, while their sev'ral charges they fulfil, The pious prince ascends the sacred hill, Where Phoebus is ador'd, and seeks the shade Which hides from sight his venerable maid. Deep in a cave the Sibyl makes abode, Thence full of fate returns, and of the god. Thro' Trivia's grove they walk, and now behold, And enter now the temple roof'd with gold. Where Daedalus, to fly the Cretan shore, His heavy limbs on jointed pinions bore, The first who sail'd in air, 'tis sung by fame. To the Cumaean coast at length he came, And here alighting built this costly frame. Inscrib'd to Phoebus, here he hung on high The steerage of his wings, that cut the sky. Then o'er the lofty gate his art emboss'd Androgeos' death, and off'rings to his ghost. 7 youths from Athens yearly sent, to meet The fate appointed by revengeful Crete. And next to those the dreadful urn was plac'd, In which the destined names by lots were cast. The mournful parents stand around in tears, And rising Crete against their shore appears. There too, in living sculpture might be seen The mad affection of the Cretan queen. Then how she cheats her bellowing lover's eye, The rushing leap, the doubtful progeny. the lower part a beast, a man above, the monument of their polluted love. Not far from thence he grav'd the wondrous maze, 1,000 doors, 1,000 winding ways. Here dwells the monster, hid from human view, not to be found but by the faithful clue, till the kind artist, mov'd with pious grief, lent to the loving maid this last relief, and all those erring paths described so well, that Theseus conquer'd, and the monster fell. Here hapless Icarus had found his part, had not the father's grief restrained his art. He twice essay'd to cast his son in gold, twice from his hands he dropp'd the forming mould. All this with wondering eyes Aeneas view'd, each varying object his delight renew'd. Eager to read the rest, Achates came, and by his side the mad divining dame, the priestess of the god, Deiphobé her name. "Time suffers not," she said, "to feed your eyes with empty pleasures. Haste the sacrifice. 7 bullocks yet unyoked for Phoebus choose, and for Diana 7 unspotted ewes." This said, the servants urge the sacred rites, while to the temple she the prince invites. A spacious cave, within its farmost part, was hew'd and fashioned by laborious art. Through the hill's hollow sides before the place 100 doors, 100 entries grace. As many voices issue, and the sound of Sybil's words as many times rebound. Now to the mouth they come, aloud she cries, "This is the time, enquire your destinies. He comes, behold the god!" Thus while she said, and shivering at this sacred entry stay'd, her colour changed, her face was not the same, and hollow groans from her deep spirit came. Her hair stood up, convulsive rage possess'd her trembling limbs, and heav'd her labouring breast. Greater than humankind she seem'd to look, and with an accent more than mortal spoke. Her staring eyes with sparkling fury roll, when all the gods came rushing on her soul. Swiftly she turn'd, and foaming as she spoke, "Why this delay?" she cried, "the pow'rs invoke! Thy pray'rs alone can open this abode, else vain are my demands, and dumb the god." She said no more. The trembling Trojans hear, o'erspread with the damp sweat and holy fear. The prince himself, with awful dread possess'd, his vows to great Apollo thus address'd: "Indulgent god, propitious pow'r to Troy, swift to relieve, unwilling to destroy, directed by whose hand the Dardan dart pierc'd the proud Grecians' only mortal part, thus far, by fate's decrees and thy commands, thro' ambient seas and thro' devouring sands, our exil'd crew has sought th' Ausonian ground, and now, at length, the flying coast is found. Thus far the fate of Troy, from place to place, with fury has pursued her wand'ring race. Here cease, ye pow'rs, and let your vengeance end. Troy is no more, and can no more offend. And thou, O sacred maid, inspir'd to see th' event of things in dark futurity, give me what heav'n has promis'd to my fate, to conquer and command the Latian state, to fix my wand'ring gods, and find a place for the long exiles of the Trojan race. Then shall my grateful hands a temple rear to the twin gods with vows and solemn prayer, and annual rites, and festivals, and games shall be perform'd to their auspicious names. Nor shalt thou want thy honours in my land, for there thy faithful oracles shall stand preserv'd in shrines, and every sacred lay which by thy mouth Apollo shall convey, all shall be treasur'd by a chosen train of holy priests, and ever shall remain. But, oh, commit not thy prophetic mind to flitting leaves, the sport of every wind, lest they disperse in air our empty fate. Write not, but, what the pow'rs ordain, relate. Struggling in vain, impatient of her load, and lab'ring underneath the ponderous god, the more she strove to shake him from her breast, with more and far superior force he press'd, commands his entrance, and, without control, usurps her organs, and inspires her soul. Now with a furious blast the 100 doors ope of themselves, a rushing whirlwind roars within the cave, and Sybil's voice restores. Escaped the dangers of the wat'ry reign, yet more and greater ills by land remain. The coast, so long desir'd, nor doubt th' event, thy troops shall reach, but having reach'd, repent. Wars, horrid wars I view, a field of blood, and Tiber rolling with a purple flood. Simois nor Xanthus shall be wanting there, a new Achilles shall in arms appear, and he too goddess born, fierce Juno's hate, added to hostile force, shall urge thy fate. To what strange nations shalt thou not resort, driven to solicit aid at every court? The cause the same which Ilium once oppress'd, a foreign mistress and a foreign guest. But thou, secure of soul, unbent with woes, the more thy fortune frowns, the more oppose. The dawnings of thy safety shall be shown, from whence thou least shalt hope, a Grecian town. Thus from the dark recess the Sibyl spoke, and the resisting air the thunder broke. The cave rebellowed, and the temple shook. Th' ambiguous god who ruled her lab'ring breast in these mysterious words his mind express'd. Some truth reveal'd, in terms involved the rest. At length her fury fell, her foaming ceas'd, and ebbing in her soul the god decreas'd. Then thus the chief: "No terror to my view, no frightful face of danger can be new. Inur'd to suffer, and resolv'd to dare, the fates without my pow'r shall be without my care. This let me crave, since near your grove the road to hell lies open, and the dark abode which Acheron surrounds, the navigable flood. Conduct me through the regions void of light, and lead me longing to my father's sight. For him 1,000 dangers I have sought, and rushing where the thickest Grecians fought, safe on my back the sacred burden brought. He for my sake the raging ocean tried, and wrath of heav'n my still auspicious guide, and bore beyond the strength decrepid age supplied. Oft since he breathed his last, in dead of night, his reverend image stood before my sight, enjoin'd to seek, below his holy shade, conducted there by your unerring aid. But you, if pious minds by prayers are won, oblige the father, and protect the son. Yours is the pow'r, nor Proserpine in vain has made you priestess of her nightly reign. If Orpheus, arm'd with his enchanting lyre, the ruthless king with pity could inspire; if from the shades below redeem his wife; if Pollux, offering his alternate life, could free his brother, and can daily go by turns aloft, by turns descend below, why name I Theseus, or his greater friend, who trode the downward path, and upward could ascend? Not less than theirs from Jove my lineage came, my mother greater, my descent the same." So pray'd the Trojan prince, and while he pray'd, his hands upon the holy altar laid. Then thus replied the prophetess divine: "O goddess born of great Anchises' line, the gates of hell are open night and day, smooth the descent, and easy is the way. But to return, and view the cheerful skies, in this the task and mighty labour lies. To few great Jupiter imparts this grace, and those of shining worth and heav'nly race. Betwixt those regions and our upper light, deep forests and impenetrable night possess the middle space. Th' infernal bounds Cocytus with his sable waves surrounds. But if so dire a love your soul invades, as twice below to view the trembling shades, if you so hard a toil will undertake, as twice to pass the navigable lake, receive my counsel. In the neighb'ring grove there stands a tree, the queen of Stygian Jove claims it her own. Thick woods and gloomy night conceal this happy plant from human sight. One bough it bears, but, wondrous to behold, the ductile rind and leaves of radiant gold. This from the vulgar branches must be torn, and to fair Proserpine the present borne, ere leave be given to tempt the nether skies. The first thus rent, a second will arise, and the same metal the same room supplies. Look round the wood with lifted eyes to see the lurking gold upon the fatal tree, then rend it off, as holy rites command. The willing metal will obey thy hand, following with ease, if favour'd by thy fate. Thou art foredoom'd to view the Stygian state. If not, no labour can the tree constrain, and strength of stubborn arms and steel are vain. Besides, you know not, while you here attend, th' unworthy fate of your unhappy friend. Breathless he lies, and his unburied ghost, depriv'd of funeral rites, pollutes your host. pay first his pious dues, and, for the dead, 2 sable sheep around his hearse be led. Then living turfs upon his body lay. This done, securely take the destined way to find the regions destitute of day. She said, and held her peace. Aeneas went, sad from the cave, and full of discontent, unknowing what the sacred Sibyl meant. Achates, the companion of his breast, goes walking by his side, with equal cares oppressed. Walking they talked, and fruitlessly divin'd what friend the priestess by those words design'd. But soon they found an object to deplore. Misenus lay extended on the shore, son of the god of winds, none so renown'd, the warrior trumpet in the field to sound, with breathing brass to kindle fierce alarms, and rouse to dare their fate in honourable arms. He served great Hector, and was ever near, not with his trumpet only, but his spear. But by Pallades' arms when Hector fell, he chose Aeneas, and he chose as well. Swoln with applause, and aiming at still more, he now provokes the sea-gods from the shore. With envy Triton heard the martial sound, and the bold champion for his challenge drown'd, then cast his mangled carcass on the strand. The gazing crowd around the body stand. All weep, but most Aeneas mourns his fate, and hastens to perform the funeral state. In altar wise a stately pile they rear, the basis broad below, and top advanced in air. An ancient wood, fit for the work design'd, the shady covert of the salvage kind, the Trojans found. The sounding axe is plied. Firs, pines, and pitch trees, in the tow'ring pride of forest ashes, feel the fatal stroke, and piercing wedges cleave the stubborn oak. Huge trunks of trees, fell'd from the steepy crown of the bare mountains, roll with ruin down. Arm'd like the rest, the Trojan prince appears, and by his pious labour urges theirs. Thus while he wrought, revolving in his mind the ways to compass what his wish design'd, he cast his eyes upon the gloomy grove, and then with vows implor'd the Queen of Love. O may thy pow'r, propitious still to me, conduct my steps to find the fatal tree in this deep forest, since the Sibyl's breath foretold, alas, too true, Misenus' death. Scarce had he said, when full before his sight 2 doves, descending from their airy flight, secure upon the grassy plain alight. He knew his mother's birds, and thus he pray'd: "Be you my guides, with your auspicious aid, and lead my footsteps till the branch be found whose glittering shadow gilds the sacred ground. And thou, great parent, with celestial care, in this distress be present to my prayer." Thus having said, he stopp'd with watchful sight, observing still the motions of their flight, what course they took, what happy signs they show. They fed, and, fluttering by degrees, withdrew still farther from the place, but still in view. Hopping and flying, thus they led him on to the slow lake, whose baleful stench to shun, they wing'd their flight aloft, then, stooping low, perch'd on the double tree that bears the golden bough. Thro' the green leaves the glittering shadows glow, as on the sacred oak the wintry mistletoe, where the proud mother views her precious brood, and happier branches which she never sow'd. Such was the glittering, such the ruddy rind, and dancing leaves that wanton'd in the wind. He seiz'd the shining bough with gripping hold, and rent away with ease the lingering gold, then to the Sibyl's palace bore the prize. Meantime the Trojan troops with weeping eyes to dead Misenus pay his obsequies. First from the ground a lofty pile they rear, of pitch trees, oaks, and pines, and unctuous fir. The fabric's front with cypress twigs they strew, and stick the sides with boughs of baleful yew. The topmost part his glittering arms adorn. Warm waters then, in brazen cauldrons borne, are pour'd to wash his body, joint by joint, and fragrant oils the stiffen'd limbs anoint. With groans and cries Misenus they deplore, then on a bier with purple cover'd o'er the breathless body thus bewail'd they lay, and fire the pile, their faces turn'd away. Such reverend rites their fathers used to pay. Pure oil and incense on the fire they throw, and fat to victims which his friends bestow. These gifts the greedy flames to dust devour, then on the living coals red wine they pour. And last, the relics by themselves dispose, Which in a brazen urn the priests enclose. Old Aeneas compass'd thrice the crew, And dipp'd an olive branch in holy dew, Which thrice he sprinkled round, and thrice aloud Invok'd the dead, and then dismiss'd the crowd. But good Aeneas order'd on the shore A stately tomb, whose top a trumpet bore, A soldier's falchion, and a seaman's oar. Thus was his friend interr'd, and deathless fame Still to the lofty cape consigns his name. These rites perform'd, the prince without delay Hastes to the nether world his destined way. Deep was the cave, and downward as it went, From the wide mouth, a rocky rough descent, And here the access a gloomy grove defends, And there th' unnavigable lake extends, O'er whose unhappy waters, void of light, No bird presumes to steer his airy flight. Such deadly stenches from the depths arise, And steaming sulphur that infects the eyes. From thence the Grecian bards their legends make, And give the name Avernus to the lake. 4 sable bullocks in the yoke untaught, For sacrifice the pious hero brought. The priestess pours the wine betwixt their horns, Then cuts the curling hair that first oblation burns, Invoking Hecate hither to repair, A powerful name in hell and upper air. The sacred priests with ready knives bereave The beasts of life, and in full bowls receive The streaming blood, a lamb to hell and night, The sable wool without a streak of white. Aeneas offers, and by fate's decree, A barren heifer, Proserpine, to thee. With holocausts he Pluto's altar fills, 7 brawny bulls with his own hand he kills. Then on the broiling entrails oil he pours, Which ointed thus the raging flame devours. Late the nocturnal sacrifice begun, Nor ended till the next returning sun. Then earth began to bellow, trees to dance, And howling dogs in glimmering light advance, Ere Hecate came. "Far hence be souls profane," the Sibyl cried, "and from the grove abstain. Now, Trojan, take the way thy fates afford, Assume thy courage, and unsheathe thy sword." She said, and pass'd along the gloomy space. The prince pursued her steps with equal pace. Ye realms yet unreveal'd to human sight, Ye gods who rule the regions of the night, Ye gliding ghosts, permit me to relate The mystic wonders of your silent state. Obscure they went, through dreary shades that led Along the waste dominions of the dead. Thus wander travellers in woods by night, By the moon's doubtful and malignant light, When Jove in dusky clouds involves the skies, And the faint crescent shoots by fits before their eyes. Just in the gate, and in the jaws of hell, Revengeful cares and sullen sorrows dwell, And pale diseases, and repining age, Want, fear, and famine's unresisted rage. Here toils, and death's half-brother, sleep, Forms terrible to view their sentry keep. With anxious pleasures of a guilty mind, Deep frauds before, and open force behind, The Furies' iron beds, and strife that shakes Her hissing tresses, and unfolds her snakes. Full in the midst of this infernal road, An elm displays her dusky arms abroad. The god of sleep there hides his heavy head, And empty dreams on every leaf are spread. Of various forms unnumber'd spectres more, Centaurs in double shapes, besiege the door. Before the passage horrid Hydra stands, And Briareus with all his 100 hands. Gorgons, Geryon with his triple frame, And vain Chimera vomits empty flame. The chief unsheath'd his shining steel, prepar'd, Though seiz'd with sudden fear, to force the guard. Off'ring his brandish'd weapon at their face, Had not the Sibyl stopp'd his eager pace, And told him what those empty phantoms were, Forms without bodies, and impassive air. Hence to deep Acheron they take their way, Whose troubled eddies, thick with ooze and clay, Are whirl'd aloft, and in Cocytus lost. There Charon stands, who rules the dreary coast, A sordid god. Down from his hoary chin a length of beard descends, uncomb'd, unclean. His eyes like hollow furnaces on fire. A girdle, foul with grease, binds his obscene attire. He spreads his canvas, with his pole he steers, The freights of flitting ghosts in his thin bottom bears. He look'd in years, Yet in his years were seen a youthful vigour and autumnal green. An airy crowd came rushing where he stood, which filled the margin of the fatal flood, husbands and wives, boys and unmarried maids, and mighty heroes more majestic shades, and youths entombed before their fathers' eyes, with hollow groans and shrieks and feeble cries. Thick as the leaves in autumn strow the woods, or fowls by winter force forsake the floods, and wing their hasty flight to happier lands, such and so thick the shiv'ring army stands, and press for passage with extended hands. Now these, now those, the surly boatman bore, the rest he drove to distance from the shore. The hero, who beheld with wondering eyes the tumult mix'd with shrieks, laments, and cries, ask'd of his guide what the rude concourse meant, why to the shore the thronging people bent, what forms of law among the ghosts were used, why some were ferried o'er, and some refused. "Son of Anchises, offspring of the gods," the Sibyl said, "you see the Stygian floods, the sacred stream which heav'n's imperial state attests in oaths and fears to violate. The ghosts rejected are the unhappy crew, depriv'd of sepulchres and funeral due. The boatman, Charon, those the buried host, he ferries over to the farther coast, nor dares his transport vessel cross the waves with such whose bones are not composed in graves. 100 years they wander on the shore, at length, their penance done, are wafted o'er." The Trojan chief his forward pace repress'd, resolving anxious thoughts within his breast. He saw his friends, who, whelm'd beneath the waves, their funeral honours claim'd, and ask'd their quiet graves. The lost Leucapsis in the crowd he knew, and brave leader of the Lycian crew, whom on the Tyrian seas the tempests met, the sailors master'd, and the ships o'erset. Amidst the spirits Palinurus press'd, yet fresh from life, a new admitted guest, who while his steering view'd the stars, and bore his course from Afric to the Latian shore, fell headlong down. The Trojan fix'd his view, and scarcely through the gloom the sullen shadow knew. Then thus the prince: "What envious pow'r, O friend, brought your lov'd life to this disastrous end? For Phoebus, ever true in all he said, has in your fate alone my faith betray'd. The god foretold you should not die before you reach'd, secure from seas, th' Italian shore. Is this th' unerring pow'r?" The ghost replied: "Nor Phoebus flatter'd, nor his answers lied, nor envious gods have sent me to the deep. But while the stars in course of heav'n I keep, my wearied eyes were seiz'd with fatal sleep. I fell, and with my weight the helm constrain'd was drawn along, which yet my grip retain'd. Now by the winds and raging waves I swear, your safety more than mine was then my care, lest of the guide bereft, the rudder lost, your ship should run against the rocky coast. 3 blust'ring nights, borne by the southern blast, I floated, and discover'd land at last. High on a mountain wave my head I bore, forcing my strength, and gath'ring to the shore. Panting, but past the danger, now I seiz'd the craggy cliffs, and my tir'd members eas'd. While cumber'd with my dropping clothes I lay, the cruel nation, covetous of prey, stain'd with my blood the unhospitable coast. And now by winds and waves my lifeless limbs are toss'd, which avert by yon ethereal light, which I have lost for this eternal night. Or if by dearer ties you may be won, by your dead sire, and by your living son, redeem from this reproach my wandering ghost; or with your navy seek the Velin coast, and in a peaceful grave my corpse compose; or if a nearer way your mother shows, without whose aid you durst not undertake this frightful passage o'er the Stygian lake, lend to this wretch your hand, and waft him o'er to the sweet banks of yon forbidden shore." Scarce had he said, the prophetess began: "What hopes delude thee, miserable man? Think'st thou thus unentomb'd to cross the floods, to view the Furies and infernal gods, and visit without leave the dark abodes? Attend the term of long revolving years. Fate and the dooming gods are deaf to tears. This comfort of thy dire misfortune take: the wrath of heav'n, inflicted for thy sake, with vengeance shall pursue th' inhuman coast, till they propitiate thy offended ghost, and raise a tomb, with vows and solemn prayer, and Palinurus' name the place shall bear. This calm'd his cares, sooth'd with his future fame, and pleas'd to hear his propagated name. Now nearer to the Stygian lake they draw, who from the shore the surly boatmen saw, observ'd their passage through the shady wood, and mark'd their near approaches to the flood. Then thus he call'd aloud, inflam'd with wrath: "Mortal, whate'er, who this forbidden path in arms presum'st to tread, I charge thee, stand, and tell thy name and business in the land. Know this, the realm of night, the Stygian shore, my boat conveys no living bodies o'er. Nor was I pleas'd great Theseus once to bear, who forc'd a passage with his pointed spear, nor strong Atrides, men of mighty fame, and from th' immortal gods their lineage came. In fetters one the barking porter tied, and took him trembling from his sov'reign's side. Two sought by force to seize his beauteous bride. To whom the Sibyl thus: "Compose thy mind, nor frauds are here contriv'd, nor force design'd. Still may the dog the wand'ring troops constrain Of airy ghosts, and vex the guilty train, And with her grisly lord his lovely queen remain. The Trojan chief, whose lineage is from Jove, Much fam'd for arms, and more for filial love, Is sent to seek his sire in your Elysian grove. If neither pity nor heav'n's command Can gain his passage to the Stygian strand, this fatal present shall prevail at least." Then shew'd the shining bow conceal'd within her vest. No more was needful, for the gloomy god Stood mute with awe to see the golden rod, Admir'd the destined offering to his queen, A venerable gift so rarely seen. His fury thus appeas'd, he puts to land, The ghosts forsake their seats at his command. He clears the deck, receives the mighty freight, The leaky vessel groans beneath the weight. Slowly she sails, and scarcely stems the tides, The pressing water pours within her sides. His passengers at length are wafted o'er, Expos'd in muddy weeds upon the miry shore. No sooner landed, in his den they found The triple porter of the Stygian sound, Grim Cerberus, who soon began to rear His crested snakes, and arm'd his bristling hair. The prudent Sibyl had before prepar'd A sop, in honey steep'd, to charm the guard, Which, mix'd with pow'rful drugs, she cast before His greedy grinning jaws, just op'd to roar. With 3 enormous mouths he gapes, and straight, with hunger press'd, devours the pleasing bait. Long draughts of sleep his monstrous limbs enslave. He reels, and, falling, fills the spacious cave. The keeper charm'd, the chief without delay Pass'd on, and took th' irremeable way. Before the gates, the cries of babes new born, Whom fate had from their tender mothers torn, Assault his ears; then those, whose form of laws Condemn'd to die when traitors judge their cause. Nor want they lots, nor judges to review The wrongful sentence, and award anew. Minos, the strict inquisitor, appears, And lives and crimes with his assessors hears. Round in his urn the blended balls he rolls, Absolves the just, and dooms the guilty souls. The next, in place and punishment, are they Who prodigally throw their souls away; Fools who, repining at their wretched state, And loathing anxious life, suborn'd their fate. With late repentance now they would retrieve The bodies they forsook, and wish to live. Their pains and poverty desire to bear, To view the light of heaven, and breathe the vital air. But fate forbids; the Stygian floods oppose, And with circling streams the captive souls enclose. End of Book 6, Part 1.